The summer heat in the south clung with a stubborn persistence. Even as September arrived, the afternoon swelter showed no signs of relenting, the hot wind wrapping around everything, stirring an uneasy restlessness in every heart. Chow Xian forced his tired eyes open, but his mind was completely blank. He had stayed up all night at an internet cafe with his deskmate, and now exhaustion weighed heavily on him. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep. It was just that the class was being taught by Teacher Gua. Suddenly, an untimely snore broke the silence of the classroom. Huff. Huff. Chow Xian turned his head to look at his deskmate, who was sound asleep behind a towering pile of textbooks. Damn, how dare this guy do that? He thought. The other students in the classroom also heard the untimely snoring and craned their necks to look. On the podium, Gua Jing's pupils dilated. Clearly, she was furious beyond measure. Chow Xian quickly nudged He Huan with his elbow, but the other boy didn't react at all. He Huan. Teacher Gua's roar jolted the sleeping figure awake with a start. He Huan opened his bleary eyes and looked at Teacher Gua on the podium. Beside the blackboard hung a sign that read, "Days left until the college entrance exam 263. He had just been drinking, then lying down to rest on his bed. How could he inexplicably end up in a classroom? For a moment, He Huan couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. Where am I? Bursts of cheerful laughter erupted around him. He must have been so disoriented from sleep that he even asked where this was. He Huan's mind gradually started to boot up from its initial lag. He murmured, "This is dodgy. No. One high school. My God, is this a dream within a dream? It feels so real." The classmates' laughter grew even more lively. Chow Xian, as He Huan's closest buddy, was so embarrassed he wished he could sever their friendship on the spot. He leaned in and whispered, "Huanzi, stop talking or Teacher Gua will lose it." He Huan still looked lost. Suddenly a piece of chalk hit him squarely on the head. "He Huan, if you're not going to study, go stand at the back." He Huan looked at Teacher Gua on the podium. Her eyes were filled with anger, disappointment, and disgust, as if scrutinizing a filthy maggot. He Huan's heart quivered. He looked down at himself. He was wearing a faded gray t-shirt, its collar already frayed and rolled. His tight black jeans were also faded with a patch on the crotch. He remembered that in high school, maybe, because he sat too long, the crotch of his pants often tore. His family had no money to replace them, so his mother would always mend them. He Huan pinched his thigh hard. Damn, it hurt. This wasn't a dream. He had been reborn into his high school days. To be precise, the year was 2007. That year, the first lunar exploration satellite Change 1 was launched. That year, the whole country was preparing for the opening of the next year's Olympics. That year, a massive blizzard would hit the south, affecting hundreds of millions of people's travel. But for He Huan, that year, his mother would leave him forever in a car accident. Luckily, at this moment, everything could still be changed. He Huan, did you stay up at the internet cafe again last night? He Huan's mind was wandering. He didn't even catch what Teacher Gua asked, and answered blankly yes. No sooner had he spoken than he regretted it. Sure enough, Gua Jing's scolding escalated. "Do you know how hard your family struggles? Do you know you haven't even paid your tuition this semester? Your mother works so hard to raise you alone, and you go to internet cafes. Are you worthy of her? If you don't want to study, you can go work outside and stop wasting the money she earns with such difficulty." Gua Jing was in the middle of her tirade when she suddenly saw He Huan's shoulders start to shake. Big teardrops rolled down his face. For a moment, she was stunned. Was her scolding too harsh, or had he finally seen the light? The students in the class had never seen such a strange scene, and they all looked over. He Huan suddenly lifted his head, eyes glistening with tears, and said, "Teacher Gua, could you call my mother to come to school?" Gua Jing was confused. Why was he volunteering to have his parents called? Connecting his strange behavior, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. This kid isn't thinking of jumping off a building, is he? Her tone softened as she asked, "Why do you want your mother to come?" "I haven't seen my mom in 18 years. I miss her so much." He Huan wiped the tears from his eyes with his arm, and his agitated heart gradually calmed down. "My family is in a tough spot. I don't have money for the dormitory fee either. I want to ask my mother to come and take my things from the dorm back home. I won't live on campus anymore." So he just wants to change to a day student arrangement. Gua Jing relaxed and said, "All right, I'll call your home after class. Stand for the rest of this period. If you sleep again, I'll have your mother take you back." He Huan stood up straight, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he unconsciously looked toward a silhouette in the first row. There sat a girl, head bowed, quiet, as a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. He Huan remained expressionless and quickly looked away. In his past life, Li Lan had given him a humiliation he could never forget. But to be fair, without that humiliation, he wouldn't have become the billionaire He Huan. Now reborn, He Huan's heart was utterly still. He felt neither the vague affection of a teenage boy nor the resentment of "don't disrespect the youth." She was like an insignificant passerby, no longer capable of stirring even a ripple in his heart. Gua Jing continued the lesson, but her eyes kept sweeping over He Huan. To her surprise, He Huan seemed different. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was unusually alert, listening intently. No way did my scolding actually wake him up. To test her theory, she wrote a function on the blackboard and asked, He-Huan, how do you differentiate this function? It was a simple trigonometric function. He-Huan had always been sharp, and he had been paying attention. Confidently, he walked to the podium, picked up chalk, and wrote down the derivative in a few strokes. Guojing felt a surge of relief and softened her voice. Good, go back to your seat. As He-Huan turned, he couldn't help but glance at Li Lan in the first row again. It was the familiar face, only now she was younger and more vibrant than the version 18 years later. He-Huan only glanced briefly before hurrying down the podium and returning to his seat. He still picked up his book, standing straight. Guojing asked curiously, He-Huan, aren't you sitting down? No, I'm afraid if I sit I'll fall asleep again. Guojing's heart trembled. She had stood on this 3-foot platform for nearly 20 years. She could usually tell at a glance whether a student was truly working hard or just going through the motions. But now she really couldn't read He-Huan. Was he just putting on a show, or had he truly seen the light? The bell finally rang, and the eye exercise music came over the PA system. He-Huan hadn't slept all night and was truly exhausted. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, he heard Teacher Guo call, He-Huan, come out with me for a moment. He-Huan followed Guojing to the corridor outside. At this moment, all the students were doing eye exercises, so the corridor was empty. He-Huan, are you sure you want to call your mom to school? He-Huan only softly hummed an acknowledgement. Guojing hesitated no more, taking out her phone, opening the contacts, finding the entry for He-Huan's mother Lu Mei, and pressing the call button. The call connected quickly. A cacophony of noise came through, making it obvious the other party was near the pedestrian. Hello, Teacher Guo, please bear with me a few more days. Once I get my salary this month, I will definitely make up the tuition fee as soon as possible. The voice on the other end was polite, yet flustered. Guojing inwardly admired this resilient woman, but it was a pity she had given birth to such an unworthy. She forced a smile onto her face and said, It's not about that, He-Huan's mom. Just now He-Huan said she doesn't want to board at school anymore. She wants you to come and take her bedding and quilts back. Is this his own decision? Yes, he is right here beside me. Oh, okay, I'll come after work. Sorry for the trouble, Teacher Guo. No trouble, it's my duty. Guojing was about to hang up when she heard He-Huan anxiously say, Teacher Guo, can I say a few words? Guojing quickly called into the phone, He-Huan's mom, wait, He-Huan wants to talk to you. After saying that, she handed the phone to He-Huan. He-Huan's heart trembled with uncontrollable excitement. He softly called out, Mom. What's wrong, Huan? 18 years apart and hearing that voice that haunted his dreams again, He-Huan once again lost control of his emotions, tears streaming down like rain. He didn't want others to see him so vulnerable. He turned around his back to Teacher Guo. Mom, I'm sorry. Swayed by emotion, his voice choked, and he couldn't even finish a sentence. Many students looked out through the windows curiously. Why was He-Huan crying again? Guojing walked to the door and shouted into the classroom, What are you looking at? Do your eye exercises. Li Lan, come up to the podium and supervise everyone doing eye exercises. Li Lan quickly averted her gaze from He-Huan. Honestly, she was also curious about what was going on with him. She reached the podium pretending to lead everyone in the eye exercises, but her eyes secretly glanced outside. However, her wish was not granted. With a bang, the door was closed by her own mother. That's right, Guojing was not only Li Lan's homeroom teacher, but also her biological mother. As soon as Guojing's figure disappeared, the classroom immediately buzzed with chatter. Li Lan picked up the blackboard eraser and slammed it, shouting, Do your eye exercises. Like mother, like daughter. With just one shout, the entire classroom fell silent. Outside the classroom, He-Huan seemed to have calmed down a lot. He spoke into the phone, Mom, please take it slow on the way here. Don't run any red lights, okay? I know, silly child. So grown up and still missing your mom. Mom will be there soon. Don't cry, silly child. Will wait for you. After hanging up, He-Huan still had tears in his eyes, but a smile on his lips. He returned the phone to Guojing and said, Thank you, Teacher Guo. Guojing didn't know why He-Huan had suddenly become so emotional, but a child who knew to be grateful to parents and considerate of them, even if academically poor, was still a good child. It's okay. Study hard from now on and repay your mother. He-Huan nodded vigorously. Guojing returned to the office, and He-Huan stared blankly at the nearby playground. After a long while, he suddenly realized that his good younger sister was also at the same school now. He was about to leave when he felt something bulging in his jeans pocket, uncomfortable. He pulled it out and looked at it, his expression instantly freezing. It turned out to be his wallet from his previous life. He opened the wallet and saw a stack of cash inside, about 2,000 yuan. And tucked in a crevice of the wallet lay a bank card quietly. This was the card he used most in his previous life. Before his rebirth, it had at least 10 million yuan in cash. He wondered now that he was reborn whether the cash was still there. If the cash was still there, all the family's difficulties would be solved. When the students of Class 8 Grade 3 finished their eye exercises and walked out, the corridor was already empty. A little girl with a few pimples on her face tugged at Li Lan's sleeve and whispered, Class Beauty Li, your mom is so fierce, she actually made He-Huan cry. Li Lan shot a sharp glare at the girl and said, That's because he has no ambition, he deserves it. True, but who would have thought a big guy like him would cry in public? So embarrassing. Who won? A sharp shout startled Hu Wan. She turned around and saw Gua Jing's stern face hold, "Mind your own business. Don't meddle and don't mock others." "Yes, teacher Gua." After Gua Jing entered the classroom, Hu Wan breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Li Lan, "Class monitor, your mom is really scary." Li Lan rolled her eyes. "Serves you right." Hu Wan took Li Lan's arm and said, all right, I won't gossip anymore. Come on, let's go to the bathroom." Daji no. One middle school had 3 teaching buildings in a row, one for each grade from grade 1 to grade 3. Following his memory, Hu Wan arrived at the grade 1 building and finally stopped in front of class 3, grade 1. He looked into the classroom through the front door and sure enough saw a familiar silhouette in the 3rd row. The other person also noticed him, but deliberately looked away, pretending not to see. Hu Wan felt a surge of emotion and called out, "He Qian." He Qian frowned slightly. Her deskmate leaned over and asked curiously, "Who is that? He looks kind of handsome." "Handsome, nothing, he's an ugly freak." He Qian stood up, walked toward Hu Wan, pulled him to a secluded spot, and said disdainfully, "Why are you looking for me? Let me tell you in advance, I have no money." Hu Wan smiled knowingly and said, "Who said I'm borrowing money from you? I just came to see you. You must." He Qian rolled her eyes and turned to go back to the classroom. "Hey, what's the rush? Our mom is coming to school later. We'll go out to eat together tonight." "Huh? Isn't mom working? Why is she suddenly coming to school?" "They'll tell you after school. I just came to..." He Qian's heart leaped with joy. Eating plain vegetables and radish every day at school, going out for a good meal, was certainly a happy thing. But soon she frowned again and said, "Mom values money more than her life. She won't agree to eat out." Hu Wan nodded in agreement. In his memory, the family had never been well off. Neither he nor his sister had many new clothes. They either mended old ones or wore hand-me-downs from cousins. So it's no wonder Mom valued money so much. She had managed to raise her 2 children alone under such difficult circumstances. She was already the greatest mother in the world. "Don't worry, I'll pay tonight." He Qian's face was full of doubt. "You're on the internet every day. Where did you get the money?" "Don't worry about that. I have money on me." He Qian clearly didn't believe him. "Hu Wan, you're not just messing with me, are you?" "What, Hu Wan? I'm your own bro." He Qian let out a bah, saying nothing, but her eyes were full of disdain. Hu Wan was rather helpless. His past self had indeed been too reckless, and not earning his sister's respect was deserved. "Don't worry, I still have some living expenses left." He Qian finally broke into a grin. In her heart, Hu Wan's living expenses would be better spent on good food than on internet cafes. After parting ways, Hu Wan hurried as fast as he could, yet still arrived a moment too late. By the time he stood before the classroom door, the bell for class had long since rung. "May I come in?" Gua Jing glanced briefly at Hu Wan, then calmly instructed him to return to his seat. As soon as Hu Wan sat down, Chao Xian leaned over and whispered, "Huanzi, what did teacher Gua say to you outside?" "Nothing much." "Then why are you crying?" Faced with such an awkward question, Hu Wan naturally refused to. Undeterred, Chao Xian pressed on, "Did teacher Gua tell your mom about you staying up all night last night?" "Chao Xian, what's gotten into you today? Speak one more word and teacher Gua will summon you for a private meeting." Chao Xian glanced up at the podium, only to lock eyes with Gua Jing's sharp, piercing gaze. Startled, he hastily straightened his textbook and sat upright, spine rigid. Chao Xian spent the entire lesson distracted, convinced something uncanny had befallen Hu Wan. Otherwise, how could he possibly sit so quietly taking notes with such focus? After all, hadn't they pulled an all-nighter together at the internet cafe just last night? Was he truly not tired at all? Just before class ended, Chao Xian couldn't hold back. "Huanzi, what spell did teacher Gua cast on you?" "What spell, eh?" Hu Wan didn't even turn his head, continuing to write notes as he asked. "You're still denying it." Chao Xian snatched Hu Wan's textbook from his hands and pointed emphatically at the freshly written notes. "Look for yourself. You've taken this many detailed notes in class. Are you even the Hu Wan I know?" The moment Chao Xian finished speaking, a sharp pain struck his temple. A piece of chalk plummeted from above, striking him square on the forehead. Gua Jing stood by the podium, textbook in one hand, the other resting firmly on her hip, her eyes locked unblinkingly onto Chao Xian. Some students would rather neglect their own studies than let others learn in peace. "One more word, and you'll be dismissed from this classroom." Chao Xian buried his face deep behind his textbook, shooting Hu Wan a look of wounded, aggrieved reproach. Hu Wan chuckled softly, then jotted a line on paper and passed it to Chao Xian. Curious, Chao Xian unfolded it to read, "Alas, youth slips unnoticed in black hair. Only when white hairs crown the head does one lament learning's delay." Chao Xian scoffed dismissively, still pretending. "Let's see how long this act lasts." A figure suddenly appeared outside the window. Chao Xian looked up and saw a middle-aged woman, fine wrinkles etching the corners of her eyes, craning her neck into the classroom as if searching for someone. Her features were delicate and refined, yet years of relentless toil had carved deep lines of weariness across her face. Chao Xian nudged, He Huan urgently gesturing toward the window. One glance was all it took. Tears welled instantly in He Huan's eyes. Guo Jing too noticed Lu Mei outside and said gently, He Huan, please step out for a moment. He Huan shot teacher Guo a look of quiet gratitude before dashing out the door. To see that familiar face again stirred a tempest within him. Thousands of words rose in his throat, yet settled at last into a single trembling sentence. Mom, I finally found you again. Lu Mei blinked, bewildered by the intensity of his emotion. She tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said, My child, why are you crying? Didn't we just meet last week? So much weighed upon He Huan's heart, yet none of it could be spoken aloud. Clasping his mother's hand tightly, he murmured, Mom, I'm sorry. From now on I'll truly listen to you. Lu Mei grew instantly wary, cautiously probing. Do you need money? Is that why you're asking me? He Huan's expression twisted. How was it that even his mother, like his sister, assumed he only sought her out for cash? Well, perhaps it was true. He had been a hopeless internet addict, reckless and irresponsible. A wave of shame washed over him. Mom, I mean it. I will get into a top university, and I will give you a better life. Lu Mei dismissed his words as fleeting enthusiasm. Her son ranked dead last in class. How could he possibly hope to enter a prestigious university? Still, she kept her doubts to herself. After all, any sign of awakening in her son was worth encouraging. By the way, Teacher Guo mentioned you want to switch to commuting. What's behind that? He Huan had two reasons for requesting commuter status. First, and most urgent, was academic improvement. The dormitory lights went out at 11 each night, a cruel waste of precious hours for a natural night owl like him. Second, he needed financial freedom. Boarding school confined him to campus 24 hours a day. Even with 1,000 ideas, he'd have no chance to act on them. University life promised far greater autonomy and far easier opportunities to earn. Yet He Huan burned with impatience, not for himself, but to lift his mother and sister out of their grinding poverty now. Mom, I genuinely want to get into a great university. But if the dorm cuts the lights at 11, how can I possibly study hard? Qianqian commutes, doesn't she? Look how well she does. Always among the top 3 in class. Lu Mei remained skeptical. Hadn't He Huan insisted on boarding just last year, citing study as his reason while secretly sneaking off to internet cafes every night? Now he wanted to reverse course. What scheme was brewing beneath that change? At that moment, the dismissal, Guo Jing stepped out of the classroom and greeted Lu Mei warmly. After polite pleasantries, Lu Mei ventured hesitantly, Teacher Guo, my son says he wants to commute. I'm not sure what to decide. Noting the corridor's steady stream of students, Guo Jing suggested, Mrs. This isn't the best place for discussion. Shall we continue in my office? Guo Jing's office sat adjacent to the classroom, compact, barely a few square meters, dominated by a single desk. The three entered, and Guo Jing poured a glass of water, offering it to Lu Mei. Lu Mei waved her hands modestly. Oh, Teacher Guo, please don't trouble yourself. It's not right for you to serve me tea. It's quite all right. Today's scorching a cool drink will refresh you. Lu Mei reluctantly accepted. Guo Jing then poured another glass for He Huan. He Huan received it with both hands and bowed slightly. Thank you, Teacher Guo. Guo Jing raised an eyebrow. Lu Mei had been visibly tense, yet He Huan carried himself with easy confidence and impeccable courtesy. A person's bearing always reflects their inner world. Lu Mei's financial hardship and strained circumstances naturally bred quiet self-consciousness. Entirely understandable. But He Huan, the class's absolute last-ranked student, why did he seem so utterly at ease? Guo Jing paused, then said thoughtfully, Mrs. Regarding He Huan's request to commute, I believe the decision should rest primarily with him. If he believes commuting will significantly improve his studies, why oppose it? Lu Mei studied her son skeptically. He Huan, are you really doing this for your studies? What else could it be? Do you think I'd sneak off to the internet cafe under your very nose every night? If you don't believe me, I'll swear a solemn oath. Guo Jing's eyes lit up. Excellent idea. What kind of oath would you take? By semester's end, I'll break into the top 20 of our class. Guo Jing drew a sharp breath. He dared to say that. 63 students. Last place, aiming for top 20 in under 4 months. Since it's an oath, if you fail, what consequence do you accept? He Huan had only tossed the offer out casually, but never expected Teacher Guo to take it so seriously. Whatever Teacher Guo decides. If you don't reach the top 20, I'll assign you double winter vacation homework. If you do, I'll personally reward you with 500 yuan in cash. He Huan smiled faintly. Agreed, no problem. In his past life, he'd secured admission to a Project 211 university in just 6 months. This time, surely even simpler. As for the 500 yuan reward, he didn't care. He wasn't even certain his bank account held a single cent, but he was certain before university began he'd earn hundreds of thousands. Guo Jing's goal was achieved. Her face glowed with quiet triumph. Cultivating an outstanding student was commendable, but transforming the class's absolute last into excellence, that was true fulfillment. He-Huan returned to class. I'll accompany your mother to complete the paperwork. This afternoon after school you may bring your belongings home from the dormitory. He-Huan nodded, then paused at the doorway and turned back. Mom, I've already arranged it with Qian. After school today, let's go out for dinner. Lu Mei's brow furrowed. Why spend money on that? But with teacher Gua standing right beside her, she swallowed her objection. All right, I understand. Chao Xian was napping on the desk when he suddenly heard a strange noise. He opened his eyes and saw He-Huan stacking all the textbooks on the desk at his feet. Chao Xian asked in astonishment, Huanzi, what are you doing? Aren't you studying? What nonsense are you talking about? I just think the textbooks on the desk are too obtrusive. Chao Xian was taken aback. Is this really the He-Huan he knows? No way didn't teacher Gua call your mother to school. How could you have turned to the dark side? Do you even have what it takes to study? You're just spouting nonsense again. My mom is the one I called to school. From now on I'll commute and no longer stay at school. But if you commute, who will accompany me to the internet cafe for all-nighters? He-Huan paused his actions and said earnestly to Chao Xian, old classmate, I'm saying hypothetically if years later one of your classmates becomes a big boss and you muster the courage to approach him for a job, but because you lack any skills he won't be able to help you and can only arrange a position as the head of security. At that time would you regret not striving harder now to get into a good university? But who is this big boss? Huanzi, I'm not bragging, but even if I starve I won't go looking for that hypocrite Ku Leijun. Ku Leijun is the class leader of class 8 in the 3rd year. Chao Xian and his former self were both playful, so they were often targeted by Ku Leijun. Naturally, their relationship wasn't great. Nevertheless, speaking of which, in the current class, Ku Leijun indeed has the best family conditions, so Chao Xian felt that the big boss he mentioned was probably him. He-Huan helplessly shook his head. Think what you want, I've now had an epiphany and only want to get into a good university. He-Huan's actions naturally attracted the attention of other classmates, but no one took it seriously. Just a slacker, no matter how much he fussed, it was only a temporary impulse, and after a while things would return to normal. The next 2 classes were physics. After Guojing helped Lu Mei with the paperwork, she specially came to the classroom window to take a look. But each time He-Huan was diligently listening and taking notes, which made her feel a sense of comfort. She had a feeling that He-Huan might really have turned over a new leaf. During the break between the 3rd and 4th classes in the afternoon, He-Huan took Lu Mei back to the dormitory to actually he didn't have much stuff, just bedding, a few clothes, and some toiletries. While Lu Mei was folding the quilt, she muttered, Huan, you still have evening self-study tonight. When will you have time to eat out? You and Qian should go to the school cafeteria, and I'll carry your things back. He-Huan knew Lu Mei was reluctant to spend money, but this meal was his first after being reborn, and he wanted his family to gather together neatly. That won't do. I've already told Qian I'd go with her. I have so many quilts and clothes you can't carry it all by yourself. After dinner you can take some back, and after evening self-study, I'll bring back the rest. But I'm not hungry. How about you and Qian go eat out, and I'll just make something at home? He-Huan inexplicably felt his nose tingle and said, Mom, I'll be able to earn money in the future. We should eat and drink. Well, money is meant to be spent, and we can't shortchange ourselves. Nonsense, we need to save money for your university and for you to marry a wife. All right, Mom, can't we indulge ourselves just this once? And you won't have to spend any money. Lu Mei chuckled, your money is all my money. How can you say that? Right, my money is all yours. Mom, I have to go to class. Wait for me and Qian to eat after school. Lu Mei looked at He-Huan's back and smiled with satisfaction. Every time He-Huan came to school before, teacher Gua always said he didn't take his studies seriously and lacked self-control. But today was different. Teacher Gua surprisingly spoke well of He-Huan. And about that military pledge, don't mention He-Huan entering the top 20 in the class. Even if he ranks around 40, he would be quite satisfied. The school bell finally rang and countless students grabbed their stainless steel bowls and rushed toward the cafeteria, fearing that if they were even a second late, they would have to line up in a long queue. In class 3 of the 1st year, Yao Xian saw He-Qian still quietly sitting at her seat and asked He-Qian, you go ahead, I'm eating out today. Yao Xian squinted her eyes and smiled, isn't it with that handsome guy who came to find you in the afternoon? What? That's my brother. Huh, your brother is also an Yizhong. How come I've never heard you mention him? But what's there to say about him? Just a delinquent. Isn't it said that brothers dote on their sisters? Is he your real brother? No way, I don't want a brother like that. How can he not be? Just then He-Huan walked into the classroom and heard this outrageous statement, feeling somewhat angry. Our mom is downstairs. You should go ask her if we are blood-related siblings. He-Qian rolled her eyes and turned her head away. The 2 siblings were at odds, and Yao Xian felt quite awkward in the middle, grabbing her bowl and running out of the classroom. He-Qian also got up and walked in front as if she wanted to shake off He-Huan. Lu Mei was waiting downstairs and saw her daughter stomping down the stairs, so she asked Qian, did you argue with your brother again? What? He-Huan chimed in from behind, she insists that I'm not her real brother. Lu Mei immediately frowned and scolded He-Qian, if you say such nonsense again, see if I won't hit you. Qian was different from Huan, as she had always been a good student growing up with various praises from those around her, so being publicly reprimanded by Lu Mei made her feel a wave of grievance. Huan couldn't bear it, and said, "All right, Mom, she's just joking, you don't have to take it so seriously. Let's go eat." With over 3,000 students at the school, various snack vendors flood the entrance every time it's dismissal time. Additionally, across the street, there's a row of small eateries where many students often go to fry up a couple of dishes to enhance their meals. Seeing that Huan had no intention of stopping, Lu Mei curiously asked, Huan, where are you taking us to eat?" "Just a few dozen meters ahead, there's a restaurant called Xiangbalao." "Why bother going so far? Let's just eat here," Lu Mei said. Huan, fully aware of Lu Mei's concerns, replied with a smile, "That place is much cleaner and more hygienic, and most importantly, the dishes are not expensive." Indeed, upon hearing the words "not expensive," Lu Mei ceased her objections. The three entered the restaurant where there were not many customers, and they casually found a table by the window. Huan picked up the menu and ordered a fish beef and a mushroom egg soup. Just as the server was about to leave, Lu Mei said, "One meat dish is enough. This beef costs 38 yuan a portion, too expensive." "It's not expensive, that's the price. Besides, Qian loves beef the most. Since we're out eating, we might as well enjoy it a bit more." In that moment, Qian suddenly felt that her brother's image had become quite grand. She indeed loved eating beef, but growing up she could only have it during the New Year. "Mom, didn't you say this meal would be paid for by my brother? Whoever pays gets to order." "Where would your brother get the money? It's all from me. Besides, your brother hasn't even paid his tuition this semester." The tuition for one semester of high school was 400 yuan, and the accommodation fee was 300, while Qian had already paid her 400 yuan tuition in advance. However, Huan had yet to gather the 700 yuan needed for both tuition and accommodation. Fortunately, he was no longer boarding, saving the 300 yuan accommodation fee. Qian quietly said, "How about we let my brother drop out?" Huan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "I take you out to eat, and this is how you repay me." Lu Mei said, "That won't do. Even if your brother isn't doing well academically, he should at least graduate from high school. Otherwise, how will he survive in society later?" Qian was unimpressed, thinking, what use is a high school diploma? It would be better to go out and work to earn money and lessen the family burden. Huan's wallet currently had quite a bit of cash, so tuition was not urgent at all. What he was anxious about now was whether there was actually money in his bank card. Seeing that the dishes would take a while longer, he said, "Mom, wait for me a moment. Oh, I'll step out to buy a set of practice papers." Lu Mei felt quite pleased upon hearing this, thinking that the money spent on this meal was worth it. "Where's the bookstore?" "He'll go with you." Huan was actually looking for an excuse to go to the bank and did not want Lu Mei to follow. "No need, I'll be back quickly on my own." After much persuasion, Huan finally dissuaded Lu Mei from the idea of following him out. Next to the restaurant was a bank. Huan walked into the ATM, inserted his bank card, entered the password, and checked the balance. After a brief pause, the machine finally displayed a number 102762209. 6 yuan. He suppressed his excitement, clicked back, proceeded to withdraw cash, and entered the amount 3,000. After a series of counting sounds, the machine indeed spat out 300 yuan bills. Huan finally smiled happily. Who could have imagined that not only had he been reborn, but he also returned with 100 million cash. Without the worry of the initial capital, his plans for making money and supporting the family would be much simpler. Huan put away his card and cash, went to a small bookstore, casually bought a copy of 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, and leisurely returned to the restaurant. It must be said that when one has money, their mood tends to lighten considerably. As soon as Huan stepped into the restaurant, he heard Lu Mei urging, Huan, why did you take so long? Come on, the dishes are already served." Huan hurriedly sat down, casually placed the practice paper on the table, and said, "I ran into a classmate at the bookstore and got delayed for a bit. Why are you all waiting for me? Go ahead and eat." Qian glanced at the practice paper, disdainfully curled her lips, and muttered quietly, pretending to be all that. Lu Mei immediately became displeased and said to Qian, "Your brother is different now. I went to school today, and his homeroom teacher praised him." Qian clearly did not believe it and said, "I know my brother. He must have caused some trouble, which is why his homeroom teacher asked you to come to school." "No, it's because your brother wants to become a day student, and I came to bring his stuff home." Qian turned to look at Huan, incredulously asking, "You want to be a day student?" "Yes." However, upon hearing this response, Qian exploded. "Huan, are you out of your mind? Our house has only 2 rooms. Where will I sleep if you come back? You can sleep in your own room. What about you? In the study, isn't there a small bed in the study? That's where I stay. Then let's swap rooms. You sleep in the study, and I'll sleep in your room." "Absolutely not." Huan stroked his chin, pretending to think seriously. "Mom, I feel like the house we're living in is a bit small now. Should we?" Before Huan could finish, Lu Mei exploded, yelling at Qian, "You sleep in your own room, and your brother sleeps in the study. That's settled." Qian glared fiercely at Huan, but saw him remain unresponsive. She then picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth. "I'll show you who's boss over the study. I'll eat you out of house and home." At that moment, Huan was quite troubled. He couldn't let his mother know he had a small goal and wanted her to move into a bigger house. What should he do? 20 minutes later, the three finally finished eating. Huan and Qian, being young and using their brains more every day, each had 2 bowls of rice. Lu Mei always wanted to leave the best food for her 2 children, so she only ate a little chili and fishtails. In the end, seeing some egg soup left, she couldn't bear to waste it and drank it all. Huan sighed inwardly. Lu Mei's thoughts and habits had become ingrained, and changing them would require a process. When it came time to settle the bill, Lu Mei intended to pay, only to be informed at the front desk that it had already been settled. Lu Mei looked at Huan beside her and asked, "Did you pay for it?" Huan smiled and said, "Yes, I settled it while I was at the restroom just now." "You have this much money on you?" "Yes," Huan replied nonchalantly, while in his heart, he was calculating how to explain the origin of his small goal. Lu Mei needed to go back to the dorm to bring some of the packed items home, so she returned to school with Huan and As the three walked down the road, Huan suddenly noticed a lottery shop by the roadside. His eyes lit up as he finally figured out how to clean the money in front of his mother. "Mom, wait a moment, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket." "Why are you buying that?" "It's all a scam." "Not necessarily, there are countless winners every year." "I'll just buy one, it's only 2 yuan. Even if I don't win, it's no big deal." "Who says it's no big deal? 2 yuan is not insignificant, you could buy 2 cabbages with it." Lu Mei was about to advise Huan not to waste money when she saw him already dashing across the street. Huan arrived at the lottery shop and casually picked a number for the double color ball. Winning or losing didn't matter to him. It was just to convince Lu Mei of the legitimacy of his funds later. After buying the lottery ticket, Lu Mei and Qian began to berate Huan. Huan simply smiled and did not argue. The three returned to school with Qian heading to her classroom, while Huan and Lu Mei went back to the dormitory since it was almost time for evening self-study and the dorm was empty. Lu Mei took out a 100 yuan bill and stuffed it into Huan's pocket. "No, Mom, what are you doing? You really need to treat me to a meal. Keep this money, you'll need it for buying test papers, pens, or snacks." Huan was almost in tears, laughing and thinking that he had 100 million in his bank account, earning over 100 daily, just from interest. Did he really need his mother to secretly give him pocket money? Huan took out the 3,000 yuan he had just withdrawn from his wallet, and the bright red bills made Lu Mei wonder if she was seeing things. "Huan, where did you get so much money? Normally when your mom calls you by your full name, you need to be cautious because she's on the verge of a meltdown." Even though Huan had already thought of a response, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of anxiety in his heart and hurriedly said, "Mom, this money is neither stolen nor robbed. It's money I earned myself." "Nonsense. What money can a high school student earn? Besides, I've never seen you work for anyone. Earning money doesn't only come from working part-time." Although there was no one in the dorm, Huan still intentionally lowered his voice and said, "Actually, I've been buying lottery tickets all along. You won the lottery." Lu Mei's voice suddenly rose, but she quickly realized this and covered her mouth. "Yeah, I won 2,000 yuan. Say that again, how much did you win?" 2,000. After Huan finished speaking, he watched Lu Mei sit down on the bed with a thud, repeatedly patting her chest, her face flushed clearly in a state of extreme agitation. Fortunately, he only said 2,000. If he had mentioned 5 million, his mother would probably need to be rushed to the hospital. "So where's the money? How come there's only 3,000 left?" "In the stock market. You can trade stocks." "Yeah, every time I went to the internet cafe, it was actually to secretly trade stocks." "Then how much of that 2,000 is left? You didn't lose it all, did you?" Lu Mei stood up again, nervously tugging at her clothes. Huan felt a wave of shame and hurriedly said, "Mom, don't worry, I've made a profit in the stock market." 1,000. He originally wanted to say 5,000, but he was really afraid Lu Mei couldn't handle it, so he had to say less. Lu Mei let out a long breath and finally sat back down on the bed. In just this little while, she had already stood up and sat down several times. "So is the remaining 3,000 still in the stock market?" "Yeah, Mom, I think I have a talent for trading stocks. The interest on keeping the money in the bank is minimal, so I want to continue investing. I can earn quite a bit more." Lu Mei was silent for a while before slowly speaking. "All right, but you have to promise me 2 conditions. First, trading stocks cannot affect your studies. Second, you must report to me daily how much balance you have in your stock account." Huan's face showed distress as he said, "The first condition is fine, but the second one is a bit inconvenient. I need to prioritize my studies now and can't just go to the internet cafe all the time. So I can only know how much balance is in the account after a while. Should I buy you a computer? I see on TV that others use computers to trade stocks. Having a computer would be nice. I could open an account and transfer some money and so Lu Mei wouldn't suspect anything. But given the current shabby rental, where would I put the computer?" Huan said seriously, "Mom, why don't we rent a new place? Our current place." "That won't work. The rent hasn't expired yet. We shouldn't waste money like that." Huan was speechless and said, "All right, let's just buy a computer for now." Lu Mei took the 3,000 yuan from He Huan's hand, her face beaming with happiness. I never thought that one day my son would give me living expenses. Mom, from now on I'll give you 5,000 yuan every month for living expenses, so let's not be too frugal. We should change what needs changing and eat what needs eating. We live in this world to enjoy it. Nonsense, we need to save money for you to marry a wife. Hearing this, He Huan paused in disappointment. In his previous life, he didn't lack women, but he didn't get married until a year before he reincarnated. His wife was named Tang Yuanyuan, the daughter of a friend, and she was only 25 years old. Shortly after their marriage, she became pregnant. But before the child was born, he inexplicably reincarnated. He certainly couldn't go looking for Tang Yuanyuan now, she was only 7 years old and just started elementary school. If he went looking for her, he would definitely be regarded as a pervert. He Huan sent Lu Mei to the school gate and even helped call a taxi. He was afraid Lu Mei would insist on walking back to save 10 yuan on the fare. He held a kettle in one hand and a large bucket in the other, which contained several pieces of clothing and toiletries, and leisurely returned to class 8 of his senior year. His appearance naturally drew the attention of the students in the class, but that was all. No one cared, asked, or offered to help. As a student at the bottom of the class, he was almost invisible. Just as he placed his belongings at his feet, he saw Guo Jing hurriedly enter the classroom. The once lively classroom fell silent instantly. Before self-study begins, let's adjust our seating arrangements. I will post the seating chart on the wall. Once you remember your new seats, act quickly. Clearly the new semester had just started less than half a month ago. Why adjust the seats again? Everyone was puzzled, but no one asked. Seeing that Teacher Gua had already posted the seating chart on the wall, they all got up to check their new seats. He Huan and Chao Xian sat at the back, naturally waiting for those in front to look first. However, what puzzled them was that many people, after looking at the seating chart, turned their gazes toward them. The two were completely confused. Surely they weren't reserving the positions for the two of them, the academic underachievers. After the crowd in front thinned out, He Huan and Chao Xian walked up together. He first glanced at the positions reserved for the top students, and fortunately his name wasn't there. He then started from the last row, slowly searching upwards. He didn't see his name until he reached the front row, which was the prime spot facing the podium. To his surprise, his deskmate was actually the class beauty Li Lan. He Huan had no desire to have any interaction with Li Lan in this lifetime, yet fate was so peculiar. Chao Xian patted He Huan's shoulder from behind and said with a smirk, "Congratulations." He Huan retorted, "If you envy me that much, I might as well tell Teacher Gua to switch our seats." Chao Xian was startled and hurriedly refused. The last 3 rows were his comfort zone. If he sat in the front row, he would surely die. After a few minutes, the seating arrangements for the entire class were finally completed. He Huan returned to his seat, carrying the water bucket and kettle. Before he could sit down, he noticed that Li Lan subtly shifted her body to the side, as if he smelled bad. He Huan felt a bit upset, just as he was about to put down what he was holding, he heard Guo Jing say, "He Huan, temporarily put your bucket and kettle in my office and take them home after school." This was fine, since he was now sitting in the front row. Placing them under his desk would definitely block the way. He hurriedly put his things in Guo Jing's office and returned to his seat, where Li Lan was still looking down at her book as if he didn't exist. He Huan didn't care. He picked up his physics book and started reading. He had already experienced the college entrance examination once in his previous life, and his grades were decent. Many knowledge points were simply forgotten, and now that he was rereading, it didn't feel difficult or obscure. "Huanzi," a voice called from behind. It was his roommate Fenggan, and since they were roommates, their relationship was closer than that of ordinary classmates. He Huan noticed that Teacher Gua had already left, so he turned around and asked, "What's up, Gongo? Are you really going to commute from home?" "Yeah, why?" "It's nothing, just curious." "Why are you suddenly thinking of commuting?" "I don't even have money for dorm fees anymore, so of course I have to commute. Besides, when I lived at school, I always thought about going to the internet cafe. Now that it's the final year, I should really buckle down." After He Huan said this, several people around couldn't help but chuckle. Even Li Lan couldn't help but glance at him. "He Huan, with your current grades, what are you still fighting for?" "To get into a private third-tier college. The tuition for private third-tier colleges is really expensive, and it's hard to find a job afterward. It's better to just lay flat and go to a vocational college." Everyone chimed in, but their words were laced with ridicule towards He Huan. He Huan merely shrugged. Those who sat near the front row would have decent grades, so it was normal for them to look down on him, the bottom feeder. He said calmly, "Everything in this world is constantly changing. Nothing remains the same. With more than 8 months to go until the college entrance examination, any outcome is possible." Li Lan, who had been reading, couldn't help but look up at He Huan, surprised that the bottom student could articulate so well. Fenggan couldn't help but lightly punch He Huan's chest and said, "Huanzi, you said it well. I believe you can definitely get into a second-tier college." He Huan walked out of the business hall and happened to see a real estate agency nearby. He was considering upgrading his family's living situation, so he walked in without hesitation. Wang Hui was busy organizing the documents at hand when she suddenly heard a noise. Looking up, she saw a person who looked like a high school student walking in. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? I am here to look at houses. Oh, you want to rent a place for your studies, right? I am here to buy a house. Buy a house. Wang Hui looked around confused and asked, where are your parents? It's just me. Is the world this crazy? A high school student actually came to buy a house. Wang Hui subconsciously felt that this high school student must be here to pass the time, but out of professional courtesy, she still politely asked, what kind of house are you looking to buy? Do you want a bare shell or a second-hand house? A second-hand house, preferably one that I can move into right away. The location should be near No. 1 high school, ideally within 1 kilometer. There are quite a few properties near No. 1 high school. Do you have any requirements for the size? At least 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with an area no less than 120 square meters. Any other requirements? It should be well ventilated with good lighting, preferably on the 2nd to 5th floors. Wang Hui was increasingly surprised that this young man was quite knowledgeable. Could he really be serious about buying a house? Sir, what is your budget? He Huan rubbed his chin and asked, what is the current price of houses in Daji County? That depends on the location and layout, but it's generally around 2,000 yuan. The prices are indeed cheap now, but in 10 years they will likely rise to around 6,000. Of course, this increase is negligible compared to first-tier cities. As for the budget, you don't need to worry. As long as the house is acceptable, the price is not an issue. Wang Hu's heart sank. This young man really seemed unreliable. Who buys a house without caring about the price? She asked again, since you're here to look at houses, why didn't your parents come? He Huan knew very well what Wang Hui was thinking. It was simply concern over whether he had the money. Can I pay? Wang Hui was taken aback. What do you want to do? I will transfer you a 1,000 yuan deposit first. Based on my conditions, show me a few house types. If I like one, I will pay right away and complete the process. Did you understand? Wang Hui was overjoyed and quickly took out the POS machine. As the 1,000 yuan arrived, she finally felt relieved. She prepared the receipt and handed it to He Huan, saying, I only charge a service fee to the sellers. Once the property transaction is completed, I will refund this 1,000 yuan to you. He Huan had never dealt with a real estate agent before and didn't know this rule. He thought buying a house would also require a service fee. Okay, I'm quite in a hurry here, so please be quick. Just wait a moment, or I can take you to see the houses now. Not right now. I have to go back to school for class later. They'll leave you a contact number, and tomorrow at noon, bring the keys and wait for me at the entrance of No. 1 high school. All right then. Wang Hui quickly grabbed a piece of paper and a pen and handed it to He Huan. He Huan wrote down his name and his newly obtained phone number, emphasizing, I forgot to tell you, do not call me during class hours. The school prohibits bringing phones, and it would be a hassle if discovered. Wang Hui was both amused and helpless, but she agreed. After He Huan left the store, she picked up the note he had left. He Huan, are there any wealthy people with the surname He in Daji County? After leaving the store, he happened to see a tea shop diagonally across the street and walked straight in. He had a habit of drinking tea in his past life, but after a long time without it, his mouth felt bland. After looking at the tea leaves in the shop, he left disappointed. This shop was located on a pedestrian street, catering primarily to ordinary citizens. Although the prices were cheap, the quality was truly questionable. He walked a bit further and finally saw a more lavishly decorated tea shop, Jinfu Tea House. The teas sold in such places were somewhat overpriced, but the quality was generally guaranteed. Peng Jingwo was in a private room making tea for 2 friends when he suddenly heard footsteps at the door. He quickly walked out and saw a tall, thin young man examining the tea leaves in his cabinet. He was quite surprised that it was the first time a student-like person had entered his shop. Young man, are you looking to buy some tea? Don't you have any green tea? I mainly sell pure rock tea and aged white tea, so green tea is quite... He Huan felt displeased upon hearing this. His favorite tea was green tea. The owner seemed to imply that green tea was inferior to other types. They are all part of the 6 major tea categories. How can there be a distinction in value? It's all based on personal preference. Of course, if you really want to rank them, Westlake, Longjing, Xinyang, Maojin, Taiping, Hokui, and Huangshan Maofeng are all among the top 10 famous teas. In terms of fame and heritage, how can they be compared to your pure and rock tea? Peng Jingwo felt a mix of surprise and anger. He didn't expect the student to be so knowledgeable about tea, but more so he felt that the young man had undermined his authority, which displeased him. I have a few jin of Westlake Longjing. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 2,000 yuan a jin. How much can you afford? I use tea that costs hundreds of thousands a jin to rinse my mouth. What are you pretending for a small tea shop owner? He Huan scoffed, saying, how much I buy depends on the quality of your tea. Peng Jingwo took out a bag of tea leaves from a freezer, saying, this tea is authentic Mingqian, Westlake Longjing, and its quality is certainly top-notch. He Huan opened the bag, grabbed a handful of tea leaves, sniffed them, then shook his head and threw the tea leaves back. Without looking back, he walked out of the shop. Peng Jingwo angrily said, what do you mean, young man? You looked at the tea leaves, but didn't buy it. Are you sure this is Mingqian Longjing? Nonsense, I bought it directly from the origin. How could it not be? Do you know the difference between Mingxian tea and Mingho tea? Peng Jiangwo felt a panic rise inside him, but quickly calmed down. The tea business is intricate. Typical old tea drinkers wouldn't know the details. Could a student understand? He casually replied, since I sell tea, how could I not know? Mingxian tea refers to tea picked before Qingming. That's not what I mean. He Huan walked back, picked up a tea leaf, and said, the biggest difference between Mingxian tea and Mingho tea is the length of the buds. Only when the buds are longer than the leaves is it authentic Mingxian tea. You should check if your tea has longer buds or leaves. Peng Jiangwo's expression changed repeatedly. Who would have thought a student would really understand this? He was about to argue but saw the two customers in the private room curiously coming out. He changed his tone, saying, this Longjing is just not from the first picking, but it is indeed Mingxian tea. You can try it and see. He Huan was unaware that two middle-aged men were already standing behind him. He continued, this isn't this year's new tea. Is there any need to drink it? No way. Everyone knows that green tea should be consumed fresh in the same year. Boss Peng surely wouldn't use old tea to fool a young man like you. He Huan felt that the voice was quite familiar. Turning around, he was instantly shocked. Oh my, no wonder this voice sounds so familiar. It turns out to be my future father-in-law. Isn't my father-in-law living in Jiangqing? How could he suddenly show up in this small county? He Huan glanced at the man beside Tang Xingji and instantly understood. Tang Xingji had amassed his fortune through real estate long before meeting He Huan, and the man standing beside him was Han Qi, a prominent real estate developer in Daji County. Their meeting could only mean one thing: they were planning a new property development. Noticing He Huan's steady gaze, Tang Xingji asked curiously, why are you staring at me? Do you know me? I do recognize you, but not in a way I can acknowledge. He Huan chuckled lightly. You bear a striking resemblance to an elder relative of mine. I mistook you for him. Han Qi scooped up a handful of tea leaves and examined them closely. These look perfectly ordinary to me. Why do you insist this is aged tea? Visually, aged tea appears duller in color, but that alone isn't decisive, since certain processing methods can render even fresh tea unusually muted in hue. The most telling distinction lies in aroma. No matter how impeccably stored, aged tea inevitably loses much of its fragrance and develops a distinct musty, time-worn scent. Han Qi lifted the leaves to his nose and sniffed carefully, but detected nothing conclusive. He laughed awkwardly. I know absolutely nothing about tea. I can't tell good from bad by scent alone. Peng Jiangwo's heart leapt with hope, just as he prepared to argue further, when Tang Xingji too took a pinch of leaves and inhaled deeply. This is indeed aged tea. Though Peng Jiangwo didn't know Tang Xingji personally, he certainly knew Han Qi, a renowned tycoon in Daji County. And if even Han Qi treated this man with deference, Tang Xingji's status must be extraordinary. Flustered, Peng Jiangwo hastily mimicked the gesture, sniffing the leaves, and then erupted in outrage. That leaf from Hangqing dared deceive me with stale tea. I'll confront him immediately and demand a full refund. Tang Xingji and Han Qi were shrewd beyond measure, and instantly saw through the charade. If even a teenage boy could identify this as aged tea, how could a seasoned tea shop owner possibly miss it? Clearly this batch had sat unsold since last year, and Peng Jiangwo had targeted the young man before him as an easy mark. He Huan gave a cold, knowing smile and said deliberately, then what are you waiting for? Call him now. Peng Jiangwo flushed with embarrassment, especially under the unwavering gazes of Tang Xingji and Han Qi. A misstep here wouldn't merely cost him two influential clients. It would jeopardize his standing across their entire elite circle. Young sir, this is entirely my fault. How about this? I'll offer you some Anji by Cha as compensation. Rest assured it's freshly harvested this year. He Huan's eyes lit up. He genuinely cherished the delicate, nuanced flavor of Anji by Cha. Yet it was still 2007. The tea's reputation remained modest. E-commerce was undeveloped, and sourcing authentic Anji by Cha was no simple task. Is that so? Let me see it. Han Qi frowned. Didn't you just say you drink only green tea? Why switch to white tea now? Tang Xingji cleared his throat. Anji by Cha is in fact classified as a green tea. Han Qi looked thoroughly embarrassed. Who on earth named it that? Whoever did must have lost their mind. Calling a green tea white tea. Peng Jiangwo retrieved another pouch from the refrigerator. He Huan took a handful, inspected it briefly. Nothing exceptional, yet certainly not inferior either. This tea is acceptable. Sourced directly from Anji, its market price should hover around 400 or 500 yuan per jean. I won't take advantage. I'll pay 800 yuan per jean for half a jean. I'm truly astonished. You appear so young, yet your knowledge of tea is profound. Profound is too strong a word. I simply hold a deep affection for green tea, and after years of drinking it, one naturally develops discernment. Peng Jiangwo produced several small sachets, 1 liang each, and filled 6 of them. The extra sachet is my apology. He Huan accepted without hesitation. Do you accept credit cards? Credit cards. I don't have a POS terminal yet. Then is there a bank nearby? I'll withdraw cash. No need for such trouble. Tang Xingji smiled warmly. We're both devoted tea connoisseurs. I'll cover the cost for you. That was true. His future father-in-law truly loved tea. Though unlike He Huan, who drank only green tea, Tang Xingji enjoyed every variety. He Huan, of course, felt no need to stand on ceremony with his future father-in-law. He grinned and replied, very well, but I won't repay those few hundred yuan. Not at all, not at all. For the coming weeks, I'll frequent this shop for tea. If you're free, I'd be delighted to share a pot with you. For businessmen, tea is never merely tea. It is diplomacy, negotiation, alliance building, and quiet exchange of influence. Just as Han Shi had invited Tang Xingji, here their meeting surely signaled an imminent business collaboration. So why had his future father-in-law invited him for tea? Was it truly just to find a fellow tea enthusiast? He Huan couldn't quite fathom it, but agreed readily. I'm still in high school. I only have time around noon. Is that convenient for you? Perfectly convenient. I'll wait for you here every noon for tea and conversation. After brief pleasantries, He Huan left the shop with his tea. He had accepted Tang Xingji's invitation precisely to gain access to the wider world of commerce. Otherwise, even the most brilliant ideas would remain unrealized. Tang Xingji was not only his future father-in-law, but also a man whose integrity He Huan trusted without reservation, the ideal intermediary. Inside the private tea room, Han Shi asked puzzled Mr. Tang, this high school student knows a bit about tea, yes, but is that really reason enough for such personal attention? I simply wished for a companionable cup of tea and some relaxed conversation. Must everything be so complicated? Then let me host you. I've got an excellent collection at home. I'll bring some tomorrow. Enough of that. You can't even distinguish white tea from green tea. What on earth would we discuss? Han Shi grimaced. Even after years of friendship, such teasing cut deep. When He Huan returned to school, more than half an hour remained before class. After stowing the tea away, he rested his head on his desk. Drowsily, he felt someone tapping his shoulder. He raised his head groggily, and there stood Li Lan beside him. Could you please move? I need to get in. It was the first time Li Lan had ever spoken to him. He Huan murmured, oh, and tried to rise, but his limbs refused to obey. My arms and legs are numb. Just a moment, please. Li Lan frowned faintly and slipped past him from the bed. He Huan sensed her irritation and felt utterly bewildered. He hadn't blocked her intentionally, he'd simply just woken his body, still heavy with sleep. Let her be angry. I owe her nothing. Once circulation returned, he brewed himself a cup of tea and placed it on his desk. Its rich, fragrant aroma drew curious glances from nearby students. Feng Gan stretched his neck and scoffed, look at you. So young yet pretending to be a tea sage. Ha ha, what does a kid like you know? This surpasses cola or soda 1,000-fold. In taste, health benefits, and vitality. Is that so? Let me try some. Old Feng, do you even drink tea? Never mind that. I'd taste a lump of dung if you served it. I just need to know its flavor. He Huan admired Feng Gan's audacity as he held out a water tumbler. He opened the tea pouch and spooned a generous pinch into the cup. Huanzi, add more. Go all out. Am I being stingy? Too much tea makes it bitter. Then why did you put so much in your own cup? Because my cup is larger. Just as Feng Gan prepared to launch another volley of banter, Li Lan suddenly interjected, this tea costs at least 1,000 yuan per jean. What's in your cup alone is worth 5 or 6 yuan. Feng Gan nearly jumped. In his experience, tea sold for mere dozens of yuan per jean. Tea priced at thousands. Could it grant immortality? Hu Wan leaned over from the side. Li Lan, are you sure? How could this ordinary-looking tea possibly cost 1,000 yuan per jean? That sounds unbelievable. Li Lan shrugged. Believe it or not, it's your choice. She picked up a book and began reading. He Huan was equally surprised. Her deep familiarity with tea suggested she hailed from a wealthy, cultivated family. Come to think of it, He Huan only knew that Li Lan's mother was head teacher Guijing, but her father's profession remained a complete mystery to him. Feng Gan pressed, Huanzi, is this tea really that expensive? How would I know? No one at home drinks it. I just brought it along. Well, will you let me drink it or not? If not, hand it back. Feng Gan grinned. Between us, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is ours. Your fortune is shared, your hardship borne together. He Huan had long grown accustomed to Feng Gan's shameless audacity, and felt no urge to comment. After school in the afternoon, He Qian stood at the classroom door. Upon seeing He Huan approaching, she immediately frowned and murmured, why are you so slow? I've been waiting for half an eternity. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I came right after the bell rang. He Qian glared, can't you run a few steps? What's this, are you getting worked up again? You can't keep using me as a punching bag. He Huan felt it necessary to reclaim his dignity as an older brother. He raised the gift box in his hand and said, do you want it? At first, He Qian didn't take it seriously, but then her eyes caught the design on the packaging and she exclaimed, is this an MP3? Or a Boo Boo Gal one? My goodness, did you buy it so quickly? He Qian was about to take it, but saw He Huan lifting the gift box high. Did I promise to give it to you? So you just want to take it? Did we agree on that this morning? Did we? How come I don't remember? He Huan, what exactly are you trying to pull, eh? You clearly agreed to give me an MP3 this morning. Oh, I think I did promise to give you one. I made it happen. So do you even remember what you promised me? He Qian's face turned red as she finally understood why He Huan was deliberately targeting her. Does that mean I was wrong? Is this your way of apologizing? He Qian wrapped her arms around He Huan's arm and began to shake it. Brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. From now on, I'll listen to you properly. Even though He Huan knew He Qian was pretending, he still felt quite pleased. All right, stop shaking already. As long as you listen, not only will you get the MP3, but also a phone, a computer, and even a house, a car, money. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. He Qian's heart soared. If this were before, she would have thought He Huan was just bragging, but now He Huan had 300 in the stock market, enough to buy a house in a small county. Brother, don't worry. From now on, I'll be the most obedient. He Huan was satisfied with He Qian's attitude. He handed the small gift to her and said, all right, let's go home. He Qian couldn't wait to tear open the packaging. Can't you just wait until we get home to open it? Do you think I'm foolish? If Mom sees it at home, she'll definitely scold you. No, she'll scold me for wasting money. He Huan found this reasonable and let her be. As the sound of the device powering on rang out, He Qian curiously asked, brother, how do you play music on this MP3? The way she called out brother made He Huan feel quite comfortable. You definitely need to download music first to listen to songs. Huh? Don't we have to go to an internet cafe for that? What internet cafe? Mom said to buy a computer and he'll download it for you later. Why do we need to buy a computer? Seeing He Qian's wary eyes on him, He Huan chuckled, don't think too much. It's not for playing games, it's to make money from stocks. He Qian thought of how He Huan made 100 from stocks and smiled. Brother, you're amazing. Just earn more from stocks, and we can buy a big house later. Mom, you and I will each have our own room, and if Grandma and Grandpa come to visit, we need to leave a room for them too. Plus, we need a study for me to do my homework. We should at least install 2 air conditioners. Don't you have 4 rooms? Why only install 2 air conditioners? Aren't air conditioners expensive? Besides, the electricity bill is also quite high. So you think I'm not worthy of using an air conditioner? What? You and Mom will have air conditioners in your rooms, and when it gets hot, you'll just sleep on the floor in Mom's room. He Huan's eyes turned red, and he said, don't worry. If we get a new house, we'll install air conditioners, even in the living room. When it gets hot, we'll turn on all the air conditioners in the house. Who cares about saving on electricity? He Qian rolled her eyes. How can you waste like this? Just because you have a bit of money doesn't mean you should spend it like this. This tone was almost identical to their mom's. Don't worry, I'm best at making money. We'll use the air conditioners wisely. He Qian rolled her eyes, suddenly sighing. When will it rain? This dreadful weather, it's already September, yet it's still so hot. Just wait a few more days. Will it really rain in a few days? In a few days, we'll move into a big house with air conditioning. Upon returning home, they were met with a delightful aroma. Mom, what delicious food are you making again? Winter melon and pork rib soup to nourish both of you. Lu Mei emerged from the kitchen and seeing He Qian's bright smile asked, Qian, why are you so happy? Did something good happen? My brother was bragging on the way here, saying that once he has money, he wants to buy a car and a house, and even said he would give me a Rolls Royce. Rolls Royce? What is that? It's a very expensive car, one costs several million. Lu Mei's eyes widened, scolding. He Huan, you're still a student. Focus on your studies and stay grounded. Don't fantasize about these unrealistic things. Can't I just dream a little? What if it comes true? Stop dreaming. I bought you a computer, it's in the study. Go check how much is left of your 300 in stocks. He Huan felt a pang of anxiety. He hadn't transferred the money to his account yet. Would this lie be exposed? He Qian was very excited and quickly ran to the study where indeed there was a brand new computer on the desk, still not fully set up. Brother, do you know how to set up this computer? Of course, Qian, just give me a moment. He Huan quickly assembled the computer, then frowned and shouted outside. Mom, didn't you get the internet cable connected today, eh? Connect the internet cable. No, that won't do. Without the cable, we can't go online. You child, why aren't you saying anything? How do you connect the cable? There's a place on the street where you sell clothes that can connect it. Basically, anywhere you can recharge your phone can connect the internet. So does that mean your uncle can do this too? He Huan felt a headache coming on hearing the mention of his uncle. He was a peculiar character and had caused countless troubles for his company in his past life. Mom, why not hire someone else? Uncle is too unreliable and idle. What nonsense are you talking? No matter what, your uncle is family. Can he not be compared to outsiders? He Huan sighed internally. If his uncle could be compared to outsiders, it would truly be a miracle. He Qian waited for Lu Mei to leave the study and whispered, Brother, can you download songs for me on the MP3 now? He Huan felt emotional. He Qian had never touched a computer and didn't even know such common knowledge. You can't download songs without internet, but don't worry. Once we have internet tomorrow, I'll download them for you right away. He-Chien responded with a soft, "Oh," but her mood still felt somewhat disappointed. The two of them added rice and came to the dining table, where Lu Mei served each of the siblings a large bowl of rib soup, smiling, as she said, "You two have worked hard studying, eat more. Mom, our family isn't short on money anymore, you should eat too. Yeah, Mom, doesn't brother have 3,000 in the stock market? Our family won't have to live frugally anymore." Lu Mei looked at He-Chien in surprise. "Did your brother tell you?" He-Chien innocently looked at He-Huan, realizing she had let something slip. Mom, Chien is old enough, though she won't talk about these things outside. It's my uncle, you should never mention this to. I know. Lu Mei said impatiently, "Your uncles are still your mother's brothers. You two should not hold such prejudice." He-Chien opened her mouth, but shut it quickly when she saw He-Huan glaring at her. He-Huan advised, "Mom, it's not that we have issues with our two uncles. If it were just casual interactions, it would be fine, but we must be careful when money is involved. As the ancient saying goes, one should not harbor ill intentions, but one must always be cautious of others. Exactly, our family is struggling so much. My dad's compensation of several tens of thousands hasn't been thought of being returned by them for years. They are just too good for nothings." He-Chien swallowed the last good for nothing. Lu Mei sighed and said, "I know about this now, eat." He-Huan wasn't sure if his mother had taken his words to heart. Deep down, he didn't want any connection with his mother's relatives, but he couldn't help it. After all, she and they were blood relatives, and even though they had been cheated several times, that bond couldn't be severed. He-Huan remembered about the computer and asked, "By the way, Mom, how much did you spend on the computer today?" 4,200. Is the money you have left enough?" Lu Mei's expression turned a bit unnatural as she said, "I still have the more than 3,000 you gave me. In a couple of days, I'll also receive my salary. Combined, it should be about 5,000. Oh, if the money isn't enough, just tell me. From now on, our family expenses are all on me." Lu Mei chuckled, "You little brat pretending to be an adult. Just because you have a bit of money, you're all smug. Mom, 3,000 is not a small amount. You've been working for decades and still haven't saved a penny. You brat, now that your brother has money, you've sided with him, haven't you?" He-Chien stuck out her tongue and said softly, "My brother is different from you. He's willing to spend money on me." Lu Mei immediately looked at He-Huan, who awkwardly lowered his head. Chien, what nonsense are you spouting? You can't even keep your mouth shut during a meal." The next day at noon, He-Huan took He-Chien to eat at the second floor of the school cafeteria. This time Yao Xin did not come along. Moreover, because they arrived relatively early, there were actually 2 seats available. The siblings sat facing each other. He-Chien said, while eating, "Brother, the teacher said we need to pay 50 yuan for class fees today." He-Huan took out his wallet, which only had 100 yuan left. "Here, take it all. If there are other expenses in the future, come find me." He-Chien giggled, "Can I manage the extra 50? What else? You can buy some snacks, drinks, or some study materials. Use it however you wish." "I won't buy snacks. I'm saving it to buy a new outfit for National Day." He-Huan looked at He-Chien and saw that the collar of her white t-shirt was drooping like a bag hanging around her neck, and there was a light yellow stain on the hem. Chien, you should eat and drink properly. If you want to buy clothes, I'll give you extra money." "Oh, what do you mean, huh? Is 2,000 enough? By the way, buy a few outfits for Mom too." He-Huan looked at his own outfit and added, "I also need to buy a few pieces. My clothes are too old." He-Chien's face turned red, nervously glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before she felt relieved. "Mom is right, you really get all lofty just because you have a little money. 2,000, how many clothes can that buy? You underestimate your brother. I'm making a fortune in the stock market now. Don't just think about clothes. In the future, I'll have houses, cars, and money, anything you want. Don't be like Mom, always trying to save money for me." He-Chien rolled her eyes. "You talk nonsense, not a word of truth. If you've really made money, you should buy a big house. That's the most important thing. Who cares about food and clothes? We've endured so much hardship before." At that moment, a phone rang. He-Chien saw He-Huan take a phone out of his pocket and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, did you buy a phone? You don't think too much of it's for making money." He-Huan answered the call, and Wang Hu's voice came through. "Hello, I am Wang Hui, the real estate agent from yesterday. I'm now at the entrance of the first high school. Okay, I'm eating right now. We'll come out as soon as I'm done." After hanging up, He-Chien curiously asked, "Who is that? What do they want from you? Should I take Chien to see a house?" He-Huan hesitated for just a second before making up his mind. "Hurry up, and Eat'll take you to see something good." "What good thing?" "You'll know soon enough. Oh, I guarantee you'll like it." He-Chien pouted, still being mysterious. "What good thing could you possibly have?" Wang Hui stood under the shade of a tree at the school gate, lost in thought, when suddenly a voice called out, "Boss Wang." Wang Hui turned to see He-Huan approaching, accompanied by a rather pretty girl. "You don't need to be so polite. I'm just a worker and hardly a boss at all." Wang Hui then looked at He-Chien and smiled, saying, "Is this your girlfriend? She's really beautiful." "Boss Wang, you've misunderstood. Oh, she's my biological sister." Wang Hui felt embarrassed. "Sorry, I thought you two looked so much alike." He-Chien, however, looked confused and asked, "Brother, what exactly are you bringing me out to see?" "A house." He-Chien was still trying to process this and asked, "What house?" He Huan pointed at Wang Hui and said this lady is a real estate agent and she's taking us to see a house. What? Are you planning to rent a house? Mom won't agree. Not renting, your brother said he wants to buy a house. Buy a house? He Qian looked at He Huan in disbelief. Did you tell Mom about such an important matter? He Huan replied, Mom definitely won't agree, so you have to help me keep. Are you crazy? You can't just decide on something so important without discussing it with Mom. He Qian's eyes turned red, tears brimming in her eyes. He Huan had no choice but to glance at Wang Hui. Wang Hui understood and quickly stepped away. She was actually quite interested in the private conversation between the siblings, but since they didn't want her to hear, she couldn't do anything about it. He Huan saw that there was no one around, lowered his head, and said softly, actually, I have more than 300. The money for this house hasn't touched that 300 in the stock market. He Qian's eyes widened in shock as she asked, how much do you actually have? A lot. He'll tell you the specifics later, it's not convenient here. He Qian seemed to think of something, and her face turned pale. He Huan saw this expression on her face and knew she had misunderstood. What are you imagining? This money is all earned by me, it's clean. I haven't done anything illegal. Really? Of course. Do I look like someone who robs banks? He Qian broke into a smile, brother, you're amazing. Not only do you have money to buy a house, but you also have 300 in savings. Of course I'm amazing. So are you going to see the house or not? Yes, of course. I'm very excited. I want to pick the prettiest house. All right, you decide. But you must help me keep this from Mom. If she asks, just say this house is a rental. MHN. Having secured He Qian's cooperation, He Huan felt very pleased. He shouted to Wang Hui in the distance, manager Wang, let's go see the house. Wang Hui replied, I have selected 5 houses near Yizhong as per your request. Let's start with the closest one, Xiaohong Community. Xiaohong Community is directly across from Yizhong. The 3 of them walked over and reached the 4th floor of a residential building in just a few minutes. Wang Hui took out the key and opened the door, saying, the landlord of this house is a retired teacher from Yizhong. They need to sell it to gather money for their child to buy a house in Jiangsheng. Therefore, they have to deal with this house. The overall layout of the house is quite good, and it's very clean and tidy inside. The most important thing is the price-to value ratio is high. A 110 square meter house is only 2,100 yuan. For an ordinary family, a 110 square meter house is indeed not small, especially since there was no concept of shared area at that time. It was all usable indoor space. He Huan took a rough glance. The overall layout consists of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, with the living and dining rooms connected, covering an area of about 50 square meters. The 3 bedrooms are also quite spacious. The only downside is that the decoration is a bit simple and there is no balcony. Just as he was about to express his opinion, He Qian exclaimed excitedly, brother, this house is great. Look, there's an air conditioner in the bedroom and a water heater in the bathroom, and these tiles, the wooden floor is so clean. Wang Hui seized the moment and quickly said, and these furniture and appliances, the landlord said they can all be left for you. He Qian excitedly asked, are you saying this big television, this large refrigerator, and this bed can all be left for us? Yes, because the landlord needs to buy a house in Jiangsheng. They can't take these furniture and appliances, so they'll leave them for the buyer. He Qian's eyes sparkled as she looked at He Huan. That expression seemed to suggest she could not wait to pay the deposit right away. Qian, didn't you say you wanted 4 rooms? Didn't you want to leave one for Grandma and Grandpa? I was just saying that. Even if Grandma and Grandpa really come over, I can share a room with Mom. But I still think this house is a bit small. Let's look at more options. There are still 4 houses we haven't seen yet. He Qian also thought this made sense. They couldn't just decide after seeing 1 house. Wang Hui then took the siblings to see 2 more houses, and He Qian was like a fickle flower, liking every house she saw. However, He Huan always felt they fell short. Seeing that He Huan had not given a clear answer, Wang Hui reminded him. The last 2 houses have an area of over 140 square meters and prices above 0 yuan. He Qian immediately thought that was too expensive and said, brother, I think this one is quite good. It has many rooms and isn't too expensive, only 190 yuan. He Huan still believed a larger house would be better even if this house was just a temporary transition. As for the extra 100 yuan, he didn't care at all. Don't rush, let's keep looking and discuss buying later. The 4th house was in a new community near Yizhong, also a walk-up without an elevator. However, the greenery in the community was quite nice. The 3 of them went up to the 2nd floor, unlocked the door, and walked into the room only to find it empty with no furniture or appliances at all. However, the decoration was quite good, mainly in black, white, and gray, giving a sense of minimalism and modern style. The interior space was also large enough with good lighting, 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a large balcony. The most crucial point was that this house had obviously just been renovated and had never been lived in before. He Huan took a glance and immediately liked it. He asked He Qian, Qian, what do you think of this house? He Qian withdrew her curious gaze and said with disdain, it's too expensive, it has nothing in it, and costs 330 yuan. If we don't consider the price, what do you think? How can you not consider the price? The first thing to consider is whether the price is reasonable or not. Huan was quite speechless. His sister was very similar to their mother, the type who wouldn't spend even when given money. I think it's quite good. Look, this master bedroom is so spacious and has its own bathroom. It would be so convenient for mom to live here. And the second bedroom has so many closets it's convenient for you to store your clothes, and you could even place a desk in this corner to do your homework. When you go to college, you can even replace it with a vanity table. And this small study could fit a 1.5-meter bed, so if grandma and grandpa come, there's a place for them to stay. And this balcony could hold some flowers and plants. How beautiful would that be? Qian listened, her heart racing, but she frowned and said, but the house is too expensive and there's no furniture or appliances. If we have to buy them, who knows how much it will cost? Wang Hui felt there was potential and quickly advised, this house is indeed a bit expensive, but it's a new house that has never been lived in. The former landlord spent over 1,000 yuan on the renovation. If it weren't for their urgent need for money, they wouldn't sell such a good new house. Moreover, for ordinary people, how many houses can we buy in our lifetime? Since we are buying, we should definitely get one that satisfies us in all aspects. Qian was quite moved. Living in such a big house would indeed make life beautiful. She looked up at Huan only to see him smiling and saying, you don't need to worry about the price. My money is definitely enough. If you like it, let's decide on it. I think I don't even know which house is good. I'm completely confused. Seeing that Qian was still hesitant, Huan said to Wang Hui, we don't need to look at the last house. Let's choose this one. When can the landlord transfer it? Wang Hui was overjoyed. I will contact the landlord right away, but aren't you going to negotiate? I will negotiate, Qian interjected, saying 300 yuan. If the landlord can sell it, they will. If not, we'll choose from the previous 3 sets. Huan couldn't help but laugh and said to Wang Hui, just try to negotiate as my sister requested. I'll come to your store tomorrow at noon. If the price is right, we'll immediately start the process. Understood. Qian wandered around the house several times before reluctantly returning to school with Huan. On the way, Qian asked, brother, how much money do you have on you? Over 1 million, I suppose. Qian stopped in her tracks, shocked, and said, did you earn it all from stock trading? What else? Then why did you tell mom you only have 300? Isn't it because I'm afraid mom can't handle it? I'll tell her after some time. Huan suddenly looked at Qian and emphasized again, in a few days we'll move mom into the new house. You must remember to say this house is rented, okay? Don't worry, I'm not stupid. After afternoon classes, the siblings returned home together. Seeing only their mother at home, Huan asked curiously, Mom, didn't the youngest maternal uncle come to install the internet today? He finished it. I asked him to stay for dinner, but he seemed to have something urgent and left in a hurry. Huan was surprised. He wouldn't skip a free meal had the youngest maternal uncle suddenly changed his ways. Qian hurried into the study, opened the computer, and called to Huan, brother, come quickly. Can this computer be used? Lu Mei rushed over at once, anxiously asking Huan, check quickly. Is your 300,000 still there? Huan, already expecting Lu Mei's worry about his stock account, replied calmly, Mom, it's Saturday. The stock market is closed. You won't be able to see the account balance until Monday. Sure enough, Lu Mei, who knew nothing about stocks, sounded disappointed. Oh, I see. Well, then you two come and eat first. I made a special braised crucian carp for you. Huan had loved fish since childhood, though crucian carp were troublesome because of their many bones. He was methodically picking out the bones when he noticed Qian had already put down her chopsticks. The bowl before her was empty. Brother, why haven't you finished? Lu Mei frowned. Qian, why are you eating so quickly? Your brother likes fish. Let him have more slowly, or what if he chokes? Seeing Qian's anxious expression, Huan knew she was trying to hurry him into downloading music for her. The little girl could not wait. He plucked a few pieces of greens, and in a few swift motions cleared his plate. Mom, take your time. I'll go help Qian fill out that form on the computer. Lu Mei suddenly grew vigilant. This computer was bought for your work. Neither of you is to use it to play games. I know. They entered the study, and Qian shut the door. She excitedly opened a drawer, but her face changed as she began frantically searching through it. What's the matter? Is your MP3 missing? I clearly put it in the drawer last night. How could it be gone? Tears the size of beads sprang to Qian's eyes. Huan felt a pang of pity and patted her shoulder. Why are you crying over an MP3? Even if it's lost, I'll buy you another. Didn't I tell you at noon? But that MP3 cost over 400. Mom's monthly wage is less than 2,000. I lost so much money all at once. What do you mean you lost it? I saw you put the MP3 in the drawer last night. Even if it's gone, it's not entirely your fault. Besides, Mom and the youngest maternal uncle were in this room today. They might have put it away. Qian's eyes widened at the possibility. Mom wouldn't rummage through our things. The youngest uncle must have taken it. Huan's first thought was the same. The youngest uncle had a history of sticky fingers and had been taken to the police station several times for such behavior. The study door suddenly opened, and Lu Mei peered in. What bad things are you saying about the youngest uncle? Uncle took my. He-Huan quickly covered He-Qian's mouth to stop her from speaking. He rebuked gently, emotions must not outrun evidence. Mom, did you see a small gift-like box in this? I didn't open this drawer today. What's wrong? Is something missing? Yes, an MP3 is missing. It belongs to Qian's classmate. Mom, could you call the youngest uncle and ask if he saw it when he was handling the internet line? Lu Mei asked anxiously, what is this MP3? Is it expensive? He-Huan replied, it's not terribly expensive. Maybe only a few dozen yuan. But it belongs to someone else, and losing it would be awkward to explain. Lu Mei breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll call your youngest uncle now. Lu Mei took out her phone and dialed. The ringtone ended, but the call went on. Lu Mei, unconvinced, dialed again. This time the phone rang for a long while before the call was finally answered. After a brief exchange, Lu Mei hung up. He-Qian anxiously asked, what did he say? He said he didn't see it, and he didn't take it. How could that be? He-Qian was visibly agitated. No one else went into this room. He-Huan tried to soothe her. Qian, let it go. To catch a thief you need proof. Just be more careful next. Lu Mei, who knew the nature of her brother well, sighed, and said, how much was the MP3 exactly? I'll compensate your classmate. Mom, money isn't the main point. You know what kind of people my youngest uncle and second maternal uncle are. We are related by blood and will inevitably have social dealings with them, but when it comes to money or other sensitive matters, you must keep your counsel. I understand. From now on, for anything like this, we'll try to involve outsiders. Lu Mei's tone was flat and weary. She was clearly deeply disappointed in her brothers. On the way to school, He-Qian remained angry and continued to berate the youngest uncle. He-Huan smiled and said, Qian, this is actually a good thing. Don't be so upset. How can this be a good thing? 400 plus yuan. She retorted. Exactly, just over 400 yuan, but it forced Mom to see the truth. If they asked to borrow money later, the losses could be far greater. He-Qian pouted. As far back as I can remember, the second and youngest uncles have never helped our family. They always ask Mom for favors. After so many years, she hasn't learned a lesson. I say we cut them off completely, no more contact. He-Huan sighed. Mom is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, so she feels responsible for her brothers. A different woman might have run off after Dad died, but Mom chose to endure hardship and raise us herself. That sense of duty is part of who she is. Can you fault her for it? He-Qian paused, thinking, then protested, but we're different from the uncles. We are Mom's children, they are merely her brothers, and they are grown. He-Huan shook his head. Blood ties are innate and the hardest to sever. Mom knows exactly what kind of people they are. Don't speak so coldly, or it will only put Mom in a painful position. What we must do is become strong ourselves first, so we can provide a safety net for Mom, and second, so others won't dare to bully her. He-Qian asked, half understanding, brother, how do we become strong? Through status and wealth. Status, simply put, is how many people are willing to heed you. Wealth is money. In this world, most conflicts can be resolved with money. The more you possess, the more people will respect, even fear you. He-Qian looked at He-Huan with wide eyes. Brother, you can study and still earn so much. In the future, Mom will have you to rely on. She sighed, I don't think I can do that. He-Huan laughed. Who says you can't? Study hard and get into a 985 university. Your social standing will soar. Then whoever meets Mom will say, wow, old Lu, I heard your daughter got into a 985. She's incredible. Think how proud Mom will stand. He-Qian giggled. That would be something. If your Gaokao chances are slim, you focus on making money, and I'll focus on studying. Together we'll make Mom hold her head high. He-Huan protested, I'm actually quite good at studying too. Don't underestimate me. He-Qian laughed and teased, brother, stop boasting. I know exactly what your academic level is. They laughed together. Though He-Qian teased him, her words betrayed deep respect for her brother. He-Huan felt buoyed. Having just been reborn only a few days ago, the change in his sister's attitude already felt monumental. I was a terrible scoundrel before, but I've changed. You'll see, my grades will skyrocket like a rocket. Come off it. You're not cut out for studying. That stung, yet it was just the kind of barb that pushed him onward. He-Huan's spirits were high. Although he had only recently returned to this life, everything was already tilting toward the best possible outcome. Everything was moving in the right direction. During the break between evening self-study sessions, He-Huan returned to the classroom from the restroom and spotted a familiar figure in the distance, to be precise, two of them. He-Huan took 2 steps at a time to reach He-Qian and Yao Xan, asking in surprise, what brings you two here? He-Qian handed over a bottle of cola and said, Yao Xan insisted on giving this to you. Yao Xan squinted her eyes and smiled, saying, yesterday you invited me to dinner on the 2nd floor. Today, I'll treat you to a bottle of cola. Brother, you wouldn't refuse, would you? He-Qian put her hands on her hips and questioned like a little tiger, who are you calling brother? That's my brother. Your brother is my brother, what's the difference? Yao Xan, are you out of your mind? Who recognizes a brother like that? Then what should I call your brother? You can call me by my name, or you can call me senior. He-Huan spoke in a flat tone, yet with a sense of emotional distance. Yao Xan was taken aback, seemingly not expecting He-Huan to be so indifferent. Senior, you would accept this bottle of cola, right? Huan, not being a novice in matters of the heart, could sense Yao Xin's special feelings towards him. The innocent crush of high school felt to Huan like an unripe green apple, naive and awkward. He needed to make his stance clear and let Yao Xian abandon this immature notion as soon as possible. He shook his head and said, "I don't like sweet drinks, you should take it back and drink it yourself." Yao Xian was momentarily at a loss, looking down at her toes. Qian, unable to bear it, forcibly shoved the cola into Huan's hands. "If someone offers you something, just take it. Why are you mumbling so much nonsense?" Huan was both amused and exasperated. Hadn't Qian just argued with Yao Xian? Why was she now siding with her? "All right, I'll accept this cola, but don't bring it again next time." Seeing Yao Xian with a smile at the corners of her mouth, Qian finally felt relieved. She linked arms with Yao Xian and said, "Yao Xian, let's head back to the classroom. My brother is just a big pig trotter, let's ignore him." Huan watched their retreating figures, shaking his head with a smile. Turning around, he noticed Li Lan staring intently at him. Upon meeting his gaze, she quickly turned her head away. Fenggan and Huan looked on with curiosity. As soon as Huan returned to his seat, Fenggan leaned over and asked Huanzi, "Who are those two girls?" "One is my sister, and the other is her classmate." "You have a sister? How come I've never heard you mention her?" "Well, you never asked. What were you two up to? Why did your sister's classmate bring you cola?" After Fenggan's question, Li Lan and Huan perked up their ears. "There's no woman in the world who doesn't love gossip. Yesterday noon, she just happened to be with my sister, so I invited her to the school cafeteria for a meal." Fenggan sighed in relief and returned to his seat. "You scared me. I thought that girl was confessing to you. I mean, you're such a closed-off person. How could any girl like you?" Huan didn't know why, but felt an impulse to sneak a glance at Li Lan just as their eyes met. Seeing Huan looking at her, Li Lan snorted lightly, displaying a disdainful expression. Huan felt a lump in his chest, and his thoughts drifted back to when he first entered university in his past life, when he coincidentally ended up in the same school and major as Li Lan. In his naivety, he thought it was destiny that brought Li Lan to sit beside him. It was a rainy night when he mustered the courage to confess to Li Lan via QQ. Li Lan replied quickly with just a simple question, "Do you think you deserve me?" There are many ways to refuse, but Li Lan chose the most humiliating one. Even after so many years, whenever Huan recalled that sentence, his heart still ached. In his past life, two women played pivotal roles in his life. One was his mother, Lu Mei. After her death in a car accident, Huan studied like a maniac and eventually got into a 211 university. The other was Li Lan. After she sent that reply, Huan realized that a man without money is devoid of. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Huan slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said with just a little gesture, "Numerous beautiful women line up to marry me." Upon saying this, Huan felt a wave of gloom lift from his heart. He wasn't bragging, he was merely stating a fact. This was also specifically for Li Lan to hear a response to her question, "Do you think you deserve me?" Huan rolled her eyes and scoffed, "Who do you think you are, the richest man in the world, or Wu Yanzu?" "Exactly, I've seen shameless people, but never someone as shameless as you." Fenggan also chimed in. Huan merely smiled and couldn't be bothered to argue. After evening self-study, the siblings walked home one in front of the other. Huan noticed that Qian was walking swiftly, clearly in a bit of a mood. He found it quite amusing. He caught up with her and asked, "Qian, are you upset because of that classmate of yours?" Qian huffed and said, "I thought you had become smarter lately, but it turns out you're still just a big pig trotter. Yao Xian brought you cola, even if you don't like it, you can't just refuse it outright." "You don't know, but she's been gloomy since she returned to the classroom." "Then what do you think I should do?" "Of course you should accept the cola first. That's basic etiquette." "Qian, do you think Yao Xian brought me cola to repay me for that meal, or is she trying to use this as an opportunity to pursue a relationship?" Qian's cheeks flushed, as she hadn't expected Huan to be so direct. "She hasn't said she likes you, you're just being overly sentimental." Huan shook his head and smiled, saying, "Although she hasn't explicitly said it, I'm not a fool. How could I not? Normal girls wouldn't call me brother upon meeting." Qian was left speechless. As Yao Xin's close friend, she could certainly sense Yao Xin's inner feelings. "What you said is indeed correct. Can't you decline her more gently? Wasn't I already gentle enough?" "You." Qian stomped her foot and scolded, "You're just a big pig trotter. What do you think I should do? Accept her, then give her the impression that I have feelings for her. If she brings cola today, will she bring gifts or love letters tomorrow?" Qian was left stuttering, unable to say a word. Huan softened his tone and said earnestly, Qian, our mom often says that you should do what is appropriate. Campus romance sounds beautiful, but it's usually just a momentary impulse driven by hormones, and most won't lead anywhere. Any promise that cannot be fulfilled is irresponsible to the other person. What if a campus romance eventually leads to marriage? That would be fine. But what are the odds of that happening? Even college students break up right after graduation. How can high school students maintain a relationship all the way to marriage? So I stand firm with mom's stance against high school romances. At this moment, He-Chien finally realized looking at He-Huan in anger. So you were beating around the bush all this time just to stop me from dating in school. He-Huan, our mom isn't as petty as you are. Can I be blamed for being petty? In my past life, I witnessed you fall from a pure, studious girl to a mental wreck. Shouldn't I be cautious and prevent potential problems? He-Huan chuckled and said, I'm just concerned about you. In this society, everyone has two faces, one in front of others and another behind their backs. You're young and inexperienced. It's easy to be deceived in matters of love. I don't oppose you dating in college, but your partner must pass my scrutiny. If I say it's okay, then it's fine. I'll be an adult by the time I go to college. Ooh, I don't want to listen to you. What did you promise me before? He-Chien felt quite wronged, but I can't just listen to you on everything. Do I have no rights at all? If you go too far, I won't give you your living expenses anymore. He-Huan couldn't help but laugh. He-Chien was 16 this year, the rebellious age, and saying too much might lead to rebellion. All right, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Sister Wang contacted the landlord this afternoon, and the landlord is only willing to lower the price by 10,000. I've agreed. Does that mean it's still 320,000? Why did you agree so quickly? If we negotiate a bit more, perhaps the landlord will lower the price again. Forget it, housing prices are on the rise now. If we delay, the landlord might raise the price instead. Remember to find a reason to get the household registration and ID card from mom when you get home. What do I need my household registration and ID card for? Of course, to transfer the property to you. He-Chien was astonished. What are you saying, transfer it to me? Of course I can't take time off during my senior year. Tomorrow you'll ask the teacher for half a day off, and we'll go to the real estate agency together at noon. I'll return to school after paying, and Sister Wang will help you with the transfer procedures. But I don't know how. What if I mess something up? That's 320,000. Chien, you're already 16. In ancient times, you'd be getting married by now. So you need to train yourself to handle things. In the future, if I start a company, I'll rely on you to help me. In the past, He-Chien would have mocked him, but now she felt that He-Huan would likely really start a company in the future. After all, what high school student can buy a house on their own? Seeing that He-Chien was still hesitant, He-Huan added, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Just listen to Sister Wang when the time comes. Brother, why don't we transfer it to mom's name instead? Don't be silly. If mom finds out, she might scold me to death. But it can't be transferred to my name, right? How can that work? He-Huan chuckled and said, you've been quite obedient these past few days, so this is your reward. In the future, I'll also gift you luxury cars and mansions, but the prerequisite is, I know, listen to you and mom. He-Huan smiled knowingly and said, in this world, you're mom, and I would never harm you. We just hope you can be well. He-Chien felt warmth in her heart and responded with a heavy When they returned home, Lu Mei walked out of the room, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. He-Chien asked mom, our teacher said we need to bring our household registration and ID card tomorrow for some kind of registration. Lu Mei showed no suspicion, went into the room and brought out the household registration and ID card to give to He-Chien. She sat down at the dining table and asked, in a week, it'll be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Does your school have a break? The school hasn't notified us yet. I estimate we'll only have one day off, but we still have evening self-study on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. We still have classes on Mid-Autumn night. He-Huan explained with a smile, there's no way around it. A few days after Mid-Autumn is National Day and the senior year workload is heavy. We can't just keep having breaks. Mom, do you want to go back to your hometown for the Mid-Autumn Festival? This year, I want to go back to your grandmother's house. Yesterday, your Uncle Yao came and said that your grandmother's health is declining day by day. Since it's Mid-Autumn, I'll take you back to see her. I'm not going. I'll go to Grandpa and Grandma's house for the Mid-Autumn Festival. He-Chien started to say, but noticed He-Huan glaring at her, so she immediately shut her mouth. He-Huan said, all right, Mom, if we have a break, Chien, and I will accompany you. He-Chien immediately pouted, looking displeased. Lu Mei looked at He-Chien with a frown and said, Chien, we're just going to eat and come back. After all, that's your real grandmother and uncle. You can't treat them like enemies. He-Chien still pouted and said nothing. It's okay, Mom, you go to sleep. I'll talk to Chien. Lu Mei sighed and went back to her room. He-Chien said discontentedly, brother, why are you making me go back to Grandma's house? I really don't want to see them. Do you think I want to go either? Then why are you dragging me back? He-Huan emphasized slightly, saying, I've told you so much before. How come you still don't understand? Just think of it as doing it for Mom's sake. Can you bear with it a little? Don't put Mom in a difficult position. He-Chien lowered her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Got it. All right, you go take a shower first, and after you're done, go to bed early. After He-Huan saw He-Chien leave, he closed the study door, opened the computer, and logged into the stock trading platform. Because He-Huan had played stocks in his previous life, he was quite familiar with the operations. In no time, he had successfully opened an account. He transferred 348000 into his account. It had a mix of odd and even numbers, making it appear more realistic. After He-Chien finished her shower, she saw the study door ajar with a faint light shining from the computer screen. She frowned, opened the door, and questioned, why are you playing games again? He-Huan, feeling more wrong than dough, he stepped aside slightly and said, see for yourself, am I playing a game? Qian strained her neck and saw various colorful curves and information on the screen. Is this stock? Huan moved the mouse pointing to a number on the screen. Qian looked at the balance of 348000 and felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Mom, come take a look. Lu Mei came out of the room asking curiously, what's the matter with you so startled? Qian pointed at the balance on the screen excitedly, saying, Mom, quickly look at the money in brother's stock market. There's really more than 300,000. Lu Mei leaned in closer to the computer screen, staring at the string of numbers in a daze. Still somewhat incredulous, she asked, is this real money? Huan smiled and said, could this be fake? Aren't you saying that you can't check on weekends? I misremember, today trading isn't allowed, but account balances can still be viewed. After Huan finished speaking, he felt a drop of liquid fall on his hand that was resting on the mouse. He turned his head and saw that his mom was already in tears. Huan felt a pang in his heart and quickly pulled out 2 tissues, handing them to Lu Mei, saying softly, Mom, I have money now. I will ensure you have a good life. Lu Mei didn't know what she was thinking, covering her face with her hands and crying even louder. Qian, influenced by Lu Mei's emotions, also silently shed tears. She softly said, Mom, don't cry. Lu Mei wiped her tears and choked out, I'm just too happy. I never expected Huan to be so successful and earn so much money. Qian opened her mouth, almost revealing the matter of Huan buying a house, but she held back at the last moment. She changed the subject and said, Mom, I will also study hard and earn a lot of money to support you in the future. Lu Mei smiled knowingly and said, what do I need so much money for? As long as you 2 siblings have a future and are not bullied, I'll die in peace. Huan's expression shifted, and he said seriously, I'd rather have nothing than want you to be healthy and safe. Mom, don't keep mentioning death, it scares me. As Huan said this, his eyes had already turned red. Lu Mei felt a wave of emotion. She reached out and touched Huan's head, saying, all right, the 3 of us will be fine. After a long time, Lu Mei reluctantly left Huan's study. Qian held the mouse, continuously asking questions about buying stocks and understanding price fluctuations. Huan, fearing that Qian might discover something fishy if he spoke too much, said, all right, go to sleep now. I need to take a shower. Qian, still fixated on the computer, replied, you go wash up. I'll continue to research what this stock is about. Huan felt an unsettling sensation inside him as he took the mouse from Qian's hand and forcefully closed the stock page. Bro, what are you doing? You're still young. Why are you researching stocks? Your task now is to study hard. Making money is my responsibility. Qian pouted, looking quite unhappy. With no other choice, Huan said, how about this? Tomorrow I'll buy you a new MP3 player. You can download any song you want now, and I'll transfer it to the MP3 tomorrow. Qian was indeed immediately attracted. Bro, how do I download songs? Please teach me. Qian, being a top student, quickly grasped the operation when Huan opened a music website and gave a simple demonstration. After taking a shower, Huan returned to the study, and Qian was still engrossed in front of the computer. Qian, it's time to go to sleep. Wait a moment, I'm almost done setting up my QQ account. Oh, this girl even knows how to apply for QQ. Huan turned his head to see Qian resting her chin on her hands, her eyes slightly squinted, as if she was pondering something. What are you thinking about a username? Qian did not lift her head, just replied with an mm. Huan chuckled, a username is just a code name. Is it really worth so much deep thought? Don't interrupt, you broke my train of thought. Do you want your brother to help you think of one? How about Qian and Yuhan? Qian finally couldn't hold back her anger, get out. After saying that, she tried to push Huan out of the study. Huan quickly pleaded, wait. They'll just lie in bed and read. I promise not to disturb you. Only then did Qian release her grip and sat back down in front of the computer. After a while, she finally extended a finger and began tapping on the keyboard. Huan heard the noise and turned to look, only to see Qian's username was Mei Bian Qianyu Qinghuan. To be fair, this username really didn't fit Qian's image as a 16-year-old girl. Yet Huan felt quite touched. Such a small username actually included the names of all 3 family members. It turned out she had such deep feelings for this family. Bro, what's your QQ number? I want to add you as a friend. Huan gave a string of numbers, and soon Qian said, bro, is Lu Erbu Weiyu. I've added you already. Huan sat up and said, all right, give me the mouse, but log into my QQ as well. Quickly, the siblings added each other as friends. Seeing that Qian showed no intention of going to bed, Huan emphasized, Qian, it's time to sleep. We can continue downloading music tomorrow. Qian sensed Huan's impatience and felt a bit intimidated, so she agreed and returned to her room. Huan closed the door, shook the mouse, and reopened the stock page. He established another account and transferred 95 million into it. The year 2007 was a booming bull market, and since he had specialized in studying stocks in his previous life, he knew very well which stocks would surge. If money can generate more money, why let it collect dust in the bank? The next day at noon in the real estate agency, Li Si asked Wang Hui with concern after she finished speaking, do you think that high school student is just fooling me? I initially thought so too, but that high school student directly paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan. He should be serious about buying a house. But where would a high school student get so much money? This. Wang Hui was also puzzled. When she saw the house yesterday, He Huan and his sister were dressed rather simply, and from their conversation, it was clear that their family's financial situation was not good. How could a high school student produce 3,000 all at once without adult support? Just then footsteps were heard at the door, and a pair of strikingly similar young man and woman walked in. Student He, you're here. The landlord, Mr. Li, has also arrived. He Huan nodded slightly at Li Si and said, sorry for making you wait, my sister, and I had to wait until school was out to come. I just arrived a little while ago. Li Si hesitated, but still got straight to the point. Are you sure you want to buy that apartment? Of course. Why else would my sister and I come here? Li Si added, manager Wang should have told you the minimum is 3,000. 3,000 is fine, no problem. He Huan suddenly looked at Li Si and smiled. Are you asking me all this because you're worried I don't have the money? Li Si's expression turned awkward, and he didn't want to admit it. Don't worry, I'm here to make the payment today. He Huan looked at Wang Hui and asked, Sister Wang, how should we proceed? Do we pay now? No. The contract hasn't been signed yet. Please wait a moment, I'll print out the contract template. Student He, could you please show me your ID? No need, but it's being transferred to my sister. I'm just here to pay. Li Si and Wang Hui turned to look at He Qian, making her feel a bit embarrassed. I said no, my brother insists on transferring it to me. Li Si and Wang Hui felt a pang of discomfort. This apartment is over 3,000. Why don't I have a brother like that? All right then, please show me your ID number, and I'll get the contract ready. Wang Hui quickly printed out the contract and handed it to He Huan and Li Si. He Huan glanced at it and asked for payment. Do we hand the money directly to the landlord? Yes, if you feel it's not safe, you can also set up an escrow account at the bank. Once the property transfer is complete, the money will be automatically transferred to the landlord. Li Si didn't mind either way and said I'm okay with whatever. He Huan hesitated for a moment, but said I'll transfer it directly to you. With the contract and transfer records in place, there's no worry about any accidents. Mr. Li, if there are no questions, shall we sign the contract now? Li Si still felt a bit uneasy and thoroughly reviewed the contract again. After confirming everything was fine, he finally signed it. He Huan passed the contract to He Qian, who was taken aback. I sign. Who else? This is for buying. He Qian felt a wave of sweetness in her heart as she picked up the pen and signed her name. Li Si smiled. I really didn't expect you, a high school student, to be so extravagant. Anyone who didn't know would think you were trying to keep a mistress in a golden house. He Qian's face turned red as she said fiercely, had better not keep a mistress. If my mom finds out, won't she beat him to death? You little girl don't understand. In a family, the one who controls the finances has the final say. Your brother is so wealthy, your mom can't control him. How could she not control him? He Huan's tone grew heavier as he continued, no matter how successful a son is, he's still a son. It's only right for parents to educate their sons. Besides, my mom raised us siblings alone. I can't imagine how much hardship she endured. I wish for her to live a long life and manage me forever. Li Si initially thought it was just a joke, but he didn't expect He Huan to react so strongly. He was even more surprised to learn that this pair of siblings came from a single-parent family. A high school student without parental support. Where did he get 3,000 from? Such questions touched on personal privacy, and Li Si felt uncomfortable asking. For a moment, the scene fell into a profound silence with only the sound of He Qian's signature filling the Wang Hui, hoping to lighten the mood, smiled and said, He Tongshiwe, if you transfer the property deed to your younger sister, what will happen when she marries in a few years? The words were spoken casually, but heard with deep resonance. He Qian suddenly felt that once she married, she and her elder brother would become two separate families, no matter what. She resolved to return the house to him. She jerked her head up so abruptly that He Huan nearly jumped. Brother, I'll retransfer the property to you when you get married. Or when I do. Why bother transferring it back to me? It's such an unnecessary hassle. But this house was yours from the start. Of course it must be returned to you once you marry or I wed. Don't be ridiculous. If you're not complaining about how little dowry I give you at your wedding, I'll consider myself blessed. Wang Hui and Li Si burst into unrestrained laughter. So much so that He Qian's cheeks flushed. Yet upon reflection, she realized her brother's logic held weight. Their mother had barely any savings, so naturally it would fall to him to prepare her dowry. Still, even if she understood it inwardly, he shouldn't have voiced it aloud, not in front of others. As a young woman, didn't she deserve dignity? He Qian reached out and pinched the soft flesh at He Huan's waist. He Huan winced in sharp pain, groaning helplessly. Let that teach you not to speak so recklessly. Wang Hui teased, if you keep bullying your brother like this, he might just refuse to prepare your dowry. Who'd want his rusty scrap anyway? I don't need it. He's already spent 3,000 yuan on a house for you. Imagine what kind of dowry he'll arrange later. Are you sure you want to pass it up? He Qian signed the purchase contract, her face still flushed and silent. Though too shy to admit it aloud, pride swelled quietly within her heart. Few brothers in this world would spend so freely for their sisters. He Huan was truly exceptional. The four arrived at the bank, where He Huan transferred 300 yuan to Li Si. Li Si's long-suspended anxiety finally settled. Sister Wang, I'll leave the subsequent title transfer procedures in your capable hands. For my younger sister, please. Rest assured, that's simply part of my professional duty. Still uneasy, He Huan turned to He Qian. Qian, if anything unexpected happens, use Sister Wang's phone to call me. I'm saved in her contacts. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Your safety comes first. Li Si smiled warmly. Don't worry, He Tongxue. I'm no fraudster. The property transfer will go through smoothly for your sister. He Huan nodded and departed for school by car. All afternoon his thoughts wandered restlessly, again and again returning to whether He Qian's transaction had proceeded without issue. Not until the afternoon dismissal bell rang, and the teacher had barely stepped out of the classroom, did He Huan's phone finally vibrate. The moment he pulled it out, Feng Gan's exaggerated voice boomed from the back row. Whoa, Huanzi, where'd you get that phone? A Nokia N73? He Huan ignored him entirely, his attention fixed on the call now connecting, and He Qian's voice, bright with excitement, filled his ear. Brother, I'm waiting for you right outside the school gate. Everything finalized? Yes, the property deed and keys are both in hand. Good, I'll be there immediately. Feng Gan tried to ask more about the phone, but before he could utter another word, He Huan hung up and vanished down the corridor like a gust of wind. At the school gate, He Huan spotted He Qian standing beneath the dappled shade of a tree, her face radiant with joy. Wang Hui stood beside her. He Huan hurried over and said to Wang Hui, Sister Wang, thank you for your hard work. There's nothing particularly arduous about it. I merely fulfilled my professional obligation. The property deed has been officially issued. Should any issues arise later, feel free to contact me anytime. Understood. Thank you, Sister Wang. Wang Hui suddenly recalled something and added, Oh, and I've already returned your 1,000 yuan deposit to your sister. He Qian withdrew the cash from her pocket and handed it to He Huan. Here, brother. Take it. Why give it back? Keep it for your living expenses. Wang Hui smiled. He Qian, your brother treats you with extraordinary generosity. To have such a brother is truly enviable. This time He Qian did not deny it. She stole a quiet glance at He Huan only to find him smiling faintly at the corner of his lips. Well then, I've completed my task and must take my leave. He Tongxue, stay in touch if anything comes up. After Wang Hui departed, He Qian reached for the file folder clutched in her hand. He Huan needed no guesswork to know it contained the property deed. Enough. You don't need to show it to me here. Too many eyes around. Let's go home and eat first. Brother, I'd love to visit the new apartment again. Mom's still waiting for us at home too. He Huan began, then paused mid-sentence as he met He Qian's hopeful gaze, and softened his tone. All right, let's go quickly and return just as fast. No need to raise Mom's suspicions. At the new apartment, He Qian bubbled with exhilaration, her imagination running wild. We'll place the dining table here, a bookshelf there. Then suddenly her brow furrowed. Brother, how much money do you still have? A fair amount. Why? We still need beds, dining sets, televisions, air conditioners. Who knows how much it'll all cost? He Huan chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry. I've already budgeted for everything. Tomorrow at noon, we'll head to the furniture market and select beds, dining tables, coffee tables, you name it. The day after we'll finalize appliances, washing machines, televisions, and more. Every piece of furniture and appliance will reflect your taste. I'll handle only the payments. He Huan paused, then added thoughtfully, beyond stocks, I hold several 100,000 yuan in reserve. Choose freely, without compromise. Don't settle for substandard imitations. He Qian grinned and said, Today while processing the title transfer, Sister Wang and landlady Li kept praising you, saying I'm blessed with an outstanding elder brother. And what do you think? I absolutely agree, but it still feels surreal. Just days ago you were a gaming-obsessed teenager. How did you suddenly transform into someone so capable, even buying a house? He Huan chuckled softly. True, I was reckless and irresponsible before. But that chapter is closed. From now on, life will only grow brighter. You focus on your studies. I'll focus on earning well. Together we'll lift our family's dignity high. You're far more accomplished than I am. The apartment cost 3,200 yuan. Even after graduating and working for years, I couldn't save that much. A family functions like a miniature society. Each member fulfills a distinct role. One cannot measure contributions solely by income. Those who labor silently at home are equally noble. Take Mom, for instance. Even if I earn millions, her contribution eclipses mine. Without her unwavering strength, neither of us would exist today. As for you, you're still young, brimming with infinite potential. So never underestimate yourself. He Qian gazed at He Huan with open admiration and sighed. Brother, you've developed such eloquence. You could easily become a teacher. Me, a teacher? That'd be doing students a disservice. Come on, we're going home. If we're late, Mom will scold us again. He Qian agreed. and then hesitated, realizing it wouldn't do to walk in carrying the property deed and risk Mother Lu Mei discovering it. She slipped the deed into the cabinet, double-checked that it was safely hidden, and then beaming with delight followed He Huan out the door. They returned home to find Lu Mei had already set the meal on the table. She asked, perplexed, why the two siblings had come back so late and whether anything had happened on the road. He Huan, filling his plate, replied that nothing had occurred. He had simply met a classmate on the way and been delayed for a while. Lu Mei's expression suddenly turned grave as she said to He Qian that from now on she must go to and from school with her brother every day. He Qian, puzzled, said she already accompanied her brother every day and did not wander about. He Huan sensed something amiss and asked their mother whether anything had happened. Lu Mei lowered her voice and said she had heard that a second-year high school girl from Yejia village had jumped from a building and died. The siblings reacted in shock. Their curiosity was instantly piqued, and they asked why she would take her own life. They were told that after finishing evening study, the girl had walked home alone and had been assaulted by several local ruffians. By the next noon, she had despaired and leapt to her death. Many neighbors had witnessed the tragedy, and the story spread like wildfire. He Huan listened with a heavy face. The public order nowadays was not as safe as it would be years later. The streets were often haunted by gangs of young ruffians. Those idlers lived by intimidation and robbery. Every year, there were a few particularly serious criminals. Seizing the moment, He Huan said that Yejia village was full of mixed characters and suggested they move out and rent a new place. He Qian brightened and agreed, saying that several times returning from evening study, she had seen shirtless ruffians lingering at the intersection. Now that her brother could earn money, she suggested they find a place with a better environment to rent. Lu Mei hesitated, noting that Yejia village alone had thousands of outsiders, and surely nothing would happen. He Huan interrupted, warning that when danger had not yet arrived, people tended to be complacent, but once it came, there would be no time for regret, just like the girl who jumped. He added that he was not short of money now, and proposed they look for a gated community with security, so when he and Qian returned from evening study, their mother could feel more at ease. Lu Mei sighed and pointed out that their current lease still had several months to run and worried about what to do if the landlord refused to refund the rent. He Huan said that even if the landlord refused, they should move nonetheless because safety was paramount. He Qian nodded vigorously and urged their mother to agree. She reasoned that they should be frugal when necessary and spend when appropriate. There was no need to endure needless hardship. Lu Mei looked between them and said, half in jest, that she felt the siblings had suddenly grown so close they were conspiring against her. He Huan laughed and denied any conspiracy, explaining that they simply wanted a change of environment. First and foremost, he said it was a safety concern. Yejia village was too disorderly, and one could never tell when an accident might occur. Second, the house was small and in poor condition. When the bitter winter came, they would struggle even to bathe, not to mention the rats and cockroaches scurrying everywhere. Third, and most importantly, he now had money. His stock investments brought in several hundred, sometimes over 1,000 a day. A decent year's rent might be about 5,000, which he could earn back in less than a week. Lu Mei asked in surprise how the stock market could be so profitable. He Huan answered plainly that this year was a booming bull market. His remark was not unfounded, although the 2008 U.S. subprime crisis would later trigger a global economic shock. In 2007, global stock markets were indeed surging. Put money into the market, and one could almost profit with eyes closed. At last, Lu Mei relented and said she would go and look for a better rental in a few days. He Huan replied that their mother need not trouble herself. A classmate's family worked in real estate, and he would ask them. If a suitable place appeared, he would pay to reserve it, promising to make the new home comfortable while their mother kept working. Lu Mei worried about his age and the many pitfalls of renting, asking whether he truly knew how to handle it. He Qian answered with absolute certainty that her brother could manage. After all, he was earning so much that renting a house should be no problem. Lu Mei felt odd. Just days before, they had been at each other's throats, and now their bond seemed unshakable. She conceded and entrusted the rental matter to them, asking them not to pay before she had seen the place and approved it. The siblings exchanged a smile. The matter of moving was finally settled. Over the next few days, He Huan and He Qian dashed out at noon to buy furniture and appliances. Some pieces required on-site assembly: beds, the dining table, even the air conditioners, and He Qian took 2 leave days specifically for that. All her time and energy were devoted to the new flat. She approached it with tireless enthusiasm. On Friday afternoon after school, the siblings walked home together. He Qian said excitedly that the water heater in the new place had been installed at noon, and she had tested it. Hot water came quickly. She had also cleaned the whole apartment, which now looked neat and beautiful and ready to move into at any time. He Huan asked whether she had not hired someone to do the cleaning. She rolled her eyes and said there was no need to waste money. She tidied every day, and the place was not that dirty, so she had done it herself. He Huan smiled Ever since buying the new place, He-Chien had cherished it like a treasure and visited it after school. He-Huan said that since all the furniture and appliances were installed, he would tell their mother to go and see the place, certain she would like it and that they could move in soon. He-Chien then took out a sheet of paper and said she had recorded all the recent expenses, in total more than 93,000, every item noted down for him to review. He-Huan took the paper and was taken aback. Every charge was listed clearly down to a few yuan of shipping fee. He-Huan asked why she kept such meticulous accounts when there was nothing to reimburse. He-Chien answered that their mother always said money was hard-earned and every expense should be accounted for with no waste. He-Huan could only laugh and cry at the same time. Their mother indeed had that habit, and it seemed He-Chien had inherited. She continued reproving him for being too extravagant. 4 beds cost 50,000. Why insist on such expensive beds? He-Huan replied that the beds should be good so they would be comfortable to sleep on, especially at their mother's age when a hard bed would cause aches and pains. He-Chien conceded that their mother's bed could be better but argued the other 3 did not need to be so luxurious. Beds priced 4 or 5,000 would be soft and of perfectly good quality. She added that 3 air conditioners would have sufficed, yet he had insisted on 5. The living room unit alone cost 12,000. Why buy such an expensive one? He-Huan laughed it off and told her to stop fussing. Since the purchases had already been made, she should simply relax and enjoy them. He-Chien persisted that she worried about money. Ordinary families did not spend more than 93,000 on furniture and appliances. If he continued to squander money, she vowed to tell their mother and have his private funds taken away so he would not ruin his savings. He-Huan, half-exasperated, promised that from then on he would consult her before every expenditure and only spend with her approval. He-Chien's mouth curved into a satisfied smile as she said that was much better. The two returned home, and Lu Mei had just finished cooking. He-Huan set the dishes on the dining table while saying, "Mom, Chien and I went to see a house today at Yupinju right next to my school. The house is quite nice. It has everything, and the annual rent is only 5,000. After dinner, do you want to go take a look? Isn't 5,000 a bit expensive?" "Not at all." He-Chien, fearing Lu Mei would be unsatisfied, quickly said, "It's a new house. All the furniture and appliances are brand new. My brother and I really like it. Mom, you should go take a look. Oh, I guarantee you'll like it too." "All right, I'll take a look later. Have you arranged a meeting with the landlord?" He-Chien didn't know how to lie and quickly glanced. He-Huan had already thought of the answer and said, "The landlord went abroad, so the rental matter is determined by my classmate's parents. He knows I'm taking you to see the house, so he gave me the key. We can just go directly later." Lu Mei shook her head and said, "These people really don't understand how important renting a house is. How can they leave it all to an agency? Because the landlord is a relative of my classmate's parents, so he trusts him more. Besides, for someone wealthy, the rental fee doesn't really matter. They just want the house to have tenants and some liveliness." He-Chien was astonished. My brother speaks without blushing or skipping a heartbeat when telling lies. We need to be careful in the future. After dinner, the He family hurriedly took a car to the new house. He-Chien excitedly pulled Lu Mei into the master bedroom and said, "Mom, look, this is your room. Feel this mattress, is it soft?" Just as Lu Mei was about to touch the mattress, she felt a cool breeze easing the heat from her body. She looked at He-Huan, who was holding a remote control aimed at the air conditioner. "Huan, why did you turn on the air conditioner?" "I saw you sweating, so I turned it on to cool down." "Isn't that wasting electricity? We're just looking at the house. We're leaving soon. It's fine, after all, the electricity bill is on us. Do you and Chien want to rent this room?" "Of course. Otherwise Chien and I wouldn't have brought you here." Lu Mei gently sat on the edge of the bed, spreading her hands to feel the softness of the mattress. She smiled and said, "Since you both like it, let's rent it here. I wonder what the landlord is thinking renting out such a new house." He-Chien was both happy and a bit guilty, pondering how to explain when He-Huan said, "The landlord has gone abroad. He must not be short of money." "Mom, since you say it's fine, I'll go to my classmate's agency tomorrow to finalize this." Since the house is so new, don't bargain with them." He-Huan chuckled helplessly and nodded repeatedly. "All right, Mom, I'll pay the deposit for this house tomorrow noon. You can also cancel the lease on our current place. If the landlord is willing to refund the money, that's great. If not, then so be it. No matter what, just don't get into any conflict with anyone. Don't worry, I still need you to teach me how to handle things." He-Huan noticed that Lu Mei was unconcerned and felt a bit worried. He wasn't afraid of losing some rent. He was just worried about his mother getting into a conflict and something unexpected happening. "Mom, doesn't Uncle have a tricycle? Tomorrow have him help us move." "Are we moving tomorrow? Yeah, do we need to pick an auspicious day to move?" Lu Mei laughed and said, "I think you two siblings are just too eager to move in. All right, tomorrow I'll take a day off. You two can come back for lunch and then move together." He-Chien cheered and lay down on the mattress. "This bed is so comfortable. Oh, I really want to move in right now." "All right, just don't ruin the mattress. I won't have money to compensate if you do." "The landlord is me. Do I need to compensate?" He-Chien laughed. "My brother has plenty of money." Lu Mei glared and scolded, "Is your brother's money falling from the sky?" Well, my money really did fall from the sky. A few minutes later, the He family of 3 walked out of the room with smiles. Suddenly, the door across the hall opened, and Li Lan appeared before them looking flustered. He Huan's mind went blank for a few seconds before he regained his composure. What are the odds of this? Just casually buying a house, and end up right across from my homeroom teacher. Seeing He Huan, Li Lan's expression grew even more flustered, and without saying a word, she hurriedly rushed downstairs. He Huan was puzzled about why the proud class flower was acting this way when a man and a woman walked out from the opposite room. The man was about 40 with a beer belly yet dressed very well, clearly a successful person. The woman was quite beautiful with wavy hair, cascading over her shoulders. However, she seemed young, probably only in her 20s. He Huan was greatly surprised. What was going on? Shouldn't the mistress of this house be Teacher Gua? Li Jun was holding a handbag and yelled down the stairs, Lan Lan, why are you in such a hurry? You forgot the clothes your Aunt Zhu bought for you. She is not my aunt, I don't want them. The footsteps continued down the stairs, and the girl's angry shout echoed in the stairwell. Li Jun looked somewhat awkward and said to the woman beside him, how could this child be so rude? They'll talk to her again next time. Zhu Min tugged at his arm and said, forget it, it's normal for Xiao Lan to have feelings for me. Just take it slow. Li Jun withdrew his gaze and was about to lead the woman back inside when he noticed the He family and asked, are you the new tenants? No, we're just here to rent a house. Li Jun frowned. Just from this single dialogue, he could tell Lu Mei's deep-seated inferiority. People like them probably didn't have much economic strength. He slightly nodded to Lu Mei, intending to take the woman back inside, when He Qian suddenly spoke up. Brother, that sister just now seemed to be your desk mate. Really? You're Lan Lan's classmate? Li Jun asked in surprise. He Huan simply responded with an mm. Li Jun's expression was uncertain, but looking at Lu Mei and her daughter, they didn't seem to have other motives. He Huan seemed to read Li Jun's thoughts, and said, we didn't know that Li Lan and Teacher Gua happened to live across from us, or else we wouldn't have rented here no matter what. He Huan certainly knew that Gua Jing could not live here. He said this to dispel Li Jun's doubts. Li Jun awkwardly smiled and said, Gua Jing and Lan Lan don't live here. Today I just let Lan Lan come over for a meal. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Yes, it is quite a coincidence. I didn't expect that the neighbors would actually be Lan Lan's classmates. Zhu Min smiled broadly, looking very kind. Little brother, I am Li Lan's stepmother. If Lan Lan encounters any difficulties at school, please let me know since we're neighbors. This really sounds hypocritical. He Huan internally scoffed, yet his face remained calm. Li Lan does well in class, and with Teacher Gua around, she generally won't encounter any trouble. The young woman looked quite awkward, only able to glance at Li Jun beside her. Li Jun sighed and said, classmate, I do have some issues with your Teacher Gua, but I am Lan Lan's biological father and sincerely hope she can grow up healthy. So if Lan Lan really encounters any trouble at school, please do inform me. His words were much more sincere than those of her stepmother, and He Huan responded, he'll pay more attention from now on. After the 3 of them went downstairs, He Qian curiously asked, brother, what's going on with your classmate's family? Why does it sound so complicated? He Huan also learned about Li Lan's family situation for the first time today. No wonder Li Lan had never talked about her father in class. Someone as proud as her would never accept that her father was having an affair. You're still young, don't pry into these matters. He Qian pouted and said, do you think I don't understand? Isn't it just looking for a mistress? You men are all big pigs. Hey, this girl is even scolding me. What does it have to do with me? Li Lan was restlessly reading in the classroom when suddenly there was a commotion beside her, and she saw He Huan silently sit down. She had some words she wanted to say to He Huan, but seeing his indifferent attitude, her pride flared up, and she sulkily lowered her head to read. If you don't take the initiative to talk to me, why should I talk to you first? He Huan did not notice Li Lan's change in emotion. He brewed himself a cup of hot tea and picked up the test paper. Feng Gan leaned over from the back row and said, Huanzi, have you heard about the news lately? A female high school student jumped off a building. Oh, you know about it too. Of course, in such a small place as Daji County, if there's the slightest disturbance, the whole county knows about it. Do you know why she jumped? Was she raped? No, it was gang rape. Ooh, I heard her boyfriend was involved too. Even He Huan, having lived 2 lives, found this news shocking. Are you talking nonsense? What I heard is different. Beside him, He Huan also leaned and saying mysteriously, what Feng Gan said is really true. I have a relative in the police station, and they have already arrested that girl's boyfriend. He Huan still found it hard to believe and asked, what could be the motive for her boyfriend to do such a thing? Or does he have a special preference? Hu Huan shot He Huan a glare and scolded. Honestly, you can't say anything decent, always talking filth. I didn't say anything filthy. Aren't these normal words? Feng Gan grinned and asked, Huanzi, what does special preference mean? Can you explain it to me? What are you pretending for? You're the only one in the dorm with a phone. I don't know how many times you've secretly browsed the internet after lights out to study. You wouldn't know what special preference means. Hu Huan's face turned red as she scolded. You two are really disgusting, a refined rogue. He Huan chuckled and said, we are normal men, those who are pure-hearted either have physical or mental. I think all you men have issues. Li Lan, listening to the banter nearby, felt increasingly irritated. A sharp reprimand interrupted the three's conversation. Come out with me, I need to talk to you. Huan and Fenggan were quite surprised after all proudly Ban Hua had never spoken to He Huan before. What was happening today? He Huan guessed Li Lan's intentions and stood up to walk outside the classroom. Since evening self-study was about to begin, there were almost no people outside the classroom at this time. A gust of evening wind blew, lifting a strand of black hair from Li Lan's forehead. He Huan's heart stirred, and he quickly focused his mind. He sighed inwardly, the white moonlight truly deserves its name. Even after so many years, I nearly fell for her charm again. He Huan stood by the railing and pretended to be relaxed, saying, you want to talk about your dad, right? Li Lan was not surprised that He Huan guessed her purpose. She said, He Huan, regarding my parents, I hope you can keep it a secret and not tell anyone in the class. Parental discord is a sensitive matter in the eyes of ordinary people, let alone for proudly Ban Hua. He Huan shrugged and replied, you can rest assured about this, I'm not a blabbermouth. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll head back to the classroom. This cold attitude again, as if saying a single word to me could take his life. Li Lan felt another surge of anger. She didn't actually have any special feelings for He Huan, but his differential treatment felt like a thorn in her side, making her uncomfortable. She turned and went back to the classroom, sulking, if you don't want to talk to me, I don't want to talk to you either. He Huan only smiled faintly at Li Lan's inexplicable outburst and followed her back into the classroom. Fenggan patted He Huan's shoulder and whispered, what did Ban Hua want to talk to you about? Though Fenggan spoke softly, Li Lan heard him immediately and exploded, yelling at Fenggan, what does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Fenggan felt wronged. He was just curious to ask a question. Did it warrant such a strong reaction? Huan chuckled and said, you deserve it, no awareness at all. Fenggan retorted, you think you're clever, you have awareness, do you know what's going on? Huan rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. After a while, the bell for evening self-study rang, and English teacher Zhao Yu walked in carrying a radio in one hand and a stack of test papers in the other. Tonight you will complete a test paper. Group leaders quickly distribute the papers. The listening test is about to start. The classroom was filled with wails, as most high school students feared English listening the most. They could neither understand it, nor could they guess at random. However, He Huan was eager to try. His speaking skills were very high, and he should have no pressure with the listening test. Moreover, he also needed an exam to test his actual English level. As fluent English played from the radio, He Huan calmly marked the correct answers on the test paper. Just as he had imagined, there was hardly any pressure. After the listening ended, Zhao Yu turned off the radio and set it aside. She looked around, and her gaze lingered on He Huan. She had quite a few grievances regarding this student. Several times during casual chats with other teachers, they praised He Huan, saying he had changed significantly compared to before. Not only did he listen attentively in class, but he also completed his homework beautifully. Yet he was uninterested in English and would secretly read books from other subjects during class. If he were still the same as before, neglecting all subjects without feeling anything about it, yet being so serious in other subjects while giving up on English, was that not bullying a decent person? However, today, He Huan was quite different. He appeared very serious while completing the test. Zhao Yu was curious. He Huan had a poor foundation in English and rarely listened in class. Would he be able to answer the questions on this test paper? She came down from the podium, walked around the classroom twice, and finally stood behind He Huan. Just a glance at the test paper left her utterly astonished. All the answers on He Huan's paper were correct. Moreover, he was obviously faster than the others in completing the test. What's going on? How did He Huan's English suddenly improve so much? Zhao Yue, upon seeing this, couldn't bring herself to step away, while He Huan felt entirely uneasy. He took a sip from his cup and saw that Zhao Yu had no intention of leaving. He then cleared his throat and said softly, Teacher Zhao, with you standing behind me, I feel so much pressure. You have no pressure at all. Zhao Yu truly had no words to retort, but returned to the podium. He Huan finally felt a bit more comfortable, but he realized a problem. If he answered normally, he would definitely score over 130 on this test. Such a high score was obviously incompatible with his identity as a poor student. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary explanations, he needed to manage his score reasonably. After the evening study session, He Huan and He Qian returned home. Several plastic bags had already been placed by the door, stuffed full of clothes. Mom, did you start tidying up today? Lu Mei came out of the kitchen holding a large soup bowl and said, yes, I don't know how much I need to pack for the move tomorrow, so I'm putting away these clothes that can't be worn. You two put the things down and come drink some chicken soup. Mom, are you still cooking this late? Isn't the move tomorrow? It's troublesome to take this half chicken back and forth, so I might as well cook it today. He Huan was actually a bit hungry, and without hesitation, he ladled a bowl of chicken soup and started eating. Lu Mei noticed that Qian was still wearing headphones and impatiently said, Qian, why are you still wearing that thing while eating? Qian wanted to explain, but seeing Huan glare at her, she swallowed her words. Huan said sternly, Mom is right, you're not allowed to wear headphones while eating. Qian replied with an "oh" and quickly took off her headphones. Lu Mei watched amazed. Now Huan was more effective than her in talking to Qian. Huan then said, Mom, do you want some chicken soup too? I won't drink it. If I drink too much I can't sleep. Lu Mei still sat by the dining table silent and looking troubled. Huan noticed Lu Mei's unusual demeanor, stopped eating, and asked, Mom, is there something you want to tell me? Huan, how much money do you have left in the stock market? It seems to be a bit over 350,000. Have you made a few thousand more in just a few days? Huan smiled and said, Mom, stop beating around the bush. Did my two uncles ask to borrow money from you again? Lu Mei shot a glare at Huan and said, I haven't told them about your stock trading, so what money would they borrow? Huan asked curiously, then what are you planning? Aren't we moving to the new house tomorrow? Our bed linens are too old. It feels a bit inappropriate to take them over. Qian's eyes lit up as she said, Mom, I think so too. Let's just buy new bed linens tomorrow. There are many in the small market, but the quality is just average. Huan finally realized and asked, Mom, are you short on cash? Lu Mei was taken aback for a moment, then gently nodded. A wave of guilt surged in Huan's heart. He stood up and said, Mom, I'll go take some money. Wait for me. Where are you going to take money this late? Why not wait until tomorrow? It's fine, there's an ATM outside. Then at least finish the chicken soup. The response to Lu Mei was the sound of the door slamming shut. Huan had hurriedly left. Qian asked Lu Mei, Mom, didn't my brother give you 3,000 a few days ago? Yes, with the 3,000 your brother gave, I only have a little over 780 now. We have 4 beds in the new house, and just the bedding will cost thousands plus a rice cooker pots and other assorted items. I'm worried that I won't have enough money. Qian felt heavy-hearted after hearing this. During this time following Huan around to buy things, she had casually spent tens of thousands, making her feel as if she had become a rich person. Who would have thought her mother was still struggling with only 7,800 on her person? What could 7,800 do? Not even enough to buy a bed for the new house. Qian suddenly stood up and pulled out a delicate little wallet from her pocket. Mom, I'll give you all the money I have. What do you want my money for? Lu Mei began to say, but suddenly froze seeing Qian pull out a stack of bright red 100 yuan bills from her little wallet. Where did you get so much money? It's all from my brother. He often slips me 100 or 2 for no reason. But I haven't used it carelessly, at most just bought some snacks. All my money is here, totaling over 1,800. Lu Mei felt a surge of anger. Her son, needless to say, had tens of thousands, and unexpectedly her daughter had close to 2,000 in pocket money. So it turns out the whole family is living frugally except for herself. She took all the red bills from Qian, leaving only over 70 yuan in change. All your school expenses are covered by your brother. Why are you carrying so much cash? What if you lose it? I'll help you save this money. Qian watched the red bills disappear from her hands, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Why did she have to show this bit of filial piety? Her brother must have gone to withdraw money by now. Would Mom still need money? Originally, she was a little rich girl, but now she had become impoverished. Wait a minute. Qian looked up in confusion and asked, Mom, what's wrong with you? All your brother's money is in the stock market. He rents a house. And where do you think all this pocket money comes from? Added together, it's not a small sum. Qian nervously swallowed her saliva and replied, I don't know. Lu Mei noticed Qian's demeanor and realized she was hiding something. She slammed the table and shouted, you and your brother are always exchanging glances. How could you not know? But can the phrase exchanging glances apply to me and my brother? Qian was not in the mood to comment on her mother's misuse of words, but she lowered her head and quietly said, I really don't know. Lu Mei saw Qian's expression and was sure she was lying. If you tell me now, I can let it go. Otherwise, when I find out the truth from your brother, just see how I'll deal with you. Qian felt a bit intimidated. She was worried that Huan would definitely betray her. Rather than being betrayed by her brother, it was better to betray him. After all, dead friends are better than poor friends. My dear brother, I'm afraid I must put you in a difficult position. Actually, my brother has quite a bit of money. Lu Mei had already anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. How much is quite a bit? A little over 1 million. What did you say? Lu Mei even doubted whether she had heard wrong and asked again, are you sure it's over 1 million? My brother said so, but it should only be around 600 to 700 now. How could it be less? Buying a house. The house we're moving into tomorrow was actually bought by my brother. Lu Mei was first surprised, then felt a wave of disappointment. She didn't understand why such an important matter could be told to Qian, but was kept from her. Did he think she was an unreliable mother? Seeing Lu Mei looking down and not saying a word for a long time, Qian knew she was upset and gently said, Mom, my brother didn't mean to hide it from you. He was worried about your heart and thought you couldn't take it all at once. Think about it. Just now you hinted that you had little money and he immediately put down his bowl and went out to get you money. My brother cares about you. Lu Mei looked at the half bowl of chicken soup on the table and finally smiled. In the past, you two siblings were always causing a ruckus, and now you have joined forces to bully me, an outsider. Mom, you are talking nonsense again. How could I be an outsider? What clan are you from, Lu? Lu Mei rolled her eyes and said, come on, what else are you two hiding from me? He Qian then recounted the process of buying the house and furniture, which made Lu Mei frown repeatedly. A bed costs over 10,000. What is your brother thinking buying something so expensive? Why didn't you stop him? I told you before the purchase my brother said it was all up to me, but when we got to the market, he didn't listen to a word I said. What could I do? If I see you are just eager for your brother to buy good things, after all, that is your house. He Qian felt a wave of sourness wash over her, reminiscent of aged vinegar. She secretly reveled in it, but pretended to look aggrieved. If my brother insists on transferring the house to me, what can I do? Where is the property deed? In the cabinet of the new house. Tomorrow hand the property deed to me, and I will take care of it. He Qian felt a sense of familiarity with this scene. When she received a bit of New Year's money as a child, her mother would always say to hand it over for safekeeping, but as time went on, that money would automatically become her mother's. He Qian certainly did not want to hand over the property deed. She felt that this little booklet was only hers if it was in her hands. Seeing that He Qian remained silent, Lu Mei suddenly slammed the table. What do you think you're doing? Something as important as the property deed cannot be in your hands. What if you lose it? You must give me the property deed tomorrow, or else humph. I know. He Qian dragged out her words to express her dissatisfaction. He Huan returned home and immediately felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. The mother and daughter sat quietly at the dining table, not speaking. When she saw He Huan return, He Qian lowered her head, while Lu Mei shot her a glare before looking elsewhere. Did they have a fight? He Huan, confused still, said, Mom, I took out the money. After saying that, he placed 20,000 in cash on the table. Lu Mei silently took the cash and turned to walk into her room. He Huan's heart sank. Oh no, she's angry at me. This isn't right. Mom should be touched that I brought back the money. Why is she giving me the cold shoulder? He Huan looked at He Qian in confusion, but saw her avoiding his gaze and flustered, saying, I'm going to take a shower. What are you going to shower for right now? Just as Lu Mei reached the door, she suddenly stopped and said, Don't you see your brother's chicken soup is cold? Why don't you go heat it up for him? He Qian's face turned red. Oh, she said, getting up to head to the kitchen. He Huan was confused, but dared not ask Lu Mei what was going on, seeing her stern expression. After a while, Lu Mei finally returned to her room. He Huan hurried to He Qian's side and asked, What's wrong with Mom? Why is she so angry all of a sudden? She said she wants to confiscate my property deed. What? Did you tell Mom? He Qian nodded. Mom threatened me, and I had no choice. He Huan sheepishly asked, What else did Mom say? Did she scold me? She told me to heat up chicken soup for you. She wouldn't scold you. All her anger is directed at me. He Huan chuckled and said, Serves you right. Who told you to be so unprincipled? Looking at He Qian's aggrieved expression, He Huan felt a pang of sympathy. All right, once you graduate from high school, I'll buy you a house. Just keep your mouth shut and don't let Mom know again. He Qian's eyes sparkled instantly as she nodded vigorously. Brother, can you give me 200 first? He Qian awkwardly said, My pocket money was also confiscated by Mom. He Huan chuckled helplessly, seeing that Lu Mei's room was tightly closed, and quickly took out 500 from his wallet. Let me know when you run out. He Qian squinted her eyes, her face breaking into two small dimples. Thank you, brother. The next morning, He Huan woke up to the sound of rustling outside the door. He opened the door and found Mom Lu Mei tidying up. Mom, you're up so early. Lu Mei continued her work without looking up, only lightly responding with an He Huan felt quite awkward, as it seemed his mother was still angry and did not want to talk to him. He woke up He Qian, who upon seeing Lu Mei's stern face was too frightened to speak. The siblings brushed their teeth and washed up quietly together, but just before heading out, Lu Mei suddenly spoke up and asked, Are we going to set off firecrackers when we move today? He Huan actually didn't like anything too ostentatious, but since Lu Mei asked this way, she must want to do it formally and celebrate. After all, moving into a new home is a major event in life. Mom, if you want to set them off, go ahead. You make the decisions in this home. What do you mean I make the decisions? Now that you're capable and can earn big money, even if you buy a house, you don't need to consult me. Do I not need to consult the head of the family? Hearing Lu Mei's sarcastic tone, He Huan felt no anger at all and could only plead, Mom, don't pick on me. I admit my mistakes, okay? They'll hand over the remaining tens of thousands to you. You can arrange the money however you want from now on. Are you sure you want to hand over all the money to me? Of course. I can hand over the 30-something thousand in the stock market to you as well. Lu Mei felt a wave of emotion that added up to over 100,000. What she didn't know was that even if He Huan handed over that million, he still had 99 million left, which was. Lu Mei sighed and said, Forget it, keep the money for yourself. I have no real skills in my life, though I have lived for 40 years and haven't saved a penny. If you give me the money, it will just sit in the bank earning a little interest. It's better for you to continue investing in stocks. Mom, you raised me, and Qian, you're the most capable person in this family. But now that I've grown up and can make money through stocks, it's time for me to give back to this family. From now on, I will cover all household expenses. I will give you 8,000 monthly, and if there's extra, save it. If it's not enough, ask me for more. 8,000. How can household expenses be that high? He-Chien laughed and said, didn't my brother say that? If there's extra, just save it. Mom, I think you don't even need to work anymore. Lu Mei shot a glare at He-Chien and scolded, how can you not work? Don't forget the hard times just because you're living well now. All right, Mom, Chien and I are going to school. When you vacate the house today, make sure to talk nicely with the landlord. Don't get into any conflicts. I know, just stop nagging. Just as He-Huan opened the door, he remembered something and said, also, Mom, for that new house, just say it's rented to others. If you say it's bought, explaining the 30-something thousand for the purchase will be very troublesome. It's best not to let others know that I'm trading stocks. Lu Mei thought it made a lot of sense and quickly agreed. However, it did not sit well with her to claim her own house. He-Chien was in a state of excitement all morning, and when the school bell rang, she could hardly wait to rush downstairs. Yao Xian looked at He-Chien's figure and shouted, Chien, wait for me. Let's go to the cafeteria together. I have something to do at home during lunch, so I'm not going to the cafeteria to eat. After saying this, she dashed away like the wind. Yao Xian felt a wave of disappointment. After saving up over 10 yuan, she was ready to go to the second floor with He-Chien, but unexpectedly her friend had left her hanging. Suddenly a girl beside her leaned in and whispered, Yao Xian, don't you find it strange? At the beginning of the term, He-Chien was clearly very poor and wouldn't even buy spicy strips. How has she become so wealthy, now eating on the second floor every day, and even has a boo-boo Gao MP3? Yao Xian immediately thought of He-Huan, but she couldn't understand how in just a few days the He siblings could go from being impoverished to becoming rich. That's their private matter. You shouldn't be so curious about everything. Come on, let's go have lunch. After meeting with He-Chien, He-Huan hurriedly rushed home. Unlike He-Chien's excitement, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. He had a nagging feeling that moving into the new house today wouldn't go smoothly. As they approached home, he saw a police car parked below the building from afar. In a rush, He-Huan immediately started running towards home. He-Chien, not understanding the situation, assumed He-Huan was just overly excited. She ran alongside him shouting, brother, slow down. Wait for me. The siblings ran all the way to the ground floor where a motorcycle had just parked beside them. He-Huan, He-Chien, have you finished school? He-Huan turned to see surprised and said, third aunt, third uncle, what are you doing here? I heard from your uncle that the landlord is bullying your mother, so your third uncle and I rushed over immediately. He-Huan's face instantly changed and he picked up a stone the size of a fist from the ground and charged up the stairs. He-Chien's eyes turned red as she picked up a glass bottle from the ground, closely following He-Huan. He-Xianglan shouted anxiously from behind, what are you two siblings planning to do? Your mother is fine and the police are up there mediating. He-Huan was too angry to think clearly, but upon hearing what third aunt said, he calmed down instantly. Indeed, since there was a police car here, at least the situation wouldn't be too serious. He-Xianglan hurriedly walked in front of the siblings and said, why haven't you thrown the stones away? There are so many adults from the He family, it's not your place to fight. Your grandfather, your uncle, your third uncle, and several of your cousins are up there, so don't worry, your mother is fine. He-Huan felt a warmth in his heart. The strength of family unity moved him deeply. Thank you, third aunt. Thank you, third uncle. We are family. There's no need for formalities. Let's go up and see what's happening. The four of them arrived at the door, and the room was crowded with members of the He family. Among the crowd were two police officers, Lu Mei and a chubby middle-aged man. Huan, Chien, have you finished school? He-Huan looked towards the source of the voice and saw an elderly woman with white hair walking toward him. Grandma, you came too? Yes, I came over in your uncle's tricycle. Their conversation drew the attention of everyone present, especially Lu Mei, who surprisingly looked a bit shy. Last night, her son had repeatedly warned her not to have conflicts with the landlord, but when she heard the landlord say he wouldn't refund a penny of the rent, she couldn't help but call the He family. Later on, she even called the police. Seeing that it was already noon, the police summarized, all right, this isn't a very serious matter. Both parties should take a step back. Mr. Yi will refund Miss Lu 1,000 yuan in rent, and this matter will be settled. Seeing that the other side had the upper hand in numbers, the landlord Yi knew this was already the most favorable solution. He readily agreed. Lu Mei wanted the landlord to refund an extra 200 or 300 yuan, but for some reason, after seeing He-Huan return, she felt a wave of guilt. She no longer hesitated and agreed immediately. Subsequently, the landlord Yi handed Lu Mei 1,000 yuan in cash in front of the two police officers. However, he still carried some emotion, shouting, now that I've refunded the money, when will you move out? Lu Mei was always very indulgent towards He-Huan and his sister, but in public, she had a rather assertive demeanor. With her hands on her hips, she shouted, in this Blackheart place, even if you begged me to stay, I wouldn't. We're moving out right now. Most of the things Lu Mei intended to take were already packed, and upon hearing her words, the He family members all sprang into action to move the luggage downstairs. In addition to an uncle driving a tricycle, another cousin also brought a van. With so many people working together, they quickly loaded everything onto the vehicles. Several relatives were preparing to leave on motorcycles, but Iwan hurriedly stopped them, saying, "Uncles, it's already lunchtime, let's go eat together at a restaurant." They quickly declined, saying they had other matters to attend to at noon. At this moment, Lu Mei happened to come downstairs, and seeing this scene, she quickly said, "Thanks to the brothers from the He family for coming to support me today. We must have a meal together to express our gratitude for my son and me." Uncle He Jiangwo had been waiting for Lu Mei to say this. In his eyes, He Huan was just a child, and his words didn't carry much weight. He also persuaded, "You all came to help. How can we let you go back on an empty stomach? No matter how many things there are today, we must eat before leaving." Hearing this, they didn't stand on ceremony and readily agreed. The group made their way to Yapinju community, then took their luggage and followed He Qian to the second floor. He Qian opened the door, and everyone was astonished to see the room's brand new and luxurious decor. Third aunt put down the things she was holding and asked Lu Mei, second sister-in-law, how come this new rented house is so nice? How much is the annual rent? Lu Mei recalled He Huan's instructions and replied, 5,000. It is a bit expensive, but it's close to the first high school, making it convenient for Huan and Qian to attend school. Grandfather He Jiashu immediately frowned. In his view, spending 5,000 to rent a house was an utter. However, upon hearing others' discussions, he became even angrier and shouted, "Everyone quiet down, it's just a house rental, what's there to be so surprised about? Did Lu Mei not say that this house is near the first high school, making it convenient for the children? If Huan and Qian can get into a good university, spending any amount is worth it." Once He Jiashu spoke, the entire room fell silent. He Huan felt deeply moved, although his mother was not well regarded in her family, she held a high status in her in-laws' house. For many years, no one had ever dared to speak to her loudly. After all, after his father's death, she did not remarry or run away, but raised both herself and her sister alone. The He family, regardless of size, appreciated this kindness. Just like today, with just a phone call from their mother, 7 or 8 strong men from the He family came over. They were ready to roll up their sleeves and fight. Just like just now, grandfather clearly thought the rent was too high, yet upon hearing other people's discussions about his mother, he would step in to defend her. Aunt Sen noticed the awkward atmosphere and explained, "Dad, everyone isn't criticizing Urseo. It's just that we've never seen such a nice house before, so we are a bit surprised." Lu Mei, not wanting anyone to feel uncomfortable because of her, smiled and said, "It's all right, nobody said anything, let's put down what we have and go out to eat first." Leading everyone out of the community, Lu Mei saw several restaurants at the entrance, apart from one called Fat Sister that was decently decorated. The others were small family-run eateries. He Huan noticed Lu Mei looking at him, knowing she was asking for his opinion. He said, "Mom, how about we go to Fat Sister? It's cleaner and more hygienic inside. Then why waste that money?" Grandfather He Jiashu interrupted He Huan, saying, "Renting is already quite expensive, every bit saved counts." After saying that, he was the first to walk into a small family eatery. Exactly, there's no need for formalities among family, just a simple meal will do. Everyone followed him into the restaurant. He Huan, feeling somewhat helpless, said to He Qian, "Qian, order a few hearty dishes later, he'll go out to buy something." Curious, He Qian asked, "What are you going to buy?" "Cigarettes." "Cigarettes? You don't smoke, why are you buying cigarettes?" He Qian was puzzled, but seeing that He Huan had already walked far, she could only follow the others into the eatery. With a group of 15 people, the small eatery didn't have a table large enough, so they had to split into 2 tables. Seeing Lu Mei order 5 or 6 homestyle dishes in a row, He Qian quietly reminded, "Mom, my brother said to order a few more hearty dishes." Though He Qian's voice was soft, it was still heard by those around her, prompting a wave of laughter, as they thought it was just a child's greed. Uncle He Jiangwo said with a smile, "We're family, just order whatever you like." Lu Mei recalled that today was indeed a celebratory occasion for their housewarming, and thought it should be a bit more generous. The most expensive dishes at the small eatery were merely beer duck and braised pig trotter. Lu Mei ordered several meat dishes in a row until the people around her kept saying it was enough before she finally put down the menu. He Huan entered with a large black plastic bag, and as everyone wondered what was inside, he pulled out several packs of Huangala cigarettes. These Huangala cigarettes cost 20 yuan per pack on the market, and buying a whole carton would be a bit cheaper, but still close to 200 yuan. One of his uncles sitting closest was surprised when He Huan handed him a pack, asking, "He Huan, what's this for?" "Today my mom ran into some trouble, and am thanking the uncles for coming to support her. It's just a small token of appreciation, not much." "That won't do." The uncle quickly pushed the cigarettes back to He Huan, saying, "We didn't really help much, it was those 2 policemen who... Moreover, your mom is treating us to a meal. We appreciate your gesture, but giving each person a pack of cigarettes is too extravagant." Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of absurdity, They had come to help, and the total rent refund was only 100 yuan, but he wants 10 packs of cigarettes as a thank you were worth 2 euro plus this meal, making it seem like they were losing over 1,000. Uncle He Jiangwo also said, Huan, this thank you gift is too expensive, quickly take these cigarettes back. We came to help, not for these gifts. Exactly, Urseo, you should make He Huan return the cigarettes quickly. Even grandfather He Jiashu advised, Lu Mei, we are all family. There's no need to be so formal. Your salary isn't high right now and life is still tough. Every penny counts, so hurry and let Huan return the cigarettes. Everyone chimed in, urging Lu Mei. Lu Mei was amused and exasperated. Everyone thought it was her arrangement for He Huan to buy cigarettes, but she hadn't even considered that. It was all He Huan's own decision. She glared at He Huan in frustration, only to see he completely ignored her. He Huan cleared his throat and waited for the surroundings to quiet down before he said, Grandfather, uncle, and all the uncles, am very grateful for your help today. My mom is strong-willed, but she is still just a woman. If conflicts arise, she will surely suffer losses. As her son, it is my duty to protect her, but in situations like today, when I am not present, I can only rely on our family as a whole. These few packs of cigarettes are my small token of appreciation. I first to express my gratitude to the uncles who always lend a hand when my family faces difficulties. Second, I ask that if my mom encounters any trouble in the future, you can come to help again. Everyone was surprised. He Huan usually seemed rather taciturn, but today he spoke so eloquently. Grandfather He Jiashu felt very pleased after hearing this. Huan, it's really great that you have such a thoughtfulness. Your mom has been raising you siblings for so many years since she married, and as she has indeed endured a lot, so rest assured, as long as your mom encounters difficulties, we will definitely help. As for these cigarettes, quickly take them back. It's not easy for your mom to earn a bit of money. Grandfather, this is my money. Isn't your money all given by your mom? Can you earn your own? I actually earned this money myself. He Jiashu felt a wave of absurdity and was somewhat angry. A child can be a bit mischievous, but absolutely must not lie. He raised his voice a bit and asked, You're still in school. How can you earn any money? I made a little money in the stock market and my mom knows about it too. He Jiashu was quite surprised and turned to Lu Mei only to see her nodding slightly, saying, He indeed made some money in the stock market, otherwise we wouldn't be able to rent such a good house. This statement was like a depth charge, instantly stirring up a commotion in the small eatery. How did you even get into stocks? When did you start trading stocks? Naturally, the most asked question was, how much did you earn? He Huan waited for the scene to quiet down a bit before saying, I've been trading stocks for about half a year, earning around 150 yuan. The whole place fell silent once again, including some diners nearby, who were also looking over in astonishment. A high school student actually earned 150 yuan in half a year through stock trading. Oh, what kind of talent is this? But soon Uncle San Luo-san noticed something was off and asked, He Huan, where did your initial capital for stock trading come from? He Huan had anticipated someone would ask this. He used the same excuse he had given Lu Mei, saying, I won the lottery and had 200 yuan. So you now have over 300 yuan on hand. Yes. Everyone felt a wave of envy. In that era, the average salary in a small county town was around 200 yuan, with some as low as 700 or 800. Over 300 yuan was an astronomical figure in many people's eyes. Uncle Luo-san felt a surge of excitement in his heart and asked with a smile, Huan, how do you trade stocks? Can you teach me? I have a few tens of thousands of spare cash and would like to make some small profits. Others also looked at He Huan with eager eyes. Trading stocks is actually quite simple, but making money is not. Isn't there a saying? Investing carries risks, and one must be cautious when entering the market. That's simple. Oh, just tell me what stocks to buy, and I can follow you in purchasing them right. It's a bit more complicated because it requires frequent buying and selling. If there's any delay in communication, the outcome could be completely different. Luo-san felt a moment of disappointment, but then He Huan spoke again. How about this, Uncle San? If you trust me, just hand the money over to me, and it'll help you trade stocks. At the end of each year, it'll give you back the principal and the profits in one go. Luo-san's previously extinguished fire was instantly rekindled, and he excitedly said, That's even better. It's a hassle for you. At this moment, Aunt Sin stepped forward and said with concern, Huan, we only have a few tens of thousands in savings that won't end up losing, will it? He Huan paused for a moment and replied, There is indeed a possibility of loss. I can only say that we will buy the same stocks together. If we lose, we all lose. If we earn, we all earn. Uncle San and Aunt Sin immediately hesitated again. At this moment, however, Uncle De stood up and said, Is there such a thing as a guaranteed profit in this world? Huan, I'll invest 30,000 in you. If you lose, I won't blame you at all. The other uncles were very interested, aside from two, who said they needed to discuss it with their families. The other three immediately expressed their intention to invest some money. He Huan naturally wanted to make it up to everyone and would not refuse, but he had to clarify the risks. Human nature is complex and cannot withstand tests. He Huan had seen too many instances of good intentions not being rewarded in his past life. He Jiaxu felt a bit uncomfortable seeing his only son-in-law still hesitating. Huan Grandpa will also invest 10,000 in you. Just after saying that, he felt someone tugging at his clothes. Grandpa looked back at Grandma and said intentionally, "Why are you pulling at my clothes?" Grandma had a slightly awkward expression but reminded him, "At your age, what do you want to get rich for?" "That is our..." Grandpa's tone rose a few degrees as he said, "Who wants to get rich? Our grandson is doing well. I must support him." He then looked at He Huan and said, Huan, if you earn money, you can spend it however you want. If you lose, it will be..." He Huan felt deeply moved and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa, no matter what, I won't let you and Grandma's retirement money be lost. When I make money by the end of the year, they'll build a big house in our hometown to take care of you." He Jiaxu laughed heartily and said, "You're the only one who can make me happy." At this point, Aunt San finally made up her mind and said to Uncle San, "What are we afraid of? Without taking risks, we won't get rich, and without taking risks, we won't be poor. Let's invest 50,000. Uncle San was already tempted, so he naturally wouldn't oppose it. He Huan smiled and said, "Aunt San, don't worry. I have considerable insights into the stock market, and besides, this year is a bull market. The chances of making money are quite high. It's okay if we lose, we will accept it." He Huan then looked at the cigarettes on the table and said, "These cigarettes, please don't decline. Oh, it's truly a little token of my appreciation. By the end of the year, I'll distribute the profits to everyone." One of the uncles took the cigarette and said, "All right, Huan is doing well now, so I won't be polite. I usually can't bear to buy these 20 yuan Huangala cigarettes, but today my big nephew generously gave me a whole pack." He Huan smiled and said, "What is this? In the future, life will only get better and better. Maybe one day I'll send you cigarettes like this again, and you'll point your finger at my nose and call me stingy." Everyone burst into laughter, and with this uncle taking the lead, the others also accepted the cigarettes. As the dishes were served, the atmosphere at the scene became increasingly lively. The uncles first curiously asked how the lottery was won, and then kept asking about how stocks worked. Regarding the lottery, it's just about luck, and no one would doubt it. As for stocks, He Huan had been the CEO of a listed company in his previous life, so it was nothing to him. The several uncles listened in a daze. He Qian looked at He Huan talking confidently at the dinner table like an adult, and a sense of pride welled up from the bottom of her heart. He Huan was the older brother, but at this moment, he felt like a father supporting the family. Indeed, an elder brother is like a father, although dad is no longer around. The brother has become the pillar of the family. Since there was no alcohol, the dinner ended quite quickly. He Huan and He Qian had to rush to school for classes. Before leaving, He Huan reminded Lu Mei to coordinate with a few uncles and finalize the amount for stock investment, with her also responsible for collecting the principal. Lu Mei naturally agreed without hesitation. On the way to school, He Qian saw He Huan deep in thought with his head down and curiously asked, "Brother, what are you thinking about?" "It's nothing. You think I don't know? You're definitely thinking about how to help the uncles make money in the stock market." He Huan chuckled. In fact, the stock market was just a pretext, a reason to distribute profits to them at the end. Of course, their money would definitely be put into the stock market. They would earn a bit. But with 200,000 or 300,000 in funds, how could he be so worried? What he was truly contemplating was how to develop his path in the future. He currently had nearly 100 million in cash in the stock market, and before the subprime mortgage crisis next year, he needed to withdraw all the money. Then, taking advantage of this economic crisis, he would buy a large amount of shares in those potential companies. As a reborn individual, he was confident he could multiply his funds by at least 50 times by the time he graduated from university. But what about afterward? Should he sell his shares and take that 5 billion just like in his previous life and continue to run an internet company? Or should he keep holding onto the shares and directly enter a laid-back mode? If he continued to run a company, it would be akin to retracing the path of his previous life. In this lifetime, he could have wealth if he wanted wealth and have experience if he wanted experience. The company would undoubtedly develop better than in his previous life. But did he have the confidence to solve the difficulties that the company would ultimately face? To be honest, he did not, because these were caused by the broader environment, pandemics, trade wars, this war, that war. No matter how capable he was still just a businessman. Achieving world peace was the politician's job. If he chose to be laid back, his shares could still reach several billions, and he wouldn't have to worry, nor would there be much pressure. It just felt like there was a lack of some enjoyment in life. He Huan couldn't help but scold himself for being so greedy, not wanting to enjoy a life of counting money, but instead thinking about starting a business. Fishing, traveling, foot baths, massages. Well, the last two don't count, but which of those isn't more interesting than starting a business? Moreover, in his previous life, he worked so hard that he didn't marry until he was 40. In this life, the priority should be to let his mother hold a grandchild as soon as possible. He Huan made up his mind, feeling elated. He smiled at He Qian and said, "Making money is so simple. Your brother is the best at making money." He Qian rolled her eyes and said, You speak so slickly, it's not serious at all. Is that slick? I'm just being honest. Do you think everyone is like your brother easily buying a house? When He Qian heard this, she surprisingly felt it was quite reasonable. Well, you do seem to be a little impressive. Just a little bit. Otherwise, there aren't many people in this world who can impress me, He Qian, even a little. He Huan was quite surprised. In his previous life, he had hundreds of billions in assets, and He Qian had never said anything like this in admiration of him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. The two returned to school and went straight to their respective classrooms. A few minutes before class began, English teacher Zhao Yu entered the classroom carrying a stack of test papers. Team leaders, please come forward to distribute the tests. He Huan, come with me for a moment. She then picked up the top paper and walked out. He Huan noticed Ms. Zhao's grim expression and felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness. Had she discovered his deliberate score suppression last night, or was she upset that he had not paid attention in English class for days? He followed her into the hallway, only to be met immediately with a sharp question. He Huan, do you hold some personal grievance against me? He Huan blinked in bewilderment. Ms. Zhao, how could I possibly hold any grievance against you? Have you misunderstood something? Then what is this test supposed to mean? He took his paper from her hand. The score marked in bold red was 1. His usual English scores hovered around 80, scoring 102 seemed perfectly reasonable. Puzzled, he asked Ms. Zhao, do you think my score is too high? No, I think it's far too low. Huh. Ms. Zhao stepped closer, pointing to a multiple-choice question. This item and the subsequent closed passage both test the same grammatical concept. You answered the close correctly, yet got this one wrong. He inwardly cursed his own carelessness and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Ms. Zhao. I was simply too careless and overlooked it. You weren't careless. You did it on purpose. There are clear signs of erasure and rewriting here. You deliberately changed correct answers into incorrect ones, and this isn't isolated. Every single question you got wrong bears the same pattern. Do you think I'm easily fooled? That I wouldn't notice such petty tricks? As she spoke, her gaze locked onto He Huan's face, searching intently for any flicker of guilt or evasion. He Huan regretted his decision bitterly. It was truly self-inflicted entanglement. Had he simply taken the test honestly last night, none of this would have happened today. Ms. Zhao, my usual English level is 70 or 80. Scoring over 100 is already beyond my normal capacity. Surely you don't expect a struggling student like me to score a perfect 120. Ms. Zhao gritted her teeth in frustration. This was sheer audacity. She had watched him work through the test last night swiftly, confidently, and with remarkable accuracy. He was certainly no English novice. Yet she couldn't fathom why his proficiency had improved so dramatically. Perhaps he devoted himself to intensive study over summer break. Pausing briefly, Ms. Zhao said, other subject teachers all remark how much you've changed. Whenever I stand beside them, I feel too ashamed to speak. Do you know why? He Huan sensed the resentment beneath her words and groaned inwardly. All he could do was feign ignorance. Not only do you never listen attentively in my class, you even complete assignments for other subjects during lessons. What's wrong? Do you consider English unimportant? Or do you believe your English is already so advanced that studying it is unnecessary? He kept his head lowered, uttering not a word in defense. If your English truly were that strong, you'd indeed have earned the right to review other subjects during my class. But barely scraping past 100 clearly falls short of that standard. He Huan frowned, perplexed. Ms. Zhao. Does that mean if my English score is high enough, I can do whatever I like during your class? I heard from Ms. Guo that you've made a wager with her. If you rank among the top 20 in the final exam, she'll reward you with 500 yuan. Is that correct? Yes. Then let's make our own wager. If you score above 130 on every monthly English exam, you may do as you please during my class. I won't interfere at all. But should you fall below 130, even once, you'll sit attentively, take notes diligently, and never again open a textbook for another subject during my lesson. A spark of delight lit He Huan's eyes. This was truly a favorable turn. Casting aside pretense, he replied with quiet confidence, agreed, Ms. Zhao. If I fail to reach 130, I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit. He Huan held her test paper in sour dismay. In this small circle, her score of 108 was the lowest. Spotting He Huan entering with his paper, she flashed a teasing smile. He Huan, how did you do? Tell me. I need psychological balance. Before he could reply, Feng Gan interjected. What's wrong? Planning to emulate He Huan and plummet straight into a third-tier private college. He Huan glared with wide, defiant eyes. I'm speaking to He Huan, not you. Why must you butt in? Don't you know it's deeply impolite to casually ask someone's score? A warmth spread through He Huan's chest. Feng Gan might seem boisterous and unreliable, but when it mattered, he stood by him. Still, He Huan's thick skin and impenetrable defenses rendered such trivial comparisons utterly harmless. Nothing special, just over 100. He Huan clearly didn't believe him. If you scored over 100, I'll do a handstand, and her sentence died mid-breath as Huan laid his paper flat on her desk, the crimson score glaring back at her 102. Eager to ensure she saw it, Fenghan snatched the paper and thrust it before her face, grinning. You said you'd do a handstand, and what? Speak up. Huan flushed scarlet and resorted to denial. That doesn't count. You must have cheated. Lilan, watching Huan flustered, couldn't suppress a smile. She didn't copy from me. Check for yourself if you don't believe me. Lilan placed her own test beside Huan's. After glancing at just the first few multiple-choice questions, Huan knew Lilan spoke truthfully. Where Lilan had erred, Huan had answered correctly, and vice versa. She pushed both papers aside and stubbornly declared, I didn't say anything. I'm sure you misheard me. Fenghan snapped indignantly. Huan, have some dignity. Say it, then own it. Are you insane? What exactly did I say? English teacher Zhao Yu entered the classroom, just then cutting short their squabble. Please take out your test papers. We'll go over the questions together, starting with the multiple-choice section. Just as Huan reached for his physics textbook, Ms. Zhao called his name. Huan, explain why option A is correct for question 3. His face darkened. Rising to his feet, he said flatly, Ms. Zhao, I chose B. Why B, and not A? Oi. How on earth am I supposed to answer that? 1,000 wild horses galloped through Huan's mind. He had a sinking feeling his English classes would never be easy again. After school, Qian noticed his gloomy expression and asked curiously, Brother, what's wrong? Nothing at all. Then why the long face? Unwilling to admit he'd been singled out by his English teacher all afternoon, he brushed it off, just didn't do well on the test, feeling a bit down. Oh, so you actually care about studying now? Of course. I'm in senior year. How could I not focus on academics? Yeah. You excel at making money, though I excel at studying. Perfect. Your earnings fund my education. That's complementary advantage. Little miss, what do you know? The future lies in the internet, artificial intelligence, and other high-tech fields. Without education, how can one achieve true wealth? Qian stared dumbfounded. The internet she understood, but what exactly was artificial intelligence? The two returned home, and all the guests had already left. Only Lu Mei remained putting sheets on the new bed. Qian walked into the room, touched the freshly laid sheets, and asked Mom, are these new sheets and quilt covers you bought this afternoon? It was hard to imagine that her usually frugal mother would spend over 4,000 on bedding. Huan chuckled and said, Mom, you're really extravagant now. Spending over 4,000 on bedding without batting an eye. Lu Mei glared at Huan and scolded, stop being sarcastic. If you didn't spend over 10,000 on your bed, would I buy such expensive bedding? Huan replied, feeling wrong, Mom, I'm just praising you for knowing how to spend money. Lu Mei retorted, nonsense, Huan, I warn you, don't get cocky, just because you have some money. If a person is not frugal, even a mountain of gold can be squandered. Huan noticed the kitchen was quiet and curiously asked, Mom, aren't you cooking? Lu Mei replied, of course not, where would I find the time to cook? First I went out to buy a pile of daily necessities, then these bedding items, and there are also several uncles who sent. Lu Mei put down her task, walked into the living room, and took out several bundles of cash along with a piece of paper. This is the money sent over by your uncles and your elder uncle. I've noted the exact amounts on this paper. Huan glanced at the paper. The smallest amount was 10,000 and the largest was 70,000. For instance, the third uncle wrote 5,000. In total, it added up to 240,000. Mom, did you write them a receipt? Lu Mei replied, a receipt. What for? Isn't it enough that I noted it on this paper? Huan insisted, it's better to have that. Both parties should sign it. Once the rules are set, there's no fear of disputes. Lu Mei, with a hint of guilt, said softly, we're all family. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Greed can lead to endless troubles. Many things cannot be clearly defined. But if it's not written down, it's... Huan took out his phone and snapped a photo of the paper before handing it back to Lu Mei, saying, Mom, you should keep this paper. I'll deposit this money in the bank for now and later transfer it to the stock market. Lu Mei, not understanding much, simply warned, if people trust you with so much money, don't let them lose it. Huan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, don't worry, I'm confident. Let's go, Mom. We'll deposit the money and grab a bite to eat on the way. Just as Lu Mei put on her shoes, she suddenly remembered something and looked up at Qian. Qian, what about the property deed? Why are you so unmindful? If I don't ask, you won't give it to me voluntarily. Qian, feeling wronged, walked into her room and shortly returned with a red booklet. Lu Mei excitedly took it and opened it, checking the homeowner's name, which indeed was Qian. She said with a hint of envy, you're so fortunate, girl. At just 16, you already have such a nice big house. I'm 40 and still have nothing. Huan felt this was directed at him and immediately promised, Mom, it won't be long before I can buy you a big villa and the property deed will only have your name on it. What do I need so many houses for? What I mean is, can you talk to the person in charge to change the name on this to mine? Upon hearing this, Qian was instantly stunned. Lu Mei took the property deed back to her room, first placing it on the bedside table, but then feeling it was unsafe, worried a thief might take it. After thinking it over, she decided to put it deep inside the wardrobe covered with thick clothes. The three of them went downstairs, and He Huan asked Lu Mei and He Qian to order food while he went to the bank to deposit money. However, Lu Mei insisted on going with He Huan. Unable to decline, he brought her along. There was a bank right at the entrance of the residential complex, and as He Huan walked into the ATM, Lu Mei followed him in. "Mom, why are you following me in?" He Huan asked. Lu Mei replied, "I want to see how much money you have in your card." He Huan chuckled, saying, "Come on, Mom, do you really think I would lie to you? I'm just taking a look. I'm not going to take your money." He Huan had 95 million in the stock market, but only 500,000 left in the card. However, even 500,000 was an astronomical figure for Lu Mei. He Huan felt it was hard to refuse Lu Mei, constantly thinking about how to explain where this 500,000 came from. Lu Mei urged, "Where's your card? Hurry up." With no choice, He Huan inserted his bank card. As he checked the balance, he said, "Mom, actually, I won the lottery back then." He Huan was cut off mid-sentence when Lu Mei excitedly exclaimed, "So you really have over 500,000 in your—" He Huan was startled and quickly looked at the screen. "No way, isn't that 5,780,000? How could she misread that?" He Huan felt a surge of joy and retorted, "I told you, how could I possibly lie to you?" After saying that, he hurriedly closed the balance screen, afraid Lu Mei would notice something was off. "What were you going to say? What happened with the lottery?" "It's nothing, let's deposit the money first. Qian is still waiting for us to eat." A few minutes later, the mother and son reached the entrance of the complex and happened to see Li Lan coming out. The two turned their heads in perfect unison, pretending not to see each other. However, Lu Mei grabbed He Huan and pointed at Li Lan, asking, "Isn't that the girl who lives across from us? She's still my deskmate." He Huan had no choice but to nod at Li Lan and say hello. Hello was indeed the most perfunctory way to greet someone. Even saying "Have you eaten?" would feel much warmer. Li Lan could only let out a powerless sigh and nodded, saying hello. After their perfunctory greeting, they were about to leave when Lu Mei, with a beaming smile, said, "This girl is really pretty. Have you eaten yet? I'll just have some bread later." Lu Mei insisted, "That won't do. Bread has no nutrition. We've just ordered food at the restaurant ahead. Why don't you join us for a meal?" Li Lan had just stormed out from her father's house in a fit of anger, and although she was hungry, it didn't mean she wanted to eat with He Huan's family. Especially since He Huan had never spoken to her, it would be so awkward. "Auntie, I'm fine. Oh, I'm not that hungry." "How could you not be hungry? You both need to grow and think, and nutrition must keep up." Lu Mei insisted, "Come on, join us. It's just adding another pair of chopsticks." Li Lan prepared to refuse again, but heard He Huan say, "Mom, if she doesn't want to, let it be. Don't force her." The three of them arrived at a restaurant ahead, and He Qian was surprised to see Li Lan, wondering why her brother brought a female classmate. When Li Lan agreed, she was full of confidence, but now sitting with He Huan's family, she was already regretting. It's a family gathering, and as an outsider, what right does she have to be here? Seeing Lu Mei ask a question, she quickly said, "Annie, there's no need to be polite, just eat whatever you want. It won't do to be too casual." Lu Mei opened the menu and asked Qian, "What dishes have you ordered?" "1 beef, 1,000-layer tofu, 1 spicy stir-fried meat, and 1 Crucian carp soup. Then let's add 1 spicy chicken wing and 1 beer duck." He Huan wanted to remind Li Lan that she didn't like spicy food, but the words got stuck in his throat. He scolded himself inwardly for not being assertive. After all these years, how could he still remember her taste? He Huan, you really lack ambition. Li Lan didn't expect Lu Mei to be so polite, and quickly said, "Auntie, there's really no need to order more dishes. There are just a few of us, and we won't be able to finish. It's all right if we can't finish, we can take it home." He Huan chuckled at this. His mother was indeed generous today, but not quite generous enough. If she wanted to say that, she shouldn't do it in front of others. In the end, Li Lan still couldn't refuse Lu Mei and added 2 more dishes. Since there weren't many customers in the restaurant, the food was served quickly. During the meal, Lu Mei and her daughter chatted casually with Li Lan, while He Huan ate quietly like an outsider. Seeing He Huan being so dull, Lu Mei secretly kicked him. He Huan looked at Lu Mei in confusion, but then heard her say, "Li Lan's grades are so good, and she's your deskmate. If you have any questions, you should ask her more." He Huan had a strange expression. His mother was acting very strangely today, as if she was trying to matchmake him with Li Lan. But he was still just a high school student. "Got it." This response was quite perfunctory, but Lu Mei had no other choice. She couldn't educate He Huan in front of Li Lan. After dinner, Lu Mei indeed called the waiter and asked for 2 takeout boxes. He Huan casually found an excuse, letting He Qian return to school with Li Lan first, while he helped Lu Mei pack the leftovers, and asked, "Mom, why did you call Li Lan over for dinner today? It's rather awkward. What do you think of your female classmate?" Lu Mei paused her actions and asked, "She's fine, I guess." "What do you mean?" "I think she's quite good. She's pretty and does well in her studies." He Huan knew Lu Mei's implication. She was. He interrupted Lu Mei forcefully, saying, "Mom, what are you thinking? I'm still just a high school student. I'm not saying you should date now, but you can at least build a good relationship. Your grades aren't good. You probably won't get into a good university, so just get married early like your dad. I can help you take care of the kids." Hearing Lu Mei's unreserved words, He Huan was speechless. Was he really being urged to marry it just, Mom, regardless of whether I go to university or not, there's no way I could be with her, so stop worrying about such pointless things. How do you know it's impossible if you don't even try? Because I don't deserve her. Hee-hwan blurted this out, and after saying it he felt inexplicably relieved. Lume was clearly taken aback, slowly saying, in the past when your grades were poor and we were in this situation, I would feel very inferior too. But now you have a millionaire, I thought you would be much more confident. This has nothing to do with confidence. Mom, whether it's studies, career, or marriage, I have my own plans. Right now, I need to focus all my energy on preparing for the college entrance examination. Early, I will get into a good university, and later, I will marry someone even better than Lilan. Lume chuckled and said, you can keep dreaming. Right now, you want to trade stocks. How can you find time to study? Each finger has its own strengths. I can't expect you to be good at both making money and studying. Actually, you can demand that of yourself too. Hee-hwan chuckled and said, last night, I scored 102 on the English test. Mom, I'm not bragging, I'm a genius. Just wait and see. Lume rolled her eyes and said, you better hurry. And when Hee-hwan arrived at school, he saw Lilan quietly sitting and reading. As soon as he sat down, he heard Lilan call out, Hee-hwan. If you have any questions you can't solve, you can ask me. Hee-hwan was quite surprised at what was going on. Had this girl changed her ways? He replied with an "oh" and started making tea for himself as usual. Lilan's face turned red with anger. She had finally gathered the courage to try to ease their relationship today, but Hee-hwan's attitude was still so cold. How dare he be so arrogant? If I talk to him again, it'll be a little puppy. The more Lilan thought about it, the angrier she became, and her small hands clenched into little fists. Lilan, come out for a moment. A familiar call from outside extinguished the anger in Lilan's heart in an instant. She nervously walked out of the classroom and said to Guojing, Mom, what's the matter? What did your dad want you to do today? Lilan hesitated for a moment and said, he said, Aunt Zhu is pregnant. Guojing felt a surge of anger, but forced herself to calm down. After a while, she said, what does your dad mean by telling you this? Is he trying to make you tell me so that I have to divorce him? If he wants me to divorce him, that's fine, as long as he leaves everything behind. I can immediately make room for his mistress. Lilan felt that Guojing's voice seemed a bit loud. She nervously glanced at the classroom, and thankfully no one was paying attention to them. Mom, why don't you just divorce Dad? He's never coming back. Dragging this out is just suffering for you. Guojing understood this reasoning, as she originally planned to wait until Lilan finished the college entrance examination to divorce Li Jun, but who would have thought that Li Jun would openly live with his mistress, who was even pregnant? Both Guojing and Lilan were extremely proud individuals and could not allow their partner to commit such acts of betrayal. Lan, if I divorce your dad, will it affect your studies? Mom, don't worry. He'll get into a good university. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Guojing noticed the redness in Lilan's eyes, realizing that her daughter was forcing a smile to comfort her. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she changed the subject, saying, although your father and I have a poor relationship, he is sincere towards you. What delicious food did he prepare for you today? I left in anger at that time and didn't eat at Dad's. Guojing exclaimed in surprise, why didn't you say so earlier? I could have brought you some food. I have already eaten. Did you buy bread? No, I met Hee-hwan's family just as I left the community. His mother insisted on taking me to a restaurant for dinner, so I went. Hee-chan added, Hee-hwan's family moved into a new house right across from my dad. Guojing frowned slightly. Haven't you and Hee-hwan talked at all? What's going on between you two? You haven't had a falling out, so why are you acting like a married couple in a Cold War? Lilan's face flushed as she angrily said, Mom, what are you talking about? Guojing smiled and said, all right, I'll call Hee-hwan out and ask him what's going on. Hee-hwan, enjoying his tea, suddenly heard Guojing calling for him from outside and quickly ran out. He glanced at the mother and daughter and asked curiously, Teacher Guo, are you looking for me? I heard you scored 100 on yesterday's English quiz. Yes, I was just lucky. Come on, don't be modest. You've been working hard lately, and I've noticed it. Keep up this momentum and don't slack off. I believe you will create a miracle during the college entrance examination. Hee-hwan smiled knowingly. Even Teacher Guo believed he could get into a good university while his own mother was urging him to date. This is truly ridiculous. Guojing coughed lightly and continued, Hee-hwan, do you have any issues with Lilan? No. Then why don't you ever talk to her? I assigned you to the same table with Lilan so she could help you with your studies and help you improve faster. I get nervous around pretty girls, so I can't speak. You're nervous? What nonsense. Lilan almost blurted out her true feelings as she snorted and turned her head to look outside. It's just as well you don't talk to me. I prefer the peace. Who fears who? Guojing looked at the two who seemed like bitter enemies and felt quite troubled. It seemed they should be separated next time. Today's evening self-study was Guojing's math class. Hee-hwan continued working on his practice problems at his own pace, going to the podium to ask Guojing whenever he encountered something he didn't understand. Every time Hee-hwan moved, Lilan felt a bit more irritated. However, she couldn't point out what Hee-hwan was doing wrong. If she did, it would be about why Hee-hwan didn't come to her. Of course, if He Huan really did approach her, she would certainly refuse to answer. This was her revenge on He Huan. He Huan had no idea that his deskmate was feeling very conflicted at that moment. After the evening self-study, he met up with He Qian at the school gate, and they went home together. He Qian was in a great mood today, smiling all the time. Suddenly, she turned to He Huan and said, "Brother, do you secretly like your deskmate?" He Huan immediately, "Nonsense, how could I like her? I was just joking, why are you so reactive?" The more he explained, the more unclear it became, so He Huan simply shut his mouth. Suddenly, he remembered that He Qian was going to school with Li Lan that evening, so he asked Qian, "Did Li Lan say anything bad about me to you today?" "Not at all, she even spoke up for you." He Huan was surprised and asked what could she say on my behalf. "We were chatting about the middle school entrance examination and studies, and then we ended up talking about you. I mentioned that you actually did very well in junior high, but you got distracted by online games in high school, and probably could only get into a second-tier university. She said you've been very serious recently. If you keep it up, maybe you could even get into a top university." He Huan truly hadn't expected Li Lan to speak up for him, but what did it matter? In his previous life, they had both entered the same university, and he was still humiliated by her. "Brother, why are you silent? What do you want me to say? I have no interest in any nonsense romance. I'm only focused on two things: studying and making money. And you, He Qian, no dating during high school. You know the consequences." He Qian scoffed and thought to herself, "You are more controlling than our mom." When the siblings returned home, they saw Lu Mei rushing out of the bathroom with a panicked expression. "Huan, come quickly, is this water heater broken? Why isn't there any hot water? How could that be? I tried it before." He Qian rushed ahead towards the bathroom. She turned on the hot water from the shower, but it was cold. She went back to the kitchen, fiddled with the water heater for a while, and finally discovered the reason. She opened the cabinet below and turned on the gas cylinder. "Mom, you didn't turn on the gas, so of course there's no hot water." Lu Mei looked awkward and said, "How come this thing still uses gas? I wondered why there were two gas cylinders at home. If it doesn't use gas, how could the water be heated?" Such rhetorical questions often inadvertently expressed a hint of impatience. Indeed, Lu Mei's expression became a bit unnatural after hearing this, as if she were a country bumpkin being looked down upon by her daughter. He Huan coughed and said to He Qian, "Mom has never used a water heater before, so of course she doesn't know how to use it. Speak a little more patiently, don't be impatient." "What impatience?" He Qian had just finished speaking when she saw He Huan glaring at her, scaring her into quickly shutting her mouth. He Huan then said to Lu Mei, "Mom, every time you use the water heater, turn on the gas cylinder first and turn it off. Gas is quite dangerous, so you need to be careful." "Alright, I understand," with just one explanation. "Do you think I don't know how to use the gas cylinder? Which of you siblings is going to take a shower first? I've already prepared new towels. They'll go first." He Qian couldn't wait to lie on her new bed. He Huan took Lu Mei to the living room and began teaching her how to turn on the television. At that time, internet TV was not yet popular, so there were no messy apps for watching dramas. Turning on the TV meant accessing major channels. However, there were quite a few channels, over 100. Next came the air conditioner and washing machine. These were simple, and Lu Mei learned quickly. Before long, He Qian finished her shower and returned to her room. He Huan had barely started his shower when he heard Lu Mei's loud voice outside. Without thinking, he knew that He Qian must have done something wrong again, causing their mother to be angry. He quickly finished washing up and walked out in just his boxers. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" and Qian again. "This girl is too disobedient. The weather is no longer hot, yet she still wants to turn on the air conditioner. Isn't that a waste of electricity?" He Huan was quite speechless and said, "Mom, isn't it hot now? It's already about 30 degrees. Oh, what's wrong with turning on the air conditioner?" He Qian immediately perked up at this comment. "I just came out for a moment and was all sweaty. How could I stand it without the air conditioner? How did you manage before when there was no air conditioning?" "Well, now there is, right? An air conditioner costs several thousand yuan. Should we buy it and leave it as decoration? If your room is on, your brother's room must be on too. How much electricity will that use in one night?" "No, we can only turn on one. You can sleep on the floor in your brother's room." He Qian obviously didn't want, as she hadn't yet experienced her beautiful pink bed. Why don't you let my brother sleep on the floor in my room? You little brat, this whole place was bought by your brother. It's already nice enough that he lets you use the air conditioner." He Qian immediately pouted, looking pitiful. He Huan helplessly said, "Alright, Mom, how much electricity can we possibly use in one night? Let's just turn on the air conditioning in all 3 bedrooms. They'll cover the electricity bill." He Qian cheered, "Brother is the best. Mom, my brother has spoken. Oh, we can turn on the air conditioner now since this house was bought by him." Lu Mei glared at the two siblings and scolded, "Having a bit of money makes you arrogant. Oh, let's see how you become a poor person in the future. My brother is now a millionaire. How could he easily become a poor person?" Lu Mei felt that her authority as a mother was severely challenged. She scolded, "He Huan, it's all your fault for spoiling her." He Huan sighed inwardly, caught between his mother and sister, feeling quite awkward. After Lu Mei left the room, He Huan said to He Qian, "Don't set the temperature too low. Be careful not to catch a cold." "Got it, thank you, brother." A simple thank you made He-Huan feel as happy as if he had eaten honey. His sister, returning to his room, He-Huan assembled his computer. The network cable had been prepared in advance, so he could directly go online after turning on the computer. He opened the stock website and first checked his 95 million large account. In less than a week, he had already earned over 3 million. He also opened the 300 small account, which had also seen a slight increase. He directly transferred over 100 into it, bringing the total in the account to exactly 500 and sent a photo of it to Lu Mei. Before long, there was a knock at the bedroom door. Lu Mei, dressed in pajamas, came in and asked, "Have you already transferred the money to the stocks?" "Yes, a total of 24000 from several uncles and 2600 from me. By the end of the year, we'll split it according to this ratio." "That's fine, but what if they ask whether it has gained or lost money midway? You're studying at school, you can't keep answering them, right?" "That's simple. Oh, every weekend I will take a photo of the account balance and send it to you. You can pass it along to those uncles so they'll have an idea and won't keep asking." Lu Mei nodded, but then thought of something and asked, "But you still have several 100,000 left. Aren't you planning to continue?" "It's best not to put all your eggs in one basket. That money is reserved for daily expenses. If there are other suitable investments, I can also take out cash immediately." Lu Mei smiled with satisfaction. "You are much stronger than me and your father. I'm just an outsider when it comes to making money, so I won't meddle. If you need me to help with anything, just let me know." "Mom, I actually do need your help." Lu Mei became interested immediately and asked, "What do you need?" "Mom, you don't need to work as a manager in that clothing store anymore. Oh, just stay home and cook for me and Qian." "Nonsense." Lu Mei's voice rose several decibels, scolding, "Am I your sibling's servant just to cook for you?" "Mom, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I want you to rest well at home. When you have nothing to do, cook and clean. I will give you 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses so you don't have to deal with your boss and clients." Lu Mei was taken aback, but then shook her head. "I'm still young. How can I not work? You take care of your own matters. My work doesn't need your concern." He-Huan knew that his mother cared about her reputation, as she was unwilling to live a life of asking for money, even if the one asking was her own son. It seemed he could only change his approach. If not, he could spend money to open a store for his mom, letting her be her own boss, which wasn't a bad idea. The next noon, at the Jinfu tea house, Peng Jiangwo was reclining in a chair taking a nap when suddenly a noise came from the entrance. He looked up to see a young man striding in. "Boss, brew me a pot of Anji white tea or Longjing tea." Peng Jiangwo was quite impressed by this high school student who only liked green tea. He quickly sat up, boiled water, and said, "Why did it take you so long to come? General Tang has been here every day for the past few days, asking each time if you have arrived." He-Huan didn't expect that his future father-in-law would think so much about him. "I had some family matters to attend to recently, so I haven't had time to come." "Is General Tang coming today?" "I don't know. He doesn't have a fixed schedule. Sometimes he comes in the morning, and sometimes he doesn't come at all for the whole day. People like Tang Xingji who are in business have no fixed working hours, so this is quite normal." He-Huan walked into a small private room, and soon Peng Jiangwo came in with a pot of tea. "Boss, how much is this pot of tea?" 68, but young brother, you don't need to pay. General Tang has instructed that as long as you come here for tea, all expenses will be covered by him." He-Huan frowned. What was his father-in-law trying to do? Did he want him to continue being his son-in-law? "Next time General Tang comes, please thank him for me." Peng Jiangwo suddenly leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Young brother, why does General Tang take such good care of you? Is there something going on between you two?" He-Huan smiled and said, "What do you think our relationship is?" "How would I know? I don't know either. I only met him once when I came here to buy some tea. I don't even know his name or what he does for a living. He is a big boss in real estate with family assets of at least several 100 million. You are really lucky to meet someone like him. No way in my last life I was the one who made him a lot of money." He-Huan just lightly replied with an and was too lazy to explain. While pouring tea for himself, he said, "Boss, you can go ahead and be busy. I have something to attend to." Peng Jiangwo had been in the tea business for many years and was very experienced in human affairs. Hearing what He-Huan said, he knew he had personal matters that he didn't want to discuss here. He left the small private room and sat in his boss chair. Through the door of the private room, he saw He-Huan taking out a mobile phone and operating something which puzzled him. Just a high school student, could he also be doing business? In fact, He-Huan was just using his phone to trade stocks. He had previously spent 95 million to buy stocks all through a mobile app. However, it was inconvenient in the classroom with people coming and going, so he decided to come to this tea house. He had also bought the same 3 stocks in the small account as in the large account, which were XX Pharmaceuticals, XX Tin Industry, and XX Shipping. In his last life, He-Huan had studied stocks for a while when his company went public, so he still had some impression of which stocks were strong in 2007. After buying the shares, He-Huan logged into his large account, and his eyes lit up. He had made over 1 million today. Now I can say I'm a small boss earning 1 million a day. Mom, why are you saving those few bucks on electricity every day? Just as He Huan was lost in thought, a familiar voice came from outside the door. He looked through the door of the private room and saw that it was indeed Tang Xingji, accompanied by Han Qi and two others, one fat and one thin. The fat one was dressed in gold and silver, embodying the image of a newly rich person, while the thin one wore glasses and looked quite cultured. Tang Xingji also noticed He Huan in the private room and quickly greeted loudly, "Young brother, you finally..." He Huan hurriedly walked out of the private room and explained, "I had some family matters a few days ago, so..." "No worries, drinking tea is just a leisure activity. Of course, important matters take precedence." Tang Xingji glanced at the steaming tea behind He Huan and smiled. "Let's discuss some business over your pot of tea. You don't mind, do you? These people clearly have serious matters to discuss. Why does my father-in-law have to come to my private room? Is he not afraid he'll overhear some secrets?" Before He Huan could respond, Han Qi quietly reminded, "General Tang, should we go to a quieter private room? What's the difference? Since we've brought Boss Niu and Boss Ma together, we should speak openly and honestly. I despise people who act one way to your face and another behind your back." This statement was clearly meant for the two middle-aged men beside him. One of the fat men chuckled and said, "General Tang is right. I know Ben conduct business in the most forthright manner. If it's money that shouldn't be mine, I won't take it even if offered." The other boss, surnamed Ma, was not as passionate. He simply said, "I'll listen to General Tang." He Huan raised his eyebrows. From this segment of dialogue, he could guess that both Boss Niu and Boss Ma certainly wanted to find work from Tang Xingji. Boss Niu spoke condescendingly, ridiculing Boss Ma, which meant he had some confidence. Boss Ma endured the humiliation, but his simple response revealed his attitude. He was a very clever person. He Huan looked at Tang Xingji, but saw him maintaining his usual demeanor, pretending not to understand the underlying meaning in their words. "All right, since there are no objections, let's sit here. Young brother, you don't mind, do you? General Tang, you're being polite. I have no right to refuse after all you paid for this pot of tea." The two bosses were taken aback and turned to look at He Huan in unison. However, they couldn't help but feel that the young man in front of them was dressed quite ordinarily, unlike someone from a wealthy family. A group of people sat around the tea table, and He Huan took the initiative to sit in the host's seat and brewed tea for everyone. After Tang Xingji and the others were seated, they got straight to the point and started discussing business. He Huan listened for a while and understood what was going on. Tang Xingji and Han Qi had bought a piece of land in the east of Daji County, planning to build a residential complex consisting of 15 buildings, each 8 stories high. Due to funding and construction timeline constraints, they could only build 10 of the buildings. The remaining 5 would have to be contracted out to outside builders. Niu Ben and Ma Xianhua approached Tang Xingji, both wanting to secure the exclusive construction of these 5 buildings. What they discussed was nothing more than prices, materials, construction timelines, payment methods, and various other conditions. Tang Xingji was an old fox. He deliberately brought Niu Ben and Ma Xianhua together to make them compete against each other for lower prices. However, Niu Ben was particularly aggressive and refused to budge on the price. It gave the impression of being unyielding. In contrast, Ma Xianhua was completely the opposite. As soon as Tang Xingji gave him a slight hint, he voluntarily kept lowering his conditions. It gave the impression of being determined to win. Seeing that class time was approaching, He Huan lost interest in continuing to listen. He stood up and said, "General Tang, you can take your time chatting. I have to go back to school for class this afternoon." "All right, thank you for brewing tea for us today. Come back here for tea when you have time." "Sure." After He Huan left, Niu Ben and Ma Xianhua finally realized that the young man who had been brewing tea for them was just a high school student. Ma Xianhua pushed up his glasses and smiled, asking, "General Tang, that young man just now looked unfamiliar. Do you have any relationship with him?" "What kind of relationship could there be? It was only the second time I've met him." Tang Xingji took a sip of tea and, noticing Ma Xian, who was puzzled expression, added, "The last time I met that high school student, General Han was also there. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Han Qi nodded and casually said, "That young man is just a tea friend that General Tang recently met. He happened to be here today. So he was just an ordinary person." Ma Xianhua retracted his thoughts. He initially wanted to gain some insider information from He Huan. He Huan slowly walked back to school, feeling no interest in the business negotiations from noon. He didn't like the real estate industry anyway, with its intricate relationships. It tests not a person's ability, but rather a person's connections. Those with connections can make money with their eyes closed. Moreover, the complicated negotiations that Tang Xingji and the others went through were actually just a few million in business. For such small projects, he didn't care in his last life, let alone this life. After all, he was now earning $1 million a day in the stock market. He Huan had barely stepped into the classroom when Xiao Xian stealthily approached from the back row. Since Li Lan had not yet arrived, he sat directly in her seat. "Huanzi, can I ask you a favor?" He Huan glanced at his longtime friend and asked curiously, "What is it?" Seeing no one nearby, Xiao Xian lowered his voice, "Lend me 20 yuan. Aren't we on break tomorrow?" "Already broke." "Ah, poor planning. I've been living on steamed buns since yesterday. If you don't bail me out, I won't make it through the next 2 days. In the past, when Juan was carefree and frivolous, he often ran out of money by month's end, too embarrassed to ask his mother, so he'd rely on loans from friends like Chow Exine. Just as Juan pulled a 100 yuan note from his wallet, Lilan walked into the classroom. Spotting Chow Exine seated in her spot, her brows instantly knitted in displeasure. Chow Exine sprang up, immediately standing stiffly aside. As an underperforming student, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of inferiority whenever facing an academic standout like her. Juan simply dragged Chow Exine outside the classroom and handed him the 100 yuan note. Chow Exine looked surprised. Huanzi break starts tomorrow. Why give me so much? I don't have change on me right now, just take it. No need to pay me back. Wow, having a classmate like you, a real benefactor, is genuinely awesome. My own father's never been this generous. Chow Exine hastily stuffed the bill into his pocket. Juan chuckled, please, don't flatter me. I certainly don't have a son with your level of gaming addiction. Huh. Honestly, Huanzi, I truly admire your willpower. Quitting games cold turkey, without hesitation. Sometimes the urge to play still rises, but then I think of the Gaokao, and it all feels hollow. Winning one match of Dota brings fleeting exhilaration. Acing the Gaokao secures 4 years of university, and perhaps decades of future prosperity. You know well enough where true weight lies. Chow Exine kept his head down, silent. Juan couldn't tell whether his words had truly registered. This was already the 3rd time Juan had urged him. Should he remain unmoved, Juan would have no choice but to honor his friend's autonomy. The moment he returned to his seat, Juan called out, Juan, do you have any extra cash? Yes, need to borrow. Yeah, 50 yuan. Strange. Why does everyone suddenly turn to me for loan? Well, you're the only one who looks like a tycoon, feasting daily while the rest of us scrape by? Who else would we ask? Juan produced a 100 yuan note and said, remember to pay me back. Juan rolled her eyes and turned to Lilan. Lilan, I got it for you. Lilan's delicate cheeks flushed crimson. If you're short on cash, why ask him? No harm done. I'll repay you and you'll repay him. Lilan longed to return the money directly to Juan, but remembering her mother's empty stomach and her own hunger, she held back. Softly she murmured, thank you. I'll repay you in a few days. Juan hadn't expected the loan request to trace back to Lilan. Her family, after all, seemed financially secure. Yet recalling her parents' strained relationship, he surmised they were likely too preoccupied to attend to her needs. No problem. Just repay me when you can. Privately, she thought, stingy miser. Just 100 yuan, as if I'd ever default. Any gratitude vanished, replaced entirely by disdain. She hurried downstairs, bought 2 sets of bread and bottled water at the campus store, and returned to teacher Guojing's office. Guojing blinked in surprise, then warmed upon seeing the food in Lilan's hands. That morning she'd gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Li Jun to discuss divorce, an acrimonious affair. Disagreements flared over custody of their daughter and division of assets. By noon, no resolution had been reached. Rushing back to school, she'd had no time to eat. Lilan placed the bread on the desk. Mom, I bought you some bread. Please eat. Have you eaten yourself? No. Guojing replied, startled. Why didn't you buy something for yourself? Lilan kept her head bowed, whispering, I just ran out of money. A wave of guilt washed over Guojing, who gently drew her daughter to sit beside her. Eat something too. You still have classes ahead. Lilan took a bite. The bread tasted coarse and gritty, like raw bran, nearly impossible to swallow. Something stirred within her. Tears began streaming down her cheeks. Guojing's heart ached. She delayed the divorce precisely to shield her child from pain. Yet here it was unfolding before her eyes. Gently wiping away her daughter's tears with a tissue, she murmured, It's all right. I'll cook for you regularly from now on. Lilan nodded, washing the stubborn morsel down with gulps of water. Guojing took a bite of her own bread and asked curiously, Oh, by the way, Lanlin, if you were out of money, how did you afford the bread? Lilan almost said Juan lent it, but instead replied, Juan lent it to me. That boy, he may lag academically, but his character is genuinely sound. Had he not squandered his first 2 years of high school, he'd likely be among the top students now. Mom, it's strange. Juan used to be destitute, barely able to afford meals. Now he's suddenly flush with cash. Even the tea he drinks costs hundreds per jean. That's his private affair, no need to pry. I'll give you the money later, repay him, and thank him properly. Recalling Juan's aloof demeanor, Lilan's lips puckered inward. I'd rather die than thank someone like him. Back in class, Lilan placed the 100 yuan note on the desk and nudged it toward Juan with a single finger. Juan glanced briefly, then casually slipped the bill into his pocket. Without expression, he said, Thank you. Lilan, having mustered the courage to speak, first blurted out, You're welcome, before her mind could catch up. Juan paused, surprised, only to see her turned away, offering him nothing but the sleek black cascade of her hair. Assuming another bout of prideful shyness, he lowered his gaze back to his book. Lilan's face burned scarlet. Lilan, how shameless can you be? You borrowed money, and now he's thanking you. The next day at noon, Huan had just stepped into the Tianfu tea house when he saw Tang Xingji and Han Qi chatting in the same private room as yesterday, while the owner Peng Jiangwo was brewing tea across from them. Tang Xingji then noticed Huan and smiled, saying, "Mr. Tang, you're here so early today. Did you have lunch yet, little brother?" "I ate at the school cafeteria." Huan casually sat to the right of Tang Xingji, perfectly positioned between him and Han Qi. Peng Jiangwo was about to pour Huan a cup of black tea when Tang Xingji said, "Boss Peng, could you please brew another pot of green tea?" "Oh, that's unnecessary. I'm not that picky. I drink other teas, just not my favorite." Upon hearing this, Peng Jiangwo poured Huan a cup of tea. Huan lightly tapped the tea table twice to express his gratitude. Han Qi joked from the side, "Little brother, what have you been learning at school? It can't be just knowledge about tea leaves, right? If only I were learning about tea leaves, then I would definitely secure a spot at a top university during the college entrance exam." Tang Xingji chuckled and said, "High school life is indeed tiring. Having a little leisure to relieve the pressure is quite nice." However, Han Qi sighed, lightly saying, "I envy those students. Apart from studying, they don't have to worry about anything else. Business is so hard these days. I can only say that studying is relatively pure, but it's not simple either. 12 years of hard study, just for those 2 days of the college entrance exam. Among millions of candidates, how many can actually get into good universities? It truly is like 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. The competition is much tougher than doing business." Han Qi clearly disagreed, saying, "You're still young. You only know the hardships of studying. But in reality, the hardest part is doing business. If there's a problem with any aspect, funding, technology, relationships, or after-sales service, your business could suffer a devastating loss. Everyone has different experiences, so naturally their perspectives vary." Huan was too lazy for this meaningless debate and smiled, shifting the topic. "Mr. Han, did those 2 builders from yesterday give you a headache?" Mentioning these 2 made Han Qi feel irritated, but he couldn't speak openly about business matters, especially with Tang Xingji sitting beside him. Tang Xingji took a sip of tea and asked Huan, "Little brother, purely from a human perspective, who do you think is more reliable between those 2 from yesterday?" "Neither of them is great, but if I had to choose, I'd say the chubby one named Niu is a bit better." Tang Xingji was surprised and said, "Niu Ben talks big and seems difficult to get along with. Why? His arrogance must come from some backing, either connections or achievements. I suspect it's the latter that's more significant." "Oh, how did you come to that conclusion?" "Firstly, his demeanor and aura suggest he's in construction, and his professionalism in conversation is much stronger than that of the one named Ma. You can tell at a glance that he's dealt with high-rise buildings before. The one named Ma is also in construction, but he likely hasn't worked on such high-rise buildings before, which is why he's so eager to secure this project for practice." Han Qi listened with curiosity. In business, it's essential to be astute and to gather desired information through various details. Yet here was a high school student with such remarkable insight, truly impressive. He looked at Huan with great interest and said, "You're mostly right, but I want to hear why you chose Niu Ben over Ma Xianhua." Huan didn't answer directly, but countered, "Mr. Han, what kind of person do you think Ma Xianhua is?" Han Qi answered without hesitation, "Although he's slightly lacking professionally, he seems to be a decent person, a straightforward type." Huan couldn't help but chuckle before becoming serious, addressing the tea server Peng Jiangwo, saying, "Boss, could you please step out for a moment? We need to discuss some private matters." Peng Jiangwo didn't expect to be dismissed so suddenly. He looked at Tang Xingji, who nodded slightly, and had to leave while closing the door. Huan took a sip of tea to clear his throat and began, "Generally, I rarely gossip behind people's backs. But today we're speaking behind closed doors, so consider this a casual chat, regardless of whether it's right or wrong. Just take it as a joke." Han Qi felt quite impressed. Not even a decades-old fox could articulate such smooth words. Huan continued, "In my opinion, Ma Xianhua is too heavy-minded and principled. It's best not to have any economic dealings with such a person." Tang Xingji curiously asked, "How did you come to that conclusion?" "Yesterday, when you were discussing cooperation, Ma Xianhua took a very submissive stance. Any conditions proposed by Mr. Tang, he nearly always responded as if he was thinking of you, even if it meant taking a loss himself to solve your problems. Isn't that a good thing for us?" Han Qi asked curiously. Huan shook his head and said, "We have a saying, the butt determines the brain. As the party B, he should primarily think of his own interests first. Only after satisfying his own interests would he consider yours. That's human nature. Those who flatter excessively are 90% likely to be fickle and bottomless scoundrels." Today he agreed to any conditions to secure this cooperation. If any issues arise later, he would definitely throw you under the bus. Moreover, I suspect he found you through some connections. Those who are only good with their mouths are skilled at relationships, but not reliable in business. Tang Xingji couldn't help but applaud, saying to Han Qi, "Old Han, what did I say? I told you this young man is extraordinary. Having been publicly criticized by Tang Xingji, Han Qi felt a bit embarrassed. He stubbornly said, "But you can't judge a person's character based on just one conversation." Old Han, don't be unconvinced. I actually inquired about that Ma yesterday. He used to deal in residential properties and partnered with a few people, but it all fell apart with everyone else. His reputation in the industry is very poor. People say he presents one face in front and acts another behind your back. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Han Qi was left speechless, forcing out a couple of awkward laughs to mask his embarrassment. Tang Xingji continued, "Little brother, what do you think of Niu Bin?" Niu Bin is generally fine, except he has too much of a streetwise attitude, always ready to resort to violence. This is a common issue among construction workers, but with Mr. Han around it should be manageable. Han Qi was completely convinced as a local snake he indeed had a gang of underlings to handle troublesome people. This is unavoidable in today's world. If you want to succeed in real estate, you need not only connections, but also to be politically savvy, otherwise you won't manage it well. Tang Xingji chuckled and said, "You're right in your analysis, but there's one thing you might not know. Niu Bin used to be a street thug, and later, he only turned his life around by following a wealthy patron. On his own, Niu Bin is of little concern, but that patron behind him could be problematic. If things go wrong, it could mean inviting a disaster in." He Huan didn't know these insider details and casually asked, "Who is that patron?" Kujibong. He Huan had indeed heard of Kujibong in his past life. He made his fortune through mining and accumulated a billion fortune early on, but he had a severe gambling addiction and lost over 2 billion in a certain place, severely injuring himself. Later, as the country cracked down on organized crime, he already fallen from grace, was directly imprisoned as part of the criminal forces, thus losing a prominent figure in Daji County. However, even now, Kujibong still holds significant power in Daji County, and ordinary people dare not provoke him. He Huan lightly tapped the tea table, his mind rapidly calculating. Tang Xingji continued, "Now it's like the palm and the back of the hand are both covered in dirt. No matter which one you choose, it will bury a disaster for yourself. If it weren't for a certain funding shortfall, I would definitely build all these properties myself." He Huan finally made up his mind and said, "Mr. Tang, may I ask how much your funding shortfall is?" "About 5 million. Why?" "Young brother, do you have a way to help me solve this funding gap?" Tang Xingji thought it was just a joke, but to his surprise, He Huan actually said, "I have a friend who has some spare money. If I give him a heads up, he should be able to lend you 5 million. Tang Xingji thought, he must have heard wrong. How could a high school student have such connections? But soon he realized that this so-called friend must be himself. But how could a high school student casually come up with 5 million? Tang Xingji said uncertainly, "Young brother, you heard me right. This is 5 million, not 500. I know. Since I said this, I certainly wouldn't be joking with you. 5 million with an interest rate of 2% and a loan period of 1 year. Do you have any issues with that?" Tang Xingji laughed heartily and said, "Truly heroes emerge from youth. You're so bold at such a young age, but if you can produce 5 million, I'll directly let you take a 20 stake. After selling the house, you can at least profit 5 million. He Huan interrupted, "I'd like to correct you. It's my friend." "What kind of friend do you have?" "I'm a nearly 40-year-old man. Can you really fool me?" Tang Xingji shrugged and said, "All right, if your friend is your friend, I only recognize money." He Huan then looked at Han Qi and asked, "Mr. Han, what do you think?" Han Qi was actually reluctant to let He Huan invest, as it would cut into his own profits. However, since Tang Xingji had said so, he felt it was difficult to oppose. "Mr. Tang means what I mean. As long as you can produce 5 million, we can sign the agreement immediately. Where's your company account? Send it to me, and I'll have my friend transfer the funds today. As for the agreement, I'm not too concerned about the rest. I just want to know if there are any other shareholders besides you." "No, it's just me investing 15 million, Mr. Han, investing 5 million plus your friend, now investing 5 million, totaling 25 million. Our shares will be distributed according to the capital contribution. Your friend and Mr. Han will each hold 20. He Huan naturally had no problem and readily agreed. The three then discussed various issues regarding the cooperation agreement. He Huan, not understanding the real estate industry, primarily relied on the opinions of Tang Xingji and Han Qi. Han Qi suddenly said, "By the way, young brother, we are starting our cooperation now, but I still don't know your name." He Huan, he as in he Xian Gu, and Huan as in joy. Tang Xingji said, "Life is joy, death is no regret." "What a great name. I guess you have a sister named He Shi." "I do have a sister named He Shi, but she is a cousin. As for my biological sister, her name is He Qian. Your family has both sons and daughters, which is great. Unlike me, I only have 2 daughters. Come on, do you think I don't know you have an illegitimate child? But speaking of which, my aunt should just happen to be in her senior year of high school too." He Huan tentatively asked, "Mr. Tang, the Mid-Autumn Festival is the day after tomorrow. Aren't you going back?" "Of course I will go back. Daji County is close to Jiangxing, just over an hour away. I'll arrange the work on the construction site tomorrow and set off to celebrate the reunion festival at home." As Tang Xingji spoke, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed he was eagerly looking forward to going home for a reunion. By the way, my eldest daughter is also in her senior year. If there's a chance, I'll bring her over to meet you. You young people must have plenty of topics to discuss. While drinking tea, He Huan was startled, causing tea to go down the wrong pipe, coughing for a while before feeling slightly better. Mr. Tang, you don't need to bring your daughter over specially. We'll meet naturally when the opportunity arises. Just kidding. He Huan and his aunt have incompatible fates. They argue as soon as they meet. He Huan also wondered why his aunt always targeted him in his previous life. Was it because she hadn't had a boyfriend for a long time, leading to hormonal imbalances, or had she developed misandry with age? Seeing that class time was approaching, He Huan stood up to take his leave. Han Chi quickly stood up and said, "Young brother, let me drive you." No need, no. One high school is also nearby, just a few steps away. You all take your time discussing here, and don't worry about me, just a bystander. Han Chi smiled lightly and said, "If you're willing, I can also arrange some tasks for you to do." "Forget it, I'm an outsider. I won't meddle in your business." Tang Xingji and Han Chi stood up to see He Huan off to the door of the tea house, waiting until He Huan's figure disappeared before Han Chi said to Tang Xingji, "Mr. Tang, how did you see that this young man is extraordinary?" "I can't quite say it, it's just a feeling. Now it seems this young man is even more remarkable than I imagined." Han Chi remained silent, but inwardly, he deeply agreed. A high school student who can casually come up with 5 million speaking and acting with such clarity and decisiveness is extremely mature. If it weren't for witnessing it with my own eyes, who would believe that such high school students still exist in this world? Tang Xingji said, "Do you know why I didn't let him borrow the money but instead asked him to invest? It should be to cultivate a good relationship, right? Yes, this young man is definitely not an ordinary individual. Establishing a good connection today will surely lead to future prosperity for us." Han Chi felt a surge of excitement in his heart and sighed softly after a moment. If my son were half as outstanding as him, it would be a blessing for the Han family. Isn't your son in the same school as He Huan? Let your son interact with He Huan more, it will definitely benefit. Han Chi thought this was quite reasonable. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, "Mr. Tang, earlier you mentioned introducing your eldest daughter to He Huan. You wouldn't be thinking of marrying them off, would you?" "Nonsense, how could I do such a thing?" Tang Xingzi's voice was loud, as if to cover up his own embarrassment, and he returned to the private room without looking back. Han Chi followed behind, laughing and saying, "Mr. Tang, what's wrong with admitting that? If I had a daughter, I would think the same way." The next afternoon, He Huan had just arrived at the cafeteria to meet He Qian when his phone suddenly buzzed. "Hello, Mr. Han, are there any work instructions?" A burst of laughter came from the phone as Han Chi said, "Young brother, what work instructions could I have? I just happen to be eating next to your school. If you haven't eaten yet, let's go out for a meal together." "What a coincidence, Mr. Han. I'm currently in the school cafeteria eating. You all eat slowly, I'll finish here and come find you." He Qian curiously asked, "Brother, who is Mr. Han?" "A friend. He invited me out for dinner." "Then why aren't you going? I could join for a lavish meal." "Oh, I thought you didn't want to go. Maybe next time I'll take you out for dinner." He Qian squinted her eyes and nodded. Compared to the past, when they lived frugally, life now was far too comfortable. After having lunch, He Qian went home for a nap. She returned every noon, as lying in bed was much more comfortable than slumping over a desk. He Huan first went to a bank to transfer 5 million to Tang Xingzi's corporate account, then leisurely walked to Tianfu Tea House. It was still the same small private room. As He Huan entered, he noticed a young man around his age playing with his Logically, this was Tang Xingzi's private room, and no one else should be there. He Huan curiously asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The young man glanced at He Huan with annoyance and replied, "And who are you? What business is it of yours?" He Huan stepped out of the room and called out to Peng Jiangwo, "Boss Peng, didn't Mr. Tang and Mr. Han come today?" Peng Jiangwo, who was organizing tea leaves, responded, "They just arrived, but have gone out again." "Then who is that? Who are you calling a kid?" The young man instantly exploded, putting down his phone and yelling at He Huan. Peng Jiangwo hurried over to explain, "It's a misunderstanding. This young man was brought by Mr. Han." Only then did He Huan notice the young man bore a striking resemblance to Han Chi. "Are you Han Chi's son?" Han Bin raised an eyebrow and disdainfully replied, "Yes." "Are you my dad's junior?" He Huan chuckled twice and sat down casually. He noticed some Angie white tea next to him and began to boil water to brew tea. Han Bin was a bit confused by He Huan's demeanor. Such poise and relaxation did not resemble that of a junior. "Who exactly are you?" "Friend of my dad." He Huan did not answer, but instead asked, "Are you a student at Yizhong?" "Yes, are you as well?" "Which class are you in?" "Class 15 of the senior year." "So you're a liberal arts student. Didn't your dad introduce me to you when he brought—" Han Bin was startled, thinking my old man said he would introduce me to a big shot. Could it be this person in front of me? He scrutinized He Huan, who adeptly brewed tea, without even glancing at him. His calm demeanor was hardly that of a high school student. Just as Han Bin was unsure how to respond to He Huan's question, footsteps approached. As the door to the private room opened, Tang Xingji and Han Shi walked in. Hanbin quickly stood up. Hello, Uncle. After speaking, Hanbin secretly glanced at He Huan, who was still quietly brewing tea. Tang Xingji smiled and said, no need to be polite, sit down. Brother He, did you just arrive? Yes, you see, I just finished brewing tea when you arrived. Truly, timing is everything. Han Shi took out a document from his briefcase and said, I just returned to the company to get the agreement. Brother He, please have a look to see if there are any issues with it. And the 5 million you transferred has been received, but it shows that it was transferred under your name. He Huan took the document, reading as he said, my friend prefers to stay out of the spotlight, so he invested under my name. Han Shi and Tang Xingji both understood that He Huan was fabricating a story, but chose not to challenge it. After a moment, He Huan set the agreement down and said, regarding the equity distribution, I'd like to share a personal thought. Han Shi felt a bit uncomfortable. Did he think 20 was too little? Brother He, feel free to speak your mind. My friend said he couldn't contribute much to this project, so taking 20 feels a bit undeserved. He said he would be fine with 16, leaving the other 4 for the two of you to split. Han Shi was taken aback by He Huan's statement, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. His mindset was still less expansive than that of a high school student. Brother He, our profit distribution is based on investment. There's no reason for you to give up 4 of your shares. While that's true, if you don't allow me to invest, I won't earn a single penny. Moreover, the daily management of this project relies heavily on you too. It's only fair that you receive a bit more, my friend, and I would be very satisfied just to have a little share. Han Shi didn't know how to persuade him and could only look towards Tang Xingji for help. Tang Xingji chuckled and said, Brother He, your kindness is indeed rare. But neither old Han nor I are the type to take advantage of others. Shares can only be distributed according to investment ratios. That's the rule. If you think old Han and I should receive more for management, then the company can pay us a salary. Han Shi nodded repeatedly, saying, what's fair is fair. I also agree that we should receive a salary. He Huan chuckled, then I'll defer to you too. I have no objections to this agreement. Shall we sign it now? Sure. The 3 of them signed the agreement and took their respective copies. He Huan was about to pour tea for everyone when Han Shi said, Xiaobin, you're the youngest here. Pour tea for Uncle Tang and your brother Huan. Hanbin acted like a little troublemaker at school, but at home, he was very obedient, basically doing whatever his father never joked around, often directly taking action. He looked at He Huan awkwardly and said, Brother Huan, let me do it. He Huan just smiled gently and passed the teacup to Hanbin. Seeing his son so obedient, Han Shi nodded in satisfaction. Brother He, my son is just like you, a student at Yizhong. Yes, while you weren't here, I chatted with your young master for a bit. Who would have thought it was such a coincidence to meet a fellow alumnus here? Han Shi laughed heartily, saying, fate is indeed wonderful. You are both young and from the same school. You should communicate and exchange ideas more often. After finishing, Han Shi turned sternly to Hanbin and said, you should learn more from Brother Huan in the future, understand? Stop getting into trouble all the time. Hanbin lowered his head, not daring to speak. He just couldn't understand how this person, clearly his age, could casually take out 5 million and even become friends with his father. He Huan smiled and said, Mr. Han, don't be too strict with your son. The dragon has 9 sons, each different. I'm not a sage who I have many things I don't understand myself. I learned from your young master, and we improved together. Han Shi was astonished. He Huan's words were flawless, giving his son face. At such a young age, he was already so well-rounded, truly a person of unlimited potential. Looking back at his own son, he saw him holding a teapot, looking around in confusion. Han Shi was furious and scolded, why are you still dawdling? Pour the tea. Hanbin replied with an "oh" and hurriedly started pouring tea. With the formalities completed, it was of course time for casual conversation. Han Shi took a sip of tea and said with a smile, have you all seen the recent news? An expert actually suggested that public rental housing shouldn't have separate bathrooms. It's simply ridiculous. Tang Xingji also chuckled and replied, it's all over the internet. How could I not see it? Nowadays, it seems anyone can claim to be an expert. Hanbin, eager to make an impression on the group, mustered his courage and said, poor people are still people. How can we not provide them with bathrooms? That's utterly inhumane. As a reincarnate, He Huan's thoughts were already one step ahead of everyone else's. He shook his head and said, in my view, this expert truly understands history and human nature. The other 3 were taken aback. The online discourse was overwhelmingly negative towards this scholar. Why was He Huan defending him? Tang Xingji, intrigued, asked, oh, does Brother He have a different perspective? He Huan smiled and replied, public rental housing is just like farmland. Let me ask you, does farming make money now? How could farming make money? It's better to go out and find a job. Exactly, so the land is still in the hands of farmers. Although farming doesn't make money, at least a family of 3 can have enough to eat. If one day farming becomes profitable, then all the land held by farmers will be seized by capital, and the real farmers will end up with no land to cultivate. Tang Xingji, having read the most among the group, quickly grasped He Huan's meaning. So what you mean is if public rental housing includes a separate bathroom, then the wealthy won't set their sights on this juicy target. Exactly, only in this way can these public rental houses truly reach the hands of those in need. Throughout the thousands of years of history in our Hua country, every dynasty's transition represented a redistribution of land for the common people. However, by the later stages of a dynasty, through various forms of land consolidation, most land would again be concentrated in the hands of the powerful. As history has developed, to this day technology changes, thoughts evolve, but human nature remains constant. The traditional land consolidation has already evolved into wealth consolidation, where wealth refers to money, property, and highly profitable enterprises and industries. Thus, the reason public rental housing doesn't come with bathrooms is not that they don't want to improve living conditions for the poor, but because they have no other choice. Just like in the TV series Iron Teeth and Bronze Teeth, Ji Xiaolan, during a famine, He Shun could only mix bran and fodder into the relief grain to save more lives, and only this way could the relief grain reach the disaster victims. These are all actions taken out of necessity. Tang Xingji and Han Qi were deeply shocked. To dissect human nature to this extent is remarkable. The key was that the speaker was merely a high school student. Tang Xingji remarked, "I remember you studied science, right?" "Yes, but these things aren't taught in textbooks. It's just that after reading a lot of history, I gained these insights." Han Qi sighed and said, "To be honest, sometimes you really seem like a successful person who has weathered countless storms. No ordinary high school student would be like you." Han Qi pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable adjective. It was Tang Xingji who took the cue and said, "Like an old demon who has seen through the world." He Huan laughed heartily and replied, "Let's not exaggerate. I just turned 18. It's not as dramatic as you say. Let's have some tea." An hour later, He Huan stood up and said, "Brothers, it's about time. I need to head back to school." Tang Xingji also stood up and said, "After chatting with Brother He today, my whole perspective has changed. I've truly gained a lot. I also need to return to Jiang City for the Mid-Autumn Festival. After the holiday, let's have tea together again." "Sure, I'd love to hear more of your insights, brothers." Han Qi stood up and said, "Brother He, let me see you off today. Don't refuse, it's just on the way." He Huan knew that Han Qi wanted his son to get to know him better. Such matters were harmless, so he did not refuse. The four of them arrived outside the tea house where a Land Rover was already parked. After getting in the car, Tang Xingji exchanged pleasantries with everyone before leaving. Han Qi drove a Mercedes-Benz, dropping He Huan and Han Bin off at the gate of the first high school. After getting out of the car, Han Qi reminded Han Bin, "Xiaobin, you should learn more from Brother Huan in the future. Did you hear that?" Han Bin currently held He Huan in high regard, but at his age he still had a bit of rebelliousness. He drawled, "Got it." Seeing Han Bin's attitude, Han Qi felt a bit angry and was about to scold him when He Huan said, "Mr. Han, you should go back. If young people always listen to the elders, then they wouldn't be young anymore." Having read less, Han Qi was at a loss for words for a moment. He could only drive away in a huff. Han Bin was now feeling even more favorable towards He Huan. He leaned closer to He Huan, curiously asking, "Brother Huan, how are you so wealthy that you can take out 5 million all at once?" He Huan furrowed his brow and said, "This money belongs to my friend, and while at school, let's not discuss anything about my collaboration with your father." Han Bin replied with an "oh," thinking this was a sign of He Huan's understated sophistication. Just as He Huan was about to step into the school gate, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. He Huan turned around to see that it was the gaming addict Chao Xian. "Did you just come back from an internet cafe, eh?" Chao Xian smiled awkwardly and said, "No choice, the addiction is strong, I can't control it." Then he looked at Han Bin and curiously asked, "Who is this?" He Huan casually replied, "A friend from the liberal arts class." Chao Xian politely said, "Hello, brother. I'm Chao Xian, a classmate of Huanzi." Han Bin looked at Chao Xian, who appeared shabby, feeling somewhat disdainful. However, considering He Huan's reputation, he still nodded and greeted, "Hello, I'm Han Bin. All right, Han Bin, class is about to start, so you should head back to your classroom." Han Bin agreed and left. Chao Xian walked alongside He Huan and asked curiously, "Huanzi, how did you meet that friend of yours? I think I saw you get out of a big Benz with him." "I'm not that close to him. We just happened to run into each other outside. His dad was very polite and insisted on driving us back to school." Chao Xian didn't doubt it and quietly said, "I feel your friend has an arrogant attitude, not someone easy to get along with." He Huan understood well that people like Han Bin are drawn to the culture of the underworld, playing the brotherhood card. When disagreements arise, they are quick to roll up their sleeves and fight. He Huan smiled and said, "Children of wealthy families are often like this, looking down on everyone. However, if he recognizes you, he can be quite loyal." The two entered the classroom and returned to their respective seats. Li Lan's mood was clearly not good. She lay quietly on the desk, her eyes vacant. He Huan guessed it might be due to her parents' troublesome issues, but as an outsider he felt it inappropriate to pry into such family matters. Moreover, there was a deep rift between him and her. Soon the class bell rang, and Guijing walked into the class. She appeared to be attending class normally, showing no signs of the upheaval her family was experiencing. Today, because of the upcoming holiday, there would only be 2 classes in the afternoon, allowing the boarding students to return home early. As the class was about to end, Guijing put down her textbook and said, "The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, so I want to wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival." However, with the college entrance examination date drawing near, everyone must hold their breath, remain vigilant, and not be swayed by external circumstances. No matter how tough or exhausting, they must persevere through these last 218 days. Before the National Day holiday, we will have a monthly exam, which will be our first monthly exam since entering senior year. I hope everyone takes it seriously, reviews at home, and studies diligently. With that, Guijing concluded just as the school bell rang. Outside the classroom, a wave of excitement surged as students rushed out. Guijing noticed that the classmates in the classroom were all looking outside. Clearly, their minds had already flown away. She ceased her lengthy talk and said, "Everyone, please close the doors and windows. It's time to dismiss class." He-Huan felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, whether students or workers, everyone delights in holidays. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Guijing say, "He-Huan, please come to my office." He-Huan was a bit confused, wondering why she was calling him to the office at this time. The two walked to the office one after the other. He-Huan asked, "Teacher Gui, did you need something from me?" "No, I just wanted to ask about your recent studies and if you've encountered any difficulties. Isn't it odd to call someone during a holiday to talk?" He thought, "I'm doing okay, or I can sense my progress, but I want to know how many points I can score until after the monthly exam." You've indeed been working quite hard during this period. The other teachers have praised you to me as well. Just remember to stay humble and keep up the effort. As the conversation reached this point, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. He-Huan knew Guijing wasn't seeking him out solely for academic matters, yet he waited for a long time without hearing anything further. "Teacher Gui, do you have anything else to discuss?" Guijing hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard that you live across from Li Lan's father." Guijing took out an envelope from her drawer and said, "I would like to trouble you to deliver this letter to Li Jun, but be careful not to let that woman see it when you hand it over." "You can rest assured, Teacher Gui, I will complete the task." "Thank you. Today is a holiday, so make sure to rest well." As He-Huan left the office, he unexpectedly bumped into Li Lan. He simply nodded politely and turned to leave. Li Lan entered the office and curiously asked, "Mom, what's in that?" "Oh, it's nothing. Come on, let's head home. What do you want to eat today? We can go to the market and buy it." Meanwhile, He-Chien finally spotted He-Huan at the school gate and pouted, saying, "Why are you so slow? I've been waiting for you for half a day." "I can't help it, just as school was letting out my homeroom teacher called me for something." "So where to now? Should we go home first or head straight to Mom's store?" "Let's drop off the books at home first. It won't be convenient to carry them while we buy clothes later." The siblings returned home, and He-Huan stuffed the envelope into a drawer. At this hour, Li Jun might not be home, so he could only find an opportunity to give it to him later. The siblings took a bus to the pedestrian street, which was lined with clothing stores. Since e-commerce was not yet developed, the streets were crowded. Lu Mei was fitting a customer when she suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures. "What brings you two here?" He-Chien smiled and said, "Of course, we're here to buy clothes." "What kind of clothes do you plan to buy?" "Once I'm free, I'll go into the mall and pick out a couple of pieces for you." The mall was filled with cheap items costing around 20 or 30 yuan, and He-Chien immediately pouted in displeasure. With pleading eyes, she looked at her brother. Mom Qian is already 16, she should be able to buy a few pieces of clothing by herself. You focus on your work, it'll take Qian around for a bit. With He-Huan backing her up, He-Chien felt emboldened. "Exactly. The clothes you buy are either bright red or deep purple. They're ugly as hell. I'll go pick out my own." Lu Mei glared at the siblings, yet felt helpless. Ever since He-Huan had money, her previous threats had all lost their effect. She could only remind them, "Remember to haggle when you check out, and make sure to ask the cashier for 2 pairs of socks." After the siblings left, a colleague joked, "Lu Jie, now that the kids are older, they have their own ideas. Your sense of aesthetics is out of touch with their trends." "What? I'm actually worried they won't appreciate quality and will waste money." "That's easy. You just give her $100 and let her pick whatever she wants." Lu Mei was at a loss for words, as she couldn't exactly say that her son had become a millionaire through stock trading. Meanwhile, He-Huan and He-Chien each held a cup of Yulamai milk tea. He-Huan didn't particularly like sweet drinks, but since it was his sister treating him, he had to oblige. They walked into a clothing store, and after a while, He-Chien's gaze finally landed on a dress. "Bro, can you hold my milk tea while I try on this dress to see if it fits?" He-Huan took the milk tea, grimacing, and said, "You've already looked at several stores. If it fits, just buy it. I'm starting to feel worn out. We've only browsed a few stores. You're being such a fuss." He-Chien rolled her eyes and headed to the fitting room. A nearby sales clerk moved a small stool over and said with a smile, "Girls are always like this when shopping for clothes. You can sit and rest for a while." He-Huan quickly sat down, puzzled as to why girls never seem to feel tired when shopping. Before long, He-Chien bounced out of the fitting room wearing a dress. "Brother, what do you think of this dress?" He Qian inherited Lu Mei's good looks. Though not a stunning beauty, she had a certain delicate charm complemented by her slightly slender figure due to long-term malnutrition. Thus, wearing this dress made her look even more youthful and vibrant. He Huan smiled and said, "It looks great. This dress seems tailor-made for you. Let's buy this outfit." He Qian turned in front of the mirror for a while, then said, "The dress is indeed beautiful, but the weather is about to get cooler. It's not suitable to wear dresses anymore." He Huan was anxious upon hearing this. What's unsuitable about it? Isn't it still over 30 degrees every day? It's perfect to wear now. He Qian was still a bit hesitant, so she asked the sales clerk, "What's the lowest price for this dress?" 128 yuan. We are a chain brand store, so the price displayed is the actual price. But if you buy 2 pieces, there's a 10 discount. He Qian's face immediately fell as she said, "That's too expensive. Ew, I don't want it anymore." He Huan truly did not want to continue shopping. Just as he was about to persuade his sister to buy the dress, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind. "Is 128 expensive? He Qian, if you don't have money, then don't go shopping." He Huan frowned and turned to look back. He saw a rather plump girl dressed very flamboyantly entering, accompanied by a man and a woman. They appeared to be a family of 3. He Huan was not one to back down easily. Hearing his sister being mocked, he immediately retorted, "Where did this ugly frog come from?" chattering away. The girl was taken aback, not expecting someone to dare insult her. Her expression changed instantly, and she shot back, "Who are you? What does it matter to you if I'm talking to my classmate? Why are you so eager to jump in? What I say to the ugly frog is none of your business." Seeing the other parents' stern expressions, He Qian was worried that He Huan would be at a disadvantage, so she quickly tugged at his shirt to signal him to say less. "Who is this person, your classmate?" "She's my middle school classmate. Her grades aren't very good, but her family has some money, so they sent her to Yucai High School." Yucai High School is a private school claimed to be the elite school of Daji County with tuition and accommodation fees exceeding 5,000 for a semester. However, the actual educational level is just average, making it difficult for even 1 or 2 students to get into a top university each year. It's a paradise for slackers. He Huan chuckled lightly and said, Qian, let me tell you, the children of truly wealthy families in Daji County are all in our first high school. Your classmate is just from an ordinary family." He Qian looked a bit confused and said, "Isn't first high filled with the top students from the county?" "That's not necessarily true. Children without money rely on grades, while those with money rely on their parents. You succeeded with grades, but your classmate failed in relying on her parents." Only then did He Qian remember that there were indeed a couple of students in her class with poor foundations. Perhaps they were the ones who got in through connections. Zhang Jingxing's expression was quite ugly as he scolded He Huan. "Is being good at studying so impressive? You have no quality at all, just spouting insults." He Huan asked him with a sideways glance, "Who did I insult? Did you not just insult my daughter? Is your daughter an ugly frog?" Zhang Jingxing's face turned beet red, unable to admit it or deny it. He Qian gently tugged at He Huan's shirt and whispered, "Brother, let's go to another store to buy clothes." But Zhang Yuan's mother Liang Jing exploded, yelling loudly, "You 2 siblings insult people and still want to leave. If you don't apologize to my daughter, I will definitely call the police to have you arrested." With that, she pretended to take, "Why should I apologize? Your daughter can mock my sister with sarcasm. Why can't I retort? Call the police. Am I afraid of that?" Zhang Yuan retorted, "I'm not wrong. Your sister wears a piece of clothing for 3 years and is reluctant to throw it away when it's torn. Isn't that just being a poor beggar?" Onlookers shook their heads. "You choose to hit on someone else's sore spot. Who else should they scold?" He Huan disdainfully asked, "Are you rich? Are your parents rich? At least we're richer than you." "Oh, really?" He Huan took out his phone and found the image of the property deed saying, "My sister has a 140 square meter apartment. Do you have one?" Zhang Yuan stretched her neck to look over, and indeed the property deed had He Qian's name on it. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could He Qian own an apartment? To be honest, the house her family lived in was only 120 square meters, and the property deed still had her parents' names on it. Liang Jing also saw the property deed on He Huan's phone and began to feel uncertain. These 2 siblings couldn't possibly have some background, could they? However, seeing the tattered clothes on He Huan, and He Qian quickly dispelled her thoughts. She snorted coldly and said, "Who knows if your property deed is real? Maybe you specially found someone to Photoshop it. You must apologize today, or I will make you regret it. Come on, I want to see how you plan to make me regret it." Zhang Jingxing's expression was displeased as he said, "You young man, although you're not old, why are you so aggressive?" "Aggressive? What about your wife and daughter? Do you think we siblings are easy to manipulate? Let me tell you, no matter who it is, whoever provokes me, I will deal with them. Don't believe me? Come and try it." Zhang Jingxing's face turned dark. A high school student actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Yet he had no power or influence and no good means of retaliation. Calling the police. That would be a pure waste of time. When the police come, they would merely give them a slap on the wrist and a verbal warning. Calling someone. As a mere worker, who could he possibly call? Unknown. Although the opponent was young, he was nearly 1.8 meters tall. A winning would be fine, but losing would be truly embarrassing. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Daughter, let's go. A daddy will buy you Nikes. Zhang Yuan grinned widely proudly, saying to He Qian like a victor, with such street vendor goods, take your time choosing. My dad is taking me to buy Nikes. So what if it's Nikes? Qian, let's go. I'll also take you to buy Nikes. He Qian quietly said, brother, let's not fight with them anymore. Who is fighting with them? We're both going to buy shoes. Let's go. Your brother has plenty of money. Zhang Yuan disdainfully curled her lip and said, boasting without a draft, I want to see if you really plan to buy. He Huan wanted to give his sister a little face, who under his insistence He Qian could only obediently follow him. The two families then arrived at the Nike store, and a clerk immediately came over upon seeing so many people. Are you all together? Zhang Yuan deliberately spoke loudly. Who would be with those two poor beggars? We are here to buy shoes. They should be here just to look around. The clerk was somewhat puzzled, wondering why this girl spoke with such anger. However, upon seeing the shabby attire of He Huan and He Qian, she instantly believed it. She left He Huan and his sister aside and warmly addressed Zhang Yuan's family. Please come in, we have some new styles, let me show you a few. Unbothered by the different treatment from the shop staff, He Huan enjoyed the tranquility without any disturbances. Qian, choose for yourself and see if there's anything you like. He Qian glanced over the prices on the shoe rack and couldn't help but gasp. The cheapest ones cost more than 200, which was far beyond her budget. She pulled He Huan to the side and whispered, bro, these shoes are too expensive. Let's go to another store. The most expensive ones here don't exceed 1,000. How is that expensive? Choose whatever style you like. Don't worry, your brother has plenty of money. He Qian recalled how her brother had the same attitude when they were buying furniture and appliances. Shop staff, this bed set is 18,000. Brother, cheap, buy it. Shop staff, this dining table set is 8,000. Brother, cheap, buy it. Shop staff, this is a 42-inch LCD TV, 8,000. Brother, cheap, buy it. No matter what it was, her brother only had 3 words, cheap, buy it. Now buying shoes is the same. The most expensive ones don't exceed 1,000, cheap, buy it. Do you know what it means to spend 1,000 on shoes? All the shoes I've had from childhood to adulthood don't even total 1,000. Is it really necessary to gamble just to save face and come here to buy? Isn't that wasting money? What are you wasting? It's not like I'm buying them to throw away. He Huan picked up a pair of women's sports shoes priced at 888 and said, try these on and see if they fit. He Qian pouted and reluctantly changed into them. One must admit there's a reason why these shoes are expensive. They are soft, breathable, and truly comfortable. Zhang Yuan, who happened to notice He Qian trying on shoes, exclaimed loudly, can you afford that? Just trying them here, don't spread your foot odor. He Huan was furious. He had already let them off the hook, yet they continued to chatter. What if I can afford it? Upon seeing He Huan's dark expression, Zhang Yuan was too scared to speak. Zhang Yuan's mother snorted coldly and said, you probably need to use your entire fortune to afford these shoes. Since your family is so sure I have no money, how about we make a bet? I don't care what I buy, you must buy 3 times as much. Whoever backs out first has to kneel and apologize to the other. Let's bet you two beggars can't possibly have any money. He Huan sneered and looked at Zhang Jingsheng, asking, your wife wants to bet, what about you? Do you dare to? Zhang Jingsheng had a complex expression and said to his wife, Lao Liang, forget it, let's escalate this. What escalation? Your daughter is being insulted right in front of you, and you are hiding like a turtle. Are you still a man? Zhang Jingsheng felt tormented. His daughter was arrogant and willful, likely due to his wife's indulgence. Liang Jing, seeing Zhang Jingsheng not daring to take a stand, became even angrier. She said to He Huan, I'll bet with you whoever loses has to kneel and admit defeat. All right, boss, let's have 3 pairs of this style of shoes first. The shop staff, who had been watching the drama unfold, finally reacted and said incredulously, these shoes are 888 each. Are you sure you want 3 pairs? He Qian anxiously interjected, 1 pair is enough. 1 pair isn't enough. 3 pairs are just right to alternate wearing. He Huan looked at Liang Jing and cheerfully said, you're getting 9 pairs. Liang Jing's face turned pale. 9 pairs of shoes meant 8,000. 8,000 is not a small amount. It's equivalent to her husband's monthly salary. The key is that she doesn't run a shoe store, so why would she need so many Nikes? Liang Jing hesitated, but then heard He Huan say, if you don't have money, kneel and admit defeat. Who are you fooling? 3 pairs of Nikes would cost close to 3,000. I don't believe that a broke student can come up with that. Liang Jing steeled herself and said, 9 pairs it is. Yuan, go choose the shoes. Zhang Yuan felt the situation was beyond her expectations and nervously said, Mom, should we just forget it? No way, he's trying to trick me. I don't believe that a broke student can take out 2,700 yuan. He Huan took out his wallet and pulled out all the cash inside, exactly 3,000 yuan. He handed 2,700 to the store manager and said, "Boss, please pack these 3 pairs of Nikes for me." The store manager was naturally thrilled. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a good deal. He Huan smiled and said, "Now it's your turn to pay." Liang Jing felt a pang of pain. That was 8,000 yuan. With that money, they could buy 2 tons of rice, enough to last for years. However, she was relieved that this young man was finally out of cash. As long as she could make this brother and sister kneel down to apologize, then that 8,000 yuan would be worth it. "Boss, 9 pairs of the same style Nikes. Ooh, I'll pay by card." The store manager excitedly said, "Do you want to choose the shoes first?" He Huan interrupted, "What's the rush? Let her pay first, and then we can take our time choosing later." Liang Jing felt confident and said, "That suits me just fine. Or whether the shoes are good or not doesn't matter. I just want to see you kneel and apologize to me publicly." The store manager took the card from Liang Jing and quickly processed the payment of 8,000 yuan. Liang Jing triumphantly said, "Now you must be out of cash while I have plenty in my card. How about it? Kneel down and apologize." He Huan chuckled, taking out another bank card and saying, "Boss, 3 more pairs of the same style, size 39. Liang Jing was instantly dumbfounded. How did he also have a bank card? How much money could possibly be in that card? If she continued to follow up, that would mean another 8,000. One 8,000 could be managed, but 2 8,000s would be a huge burden. The key was that she had no idea how much money was in that card, and if she continued to go along, it would be like falling into a bottomless pit. He Huan said, "What? Are you suddenly feeling the pinch? Could it be that there's not much money left on your card?" Liang Jing looked at He Huan's smug expression, and the last bit of her rationality was burned away by her anger. "Who said I'm out of money? I'll keep going, buying 9 more pairs." "Lao Liang, calm down," Zhang Jingxing anxiously shouted from the side. "If you keep going, it'll be a bottomless pit." "Nonsense, he's just trying to trick me. Ooh, I don't believe that a broke student has money left on his card." The store manager was also puzzled. Normally, how could a high school student come up with so much money? However, he had just taken out 3,000 in cash, and no one knew whether there was money on that card. He Huan sneered and said, "You'll know soon enough whether there's money. A boss, charge it to the card." The shop owner took the bank card and inserted it into the POS machine. As He Huan entered the password, the payment was quickly approved. He Huan raised an eyebrow and said, "Your turn, 8,000. Liang Jing no longer cared and continued to charge 8,000. As Liang Jing's payment was approved, He Huan called out again, "Boss, 3 more pairs of size 42. Continue charging to the card." At this moment, the store manager felt a bit dazed. Her initial excitement had gradually transformed into apprehension. The conflict had escalated beyond her expectations, and if it continued, she couldn't fathom how out of control it might become. Seeing the store manager lost in thought, He Huan said again, "Manager, why are you in a daze? Swipe your card." The manager swallowed her saliva and took the bank card. As the sound of a successful payment echoed again, Liang Jing's heart shattered completely. She had money in her card, but it was all saved from her frugal living. Now, just to vent her anger, she was about to squander it all. Oh, was that not madness? But how could she kneel down and admit her fault? At that moment, Zhang Yuan finally felt fear as she clutched Liang Jing's clothes and cried, "Mom, don't follow this path. I was wrong. Not following. What if I have no money left on my card?" Liang Jing glared at He Huan with a furious expression. He Huan, however, continued to taunt, "You don't have to follow, but kneel down and admit your mistake." Unable to bear He Huan's mockery, Liang Jing shouted, "Fine, I will follow, boss, swipe the card." Zhang Jingsheng snatched the bank card and shouted, "Have you lost your mind? This is a bottomless pit, and no matter how much you put in, we'll end up drinking the northwest wind." He Huan genuinely worried that they might not follow, so he coaxed, "That's not certain. I'm just a beggar. How much could I possibly have on my card? Keep following, and maybe in the end you'll win." "Brother." He Qian, always too kind, pleaded from the side. "The anger has already been vented. Oh, let it go." He Huan remained silent, merely gazing coldly at Liang Jing. He Qian had no choice but to say to Liang Jing, "Unless you have 1,500,000 in that card, you might as well admit defeat sooner." 1,500,000 meant that this young man had at least 500,000 in his card. The crowd gasped. Who would have thought that a high school student could be so wealthy? Liang Jing's eyes went blank, nearly causing her to stumble to the ground. She was 100% sure that what He Qian said was true. He Huan had been setting a trap for her from the beginning, and she had foolishly walked right into it. Now, not only had she lost money, but she also had to kneel and admit her mistake to the other party. She had never done anything so humiliating in her life. Just as she hesitated, a thud sounded as Zhang Jingxing knelt down trembling as he said, "I apologize on behalf of my wife, but we were wrong." This scene stunned everyone. A man kneeling is no trivial matter, and who would bow to someone else unless absolutely necessary? He Huan coldly remarked, "If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? In the future, teach your daughter to be humble." Hearing this, Zhang Jingxing finally stood up. As a man in his 40s, he had actually knelt to apologize to a teenager. Even with his thick skin, his face was burning hot. Fortunately, this conflict had finally come to an end. Liang Jing still couldn't bear to part with the 18,000 yuan and approached the shoe store owner to request a return on a few pairs. The shoe store owner, having made enough profit today, generously agreed to take back 9 pairs. He Qian also wanted to return a few pairs, but He Huan insisted against it. What's the point of returning after you've bought them? I can earn back those 9 pairs in 9 minutes. You can earn 888 in 1 minute. Do you think you're a big star? He Huan chuckled to himself, thinking, do you think I'm a millionaire? In reality, I earn millions daily. More than 10 minutes later, the siblings returned to the men's clothing store where Lu Mei was. Lu Mei looked at the siblings, their arms full of bags, and curiously asked, why did you buy so much? What's all this? Why are they all shoes? And all Nikes? Lu Mei glared at He Qian, her eyes practically. He Qian felt more wrong than dough, pitifully saying, these were all bought by my brother. I said no. Seeing Lu Mei's sharp gaze turn toward him, He Huan quickly made up a story. These shoes are just cheap knockoffs, 70 to 80 yuan a pair. Altogether, they're only about 700. Don't believe me? Just ask Qian Qian. He Qian nodded repeatedly. Right, they're all knockoffs. Lu Mei scolded, do you think I'm stupid? Can't I tell the difference between real and fake? He Huan cursed himself for being foolish. His mother specialized in this line of work, and she was familiar with every store on this street. Had he just walked into a trap? Shop assistant, how much is this piece of clothing? Just then a couple walked into the store. Seeing that the other staff were busy, Lu Mei went up to greet them. He Huan felt as if he had been pardoned and called out to Lu Mei, Mom, Qian Qian and I are heading back first. He Qian was taken aback and asked, aren't we buying clothes? Let's buy them tomorrow. Didn't you see that Mom is angry? Let's hurry and leave. He Qian was amused and helplessly followed behind, He Huan dragging several large bags. Lu Mei watched the siblings' retreating figures, secretly scolding, you two spendthrifts spending money like it's water. Just wait until I get home to deal with you. When Lu Mei returned home from work, she heard the sound of clattering in the kitchen. She went over to take a look and saw He Huan wearing an apron cooking while He Qian was preparing ingredients with a knife. He Huan noticed Lu Mei had just come home and showed a warm smile, saying, Mom, take a break. Dinner will be ready. He Qian also chimed in, Mom, my brother and I bought a bunch of carnations and put them on the coffee table. Take a look if they're nice. Lu Mei looked at the coffee table and saw several vibrant white carnations. Seeing the siblings' flattering demeanor, Lu Mei couldn't help but chuckle. But then she remembered she was still angry and deliberately put on a stern face. How much did you spend on shoes in total? 8,000. What? 8,000. The small spark of maternal love that had just ignited in Lu Mei's heart vanished in an instant. He Huan, do you think you've grown wings and that I can't control you anymore? Faced with Lu Mei's fury, He Huan had already prepared his explanation. Mom, I have 600,000 in cash. Ooh, I invested 500,000 today. What? You invested 50,000 already. What did you invest in? A real estate project. Lu Mei was filled with suspicion. At your young age, you can still get into real estate. It was a coincidence. Every lunchtime I go to a tea house where many bosses talk business. Today I happened to overhear a real estate boss named Tang saying he needed more funds for his project and wanted investors. Since I had been chatting with him well these past few days, he invited me to invest 500,000. Lu Mei listened half convinced. He Huan had indeed mentioned wanting to invest, but who would have thought he'd get into real estate? He Huan continued, well, I figure I'm a businessman now, albeit a young one. So if my attire looks shabby, no one will take me seriously. Those words stirred deep remorse in Lu Mei. Her son had been tirelessly scheming how to earn money while she, helpless, had contributed nothing. Why buy so many pairs? A few Nike sneakers would have sufficed. I bought them for myself, yes, but shouldn't I also get some for you and Qian Qian? Do you truly think I'd indulge myself while letting you two suffer? It doesn't matter if we dress modestly. We don't need to appear in public or run businesses. Nonsense. Then what is the very purpose of my earning? It is precisely so that you may eat whatever you wish, buy whatever you desire, and enjoy whatever brings you joy. Never pinch pennies for my sake. Otherwise, every cent I earn loses its meaning. Such a little rascal, bragging already. What'll you do if you're broke again someday? And don't worry. I'll quit once I've earned enough, deposit it all in the bank, and live off the interest alone. How much would that take exactly? He Qian asked. Not much at all. Just 100 million yuan. That yields roughly 40,000 yuan daily in interest. Enough just barely for us to live comfortably without lifting a finger. 40,000 yuan a day in interest alone. Good heavens. How blissful the life of the wealthy truly is. Brother, when will you actually amass 100 million? He earned 100 million. Be realistic. Stop daydreaming. He Huan smiled and said, Mom, what if I do hit that mark? Then I'll give you 2 sharp taps on the forehead to bring you back to reality. And Lu Mei suddenly sniffed the air and said, what's that burnt smell, eh? All three turned toward the wok, where the yellow catfish was billowing thick black smoke. And Huan hastily shut off the gas stove and muttered awkwardly, "Slipped up? I got so caught up chatting I forgot to add water. Get out of the kitchen. You can't even pan-fry a fish properly yet dream of becoming a billionaire. Such a fine fish utterly wasted. Brother, even if you do become a billionaire one day, you'll never escape Mom's iron grip. Where Mom is home is. Where else could I possibly fly?" In hearing this, Lu Mei broke into a broad grin. "At least you've got some conscience. You and Qian go watch TV. I'll call you when dinner's ready." Qian stood in awe of her brother's eloquence. One well-turned phrase had lifted their mother's spirits instantly. Once Lu Mei finished cooking, she found Qian trying on shoes. "Dinner's ready, still primping." And Qian held up a pair of white athletic shoes before Lu Mei. "Mom, try these on. They're from brother." "Why would I wear such expensive shoes?" "You take them instead." "In. I wear size 38. These are 39. Didn't brother say it's 3 pairs per person?" "Sigh. Wouldn't it be wasteful to buy me such costly footwear?" And though grumbling aloud, Lu Mei felt genuine warmth within. After 18 years of hardship raising Huan, he had finally prospered and remembered to repay her love. She slipped on the new shoes and took a few steps. They fit perfectly, well-crafted, exceptionally comfortable. Na smile finally broke across her face. "At last I can savor a bit of my son's blessings." "Not just a bit, Mom. You've forgotten this house was bought by brother too. And Qian, lately you've seemed different. Why do you defend him in everything?" "He's my brother. Whose side should I take if not his? In, what's changed? Wasn't he your brother before?" Qian's cheeks flushed faintly. Once sworn enemies, she now increasingly saw her brother as mature, responsible, steadfast. Unconsciously, a quiet admiration had taken root. "In, I'm not arguing with you. I'm going to call brother for dinner." And Lu Mei mimicked her daughter's tone, deliberately pitching her voice higher. "I'm going to call brother for dinner." Qian's face burned deeper as she shot her mother a mock stern glare. "Mom, if you keep this up, I will get angry." Lu Mei burst into laughter. "All right, go call him." And Qian opened Huan's door and found him seated before his computer, engrossed in stock trading. She asked, "Brother, how much did you gain in stocks today?" And now her favorite daily ritual was asking about his stock returns. It felt like watching coins clink steadily into a piggy bank, each day swelling her sense of joyful abundance. "And not bad today. I cleared 7,000 yuan." In truth, his modest 50,000 yuan account had gained only 3,000. But to ensure generous dividends for the elders of the He family during the new year, Huan consistently inflated his reported gains. To avoid suspicion, he quietly topped up the account each time. A minor inconvenience, yet unavoidable. Qian's eyes gleamed with delight. "Wow, so much today, and don't idolize me. It's merely routine. And let's eat." Lu Mei, having overheard, carried dishes to the table and asked, Huan, is your total stock portfolio now 518,000 yuan?" "Yes." "Anything wrong, Mom?" "And no, it's just astonishing. In only 3 days, you've earned 18,000 yuan. Didn't brother say it's just routine?" Stay calm, stay calm. Of that 18,000, nearly half belongs to the He family's share. We've personally earned only about 9,000 yuan. "Brother, you're too modest. Mom earns less in a whole month than you do in a single day." And Lu Mei shot Qian a sharp look. "Go serve rice. Speak as if you earned it." The three sat around the dining table. Qian bubbled with excitement, peppering Huan with endless questions. And noticing her mother's distracted gaze, Huan gently asked, "Mom, what's on your mind?" Lu Mei collected herself and replied quickly, "Nothing. Just thinking about what gifts to bring to Grandma's tomorrow." And at those words, Qian's lips puckered into a tiny pout. "What else could we bring? Just grab some mooncakes at the supermarket." "And surely not just mooncakes. We must bring meat fruit too." Huan smiled. "Mom, you've already decided. Why not follow tradition as always?" And Lu Mei remained silent, her brow furrowing deeper. Huan added, "If you feel it's insufficient, give Grandma an extra red envelope. 800 or 1,000 yuan. And after long hesitation, Lu Mei finally asked, "Huan, would you consider letting your 2 uncles join you in stock trading?" "No," Qian blurted out without pause. "They borrowed Dad's compensation years ago and never repaid a cent. Why should we involve them now?" "But they're struggling. Children in school, no steady income. Trading might at least give them a livelihood." "That's their burden, not ours. Without brothers trading, we couldn't even afford tuition. Have they ever asked how we're faring? Have they offered any help?" Lu Mei fell silent, lowering her head to eat. And Huan too felt torn inwardly. He wished no contact with his uncles, but his mother's feelings weighed heavily upon him. After a pause, he said, "Mom, tomorrow tell them my tuition hasn't been paid yet and ask for repayment. Observe their reaction. If they agree, even partially, to repay whether 500 or 1,000 yuan, I'll gladly include them in trading. But if they remain indifferent, then I see no reason to extend this opportunity." Lu Mei paused, then slowly nodded. Dinner ended in silence between the mother and daughter. Qian returned to her room to do her homework while Lu Mei cleaned up the dishes. Huan recalled the letter from teacher Gua and shouted to Lu Mei in the kitchen, "Mom, I have something to take care of outside. He'll be back later." Lu Mei wanted to ask where Huan was going, but felt that her son, now capable of earning money and having his own opinions, shouldn't be overly restricted. So she said, "All right, the earlier you go, the earlier you come back." Huan agreed and went back to his room to get the letter that Guijing had given him before heading out. Huan couldn't understand why, with today's advanced communication technology, some things that were hard to say could still be expressed through texts or QQ. Why resort to such traditional means of communication? Huan tucked the envelope into his pocket and knocked on the door across the hall. Zhu Min opened the door and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Huan, asking, "Do you need something?" "I need to talk to Uncle Li about something." Zhu Min called out into the room. "Li Jun, a classmate of Li Lan, is looking for you." Li Jun came out wearing an apron and asked a classmate, "Did something happen to Li Lan at school?" Huan recalled that teacher Gua had emphasized delivering the letter to Li Jun personally. So he said, "Yes, she asked me to call you down to discuss something privately." Li Jun knew that Li Lan had recently had a very strained relationship with Zhu Min, so he had no suspicions. He took off his apron and handed it to Zhu Min, saying, "The ribs in the pot just need to be heated for another 2 minutes. You eat first, and I'll be back shortly." Zhu Min clearly felt a bit upset, but didn't show it. She agreed and returned to her room. Huan led Li Jun downstairs, took a turn, and stopped when he confirmed Zhu Min was out of sight. Li Jun looked around curiously and asked, "Where's Lan Lan?" "I haven't seen her." Huan took out the envelope and said, "Actually, Li Lan didn't come. Teacher Gua asked me to deliver this letter to you personally." Li Jun was quite surprised. He tore open the envelope and pulled out 2 sheets of paper, beginning to read under the dim streetlight. As he read, his eyes gradually reddened. To be honest, Huan was also curious about what was written on those 2 sheets of paper that could make a grown man cry. However, he felt it was inappropriate to ask about such personal matters. After a long time, Li Jun finally set down the 2 sheets of paper, folded them, and put them in his pocket. "Uncle Li, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now." "Wait a minute, it's late, and you haven't had dinner, right?" "I've eaten. If you haven't come out with me for a drink." Huan wore an expression of discomfort, thinking, "I said I've eaten, didn't I?" However, seeing Li Jun's despondent look, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. The two went to a barbecue restaurant outside the community. Li Jun casually ordered some barbecue and asked Huan, "Classmate, can you drink?" Huan shook his head and replied, "I've never drunk before." "Then let's get you some beer." Huan felt a bit awkward, thinking, "Isn't Li Lan's dad a bit hard of hearing?" Li Jun ordered 3 bottles of beer and a bottle of white liquor, and they took a seat at an outdoor table. Li Jun poured himself a glass of white liquor and said to Huan, "Little brother, thank you for delivering the letter today. Let's have a toast." Huan sighed internally, thinking it was too early to drink when they hadn't even had a dish served yet. The only thing on the table was a small plate of free peanuts, and they were already drinking. Even karaoke has a prelude. But seeing Li Jun already raising his glass, Huan had no choice but to pour himself a glass of beer. They clinked glasses lightly, and Li Jun drank half of his glass of white liquor. That sip was at least an ounce. Huan couldn't lose face and finished his glass of beer. Li Jun unexpectedly said, "Aren't you supposed to be able to drink?" Huan certainly could drink, but that was in his past life. This was the first time he'd ever drunk in this life. He smiled wryly and said, "I may not have a strong tolerance, but I have the guts to drink anything regardless of its taste. I just pour it straight in. What's there to be afraid of? Just drink it first." Li Jun for once showed a hint of a smile, saying, "You're quite the character, young man. Only someone your age has that kind of courage and drive. As for us middle-aged folks, we really worry too much. Drinking too little worries about disappointing the client, drinking too much worries about health, and also worrying about family nagging." Li Jun seemed to recall something, self-deprecatingly smiling as he continued, "Of course, now no one nags anymore." Huan guessed that the nagging person he referred to was teacher Gua. He said, "We're the same. You say what we learn, like trigonometric functions and electromagnetic induction, is useful in society. It's completely useless. But there's nothing we can do. The college entrance examination tests these, and if you don't study, you won't get into a good university. So the heavens treat everyone the same. We're just people in the world unable to act on our own accord. People in the world unable to act on their own accord." Li Jun repeated this phrase, his expression growing increasingly melancholic. He picked up his glass and finished the remaining half glass of white liquor. Huan had no choice but to accompany him with a glass of beer. Li Jun hadn't eaten a single bite of food and had already consumed 2 ounces of white liquor. Borrowing this slight drunkenness, he slowly said, "You know, life is short. Oh, what is the meaning of living?" Huan was taken aback. That was indeed a life and death question. If he didn't come to terms with it, he might end up on the news the next day. "I believe the greatest significance of life is first hope, and second being needed by others. Even if life isn't going well, one must still have beautiful aspirations for the future. Just like us high school students, even though high school is so tough, we still look forward to making the honor roll in the college entrance examination. It is this hope that provides us with the greatest motivation to endure the dullness of high school life." As for being needed, in my view, it reflects not only the value of a person's existence, but also the greatest meaning of life. If one day no one in this world needs you, then what's the difference between living and dying? Li Jun recalled the contents of the letter, and his eyes reddened again. I'm really afraid of that right now. That day at the Civil Affairs Bureau, both I and your teacher Gua were fighting for the custody of Li Lan, and Li Lan said in front of me that she could live without a father, but not without a mother. I really didn't have a good relationship with your teacher Gua, but for Lan Lan I believed I had given my all without reservation. In the end, I turned out to be someone she could do without. Li Jun's voice began to choke as he spoke. He poured himself a full glass of white liquor, took a small sip, and continued, "Do you know what teacher Gua wrote in her letter? She asked me out of respect for our past to accompany Lan Lan for a few months, allowing her to focus on her college entrance examination before getting divorced. I really don't know what to do now. If I divorce, I'm afraid it will hurt Lan Lan, and if I don't, I'm not being true to myself. No matter what choice I make, it feels wrong." Regarding this family conflict, He Huan was at a loss as to how to advise, or perhaps he felt that any advice he offered would be wrong. He sighed and said, "I don't really understand the matters of the heart between you and teacher Gua. But from my own experience, I particularly understand why Li Lan chose teacher Gua over you." Li Jun looked at He Huan, asking urgently, "Is it because of Zhu Min?" Of course, Zhu Min is a significant factor. After all, no one wants a stranger to become part of their family. This gap cannot be eliminated. But aside from that, it's actually because Li Lan's relationship with teacher Gua is closer than with you. Li Jun clearly disagreed with He Huan's statement and was about to refute, but He Huan continued to speak. "I know you will be unconvinced and argue that your care for Li Lan doesn't have to be less than that of teacher Gua, but that is merely your one-sided thought. In Li Lan's heart, she must feel that teacher Gua loves her more, which is why she wants to be with teacher Gua, and that is all there is to it. Even if you can provide her with better material conditions, she wouldn't care. How could that be? How could it not be? Children are emotional beings. You should know what kind of person teacher Gua is, as she is willing to sacrifice her dignity to ask you to wait until after the college entrance examination to divorce, just so Li Lan can perform well. Yet you are still entangled in the grievances you have experienced in this marriage. I believe you love Li Lan very much, but you also love yourself. Teacher Gua might indeed have a stronger personality, but her love for Li Lan is unwavering. That is why you have been eliminated by Li Lan." Li Jun's expression was pained as he took a large gulp of the white wine in his glass. He Huan secretly felt anxious, worrying that this drinking style might lead to trouble. It was unclear whether Li Jun had drunk too much or if he was just feeling too distressed, but he actually spoke with a choked voice. "Brother, you have no idea, I am suffering too. My annual income is around 5 to 600,000, but what does that matter? Every day when I return home, teacher Gwen nitpicks at everything. If I don't wash my hands before dinner, she criticizes me. If I take too long in the bathroom, she complains. Even after getting into bed, I can't touch my phone, otherwise she'll say something about that too. No matter what I do when I get home, it's wrong. But I am a man, I need dignity and space. I am not her student, I don't need her lectures." Listening to Li Jun, He Huan felt suffocated. There was no way around it. Many teachers' marriages were like this, accustomed to being high and mighty while criticizing their partners. Li Jun was about to drink again, but this time He Huan stopped him. "Uncle Li, drink less. The dishes haven't even been. I know having an affair while married is wrong, but there's nothing I can do about it." He Huan smiled and said, "Uncle Li, I am also a man who I can understand." Upon hearing this, Li Jun felt a surge of goodwill towards He Huan. Indeed, only a man understands another man. At that moment, the waiter happened to bring out the barbecue. He Huan took a few skewers of lamb to Li Jun's bowl and said, "Uncle Li, eat something to fill your stomach first. You should eat a bit too." The two of them enjoyed the barbecue, chatting and occasionally clinking glasses. About an hour later, Li Jun's bottle of white wine was empty, and he took up a bottle of beer. He Huan had also drunk around 3 bottles of beer. Both of them were feeling a bit tipsy, starting to throw their arms around each other and address each other as brothers. Li Jun, with a slurred tongue, said, "Little brother, I actually know Zhu Min may not really like me, but she is obedient and never gives me a hard time. What do men seek in life? Isn't it just to have a wife who understands them?" He Huan retorted, "She doesn't understand you at all. There's such an age gap between you two. What common language could you possibly share? You're not even on the same wavelength when you talk. Besides, when you went out tonight, you were wearing an apron while cooking. I didn't see her being particularly virtuous. If you ask me, you're just attracted to her youthful beauty." Li Jun chuckled, saying, "That is indeed part of my consideration, but more importantly, her personality is much better than that of teacher Gua. I see you just jump from one pit to another. When you run out of money one day, she might just reveal her true self." Li Jun, who was about to grab some food, suddenly froze and said, "Little brother, how can you be so certain? It's hard to distinguish the truth in what someone says, but the subconscious actions and expressions of a person most reflect their true thoughts. Brother, you are a smart person. I don't believe that after being with her for so long, you wouldn't be able to sense it." Li Jun was left speechless, finishing the last sip of white wine in his glass, saying, actually, I used to have illusions until a few days ago, when Zhu Min suddenly told Lan Lan that she was pregnant. That day Lan Lan was very emotional and ran off without eating. Later I asked Zhu Min why she lied, and she said she wanted a child from me to test Lan Lan's reaction. But after doing business for so many years, I am not a fool. She said that on purpose to make me divorce Guijing sooner. Looking back now, Zhu Min is actually very calculating. He Huan recalled that day when he had run into Li Lan at the entrance of the community and his mother had invited her to dinner. Teacher Gua is straightforward. She expresses her concerns directly, but has a bit of a temper. I used to have some grievances against her, but now I realize she is actually doing it for the good of her students. Li Jun stared at He Huan and said, are you trying to speak up for Teacher Gua? He Huan didn't hide it, saying she is my homeroom teacher. Out of emotion and reason, I must stand up for her. So you think I should continue being with Guijing? The current issue is that even if you want to be with Teacher Gua, her pride may not allow it. Li Jun fell silent. Based on his understanding of Guijing, as soon as Li Lan finished her college entrance exams, she would immediately divorce him. You are absolutely right. I have made one mistake after another. There is no right or wrong in life, only different paths of choice. However, as a father, you should consider Li Lan's feelings more like Teacher Gua does. Li Jun sighed, softly unsure of how to choose his path ahead. Just as the two were in silence, a phone rang. He Huan took out his phone and saw that it was indeed a call from Lu Mei. He quickly answered the call and said, Mom, I'm still out having dinner with a friend. I'll be back soon. Didn't you eat already tonight? Why are you eating again? Mainly because my friend needed to discuss something with me. Oh, alright, be careful on your way back. He Huan hung up the phone and raised his head only to see Li Jun lying motionless on the dining table. What the heck? He collapsed in just a minute. That's too fast. He Huan called out several times, but Li Jun remained unresponsive. He was startled and quickly bent down to check Li Jun's pulse. Fortunately, he was fine. He must have just passed out from drinking too much. However, even so, he felt a headache coming on. You say you can't handle your liquor. Why drink so much? Now I have to take you to the hospital in the middle of the night. He Huan took out his phone and dialed 120. While waiting for the ambulance, he went to the cashier to settle the bill. Fortunately, they hadn't eaten much, and the 300 yuan he had left was just enough. As everyone knows, a person's weight is most astonishing when they are drunk. So when the ambulance arrived, He Huan also asked the barbecue restaurant owner and a few passers-by for help to lift Li Jun onto the stretcher. Of course, He Huan followed the ambulance. On the way, he considered it and decided to call Guijing. When Guijing received a call from an unknown number, she thought it was a prank call, but to her surprise, the caller said, Teacher Gua, this is He Huan. Uncle Li is drunk. Could you come to the people's hospital? How is he with you? Didn't you tell me to deliver a message to him? After I finished, he dragged me to dinner, and then he got drunk. I told him not to. Say alright, he'll come over right away. Li Lan had just finished showering and curiously asked Mom, what's the matter? Your dad got drunk again. You stay home and rest. I'm going to the hospital. Huh? How did he get drunk again? I'll go with you. Alright, change your clothes quickly. We need to hurry. Mother and daughter took a taxi to the county people's hospital and finally saw Li Jun in the emergency room. Li Lan looked around and didn't see He Huan and immediately said with displeasure, how can He Huan be like this? We haven't even arrived and he's already left. That's really irresponsible. Guijing frowned and said, it's already quite commendable that he was able to bring your dad to the hospital. Why are you asking for so much? Besides, it's so late now, he should rest too. That doesn't mean he can't wait a few minutes. At that moment, a nurse walked in and Li Lan hurriedly approached her to ask, Doctor, how is my dad? Is he? What can be wrong? He's just drunk a few shots, and once he sobers up, he can go home. After speaking, the nurse looked around and asked, by the way, has that young man returned yet? Young man? You mean He Huan? Didn't he leave? No way. Didn't he say he was going to pay and get the medicine? As soon as the nurse finished speaking, He Huan rushed in holding a plastic bag. Why did it take you so long to get the medicine? He Huan handed the plastic bag to the nurse and said, sorry, I ran out of cash, so I had to go outside to withdraw money first. The nurse didn't say anything, took the medicine, and left. He Huan greeted Guijing, saying, Teacher Gua, you're here. Did you drink too? Yeah, Uncle Li insisted on dragging me to drink a bit. I had a little beer. Doesn't he know you're still a student? It's fine if he drinks himself, why drag you along? He Huan didn't know how to respond and could only smile awkwardly. Well, thanks for today. How much did you spend? He'll pay you back. Including the ambulance and other miscellaneous fees, it's about 5. Guijing took out 600 yuan from her wallet and said, thank you for today. He Huan only took 500 yuan, leaving the extra 100 with Guijing. Teacher Gua, you're being too polite. Oh, I'll take whatever I paid for, no need to be courteous. Guijing didn't insist and asked, are you going back now? Yeah, my mom is still waiting for me to go home. At that moment, the nurse from earlier came in holding 3 bottles of 4 fluid. She overheard their conversation and curiously asked, aren't you all family? Guijing awkwardly replied, no, he's my student, and I just happened to bring him along to the hospital with my family. That's a bit troublesome. The patient is sure to vomit. Someone needs to be nearby to take care of him. What about you two are too weak. When the patient is about to vomit, he needs to be turned on his side. Otherwise, if the vomit blocks his airway, it will be dangerous. Moreover, the patient might need to go to the bathroom later. It won't be convenient for you to help him there. Guojing glanced at He-Huan apologetically and said, I might need to trouble you a bit more. He-Huan felt truly helpless. After finally getting a day off, he ended up wasting it in the hospital. The key was that he had never taken care of anyone before. Even his future father-in-law never had this treatment. Although He-Huan complained in his heart, he still said, it's fine, it's what I should do. The nurse finished administering the four to Li Jun and left, and the atmosphere in the ward began to grow a little awkward. Guojing deliberately cleared her throat, signaling Li Lan to greet He-Huan or thank him. Though Li Lan had always been proud, today He-Huan had indeed helped a lot, especially since she had misunderstood him earlier. He-Huan, thank you for taking care of my dad today. Though her voice was not loud, her attitude was sincere. He-Huan's heart unexpectedly stirred, but soon you're welcome, that's what I should do. Seeing He-Huan still maintaining that indifferent attitude, Li Lan surprisingly didn't feel annoyed this time. She secretly thought, although he is a blockhead, his character is quite good, it's not worth getting angry at someone like him. Li Jun lay on the hospital bed receiving 4 fluids while Guojing and her daughter kept watch. He-Huan had originally promised his mom to return home as soon as possible, but now he had come to the hospital instead. By the time Li Jun sobered up, it would probably be 2 hours later. To avoid worrying Lu Mei, He-Huan took out his phone to call her. The phone rang once before it was answered, and Lu Mei's concerned voice came through. Huan, why haven't you gotten home yet? Mom, I can't come back for now. My friend got drunk, and I just took him to the hospital. It'll probably be another 2 hours before I can return. You're really at the hospital? Of course would I lie to you about this. You didn't go to the internet cafe, did you? He-Huan's face darkened, realizing that his mom was worried about this. What would I go to an internet cafe for? We have computers at home. If I wanted to play games, I could just do it at home. Then send me a picture of the hospital to prove it. He-Huan was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to agree, Guojing said beside him, let me handle this. Without hesitation, He-Huan quickly handed his phone to Guojing. After all, the class teacher was much more persuasive than he was. Hello, Huan's mom, I am Huan's class teacher, Guojing. Lu Mei was surprised to hear Guojing's voice, and her tone became more humble. Hello, teacher Gua. Are you with? Yes, actually my husband got drunk, and it was all thanks to He-Huan that he was brought to the hospital. Originally, I wanted him to go back now, but the doctor just said it's better to have a male family member stay here to take care of him, so I had to trouble him to stay in the hospital a bit longer. It's no trouble at all if this is what he should do. If anything comes up, teacher Gua, please feel free to ask him. Guojing smiled and said thank you, Huan's mom. After hanging up the phone, Guojing was about to return the mobile phone to He-Huan when she inadvertently caught sight of the stock trading app on the screen. Curiously, she asked, is this your phone? He-Huan, feeling a bit guilty, replied with an uncertain After all, the school did not allow students to bring phones. Sure, you even have a Nokia N73, but you are not allowed to play with your phone during class. Relieved, He-Huan quickly took the phone back from Guojing. Guojing casually asked, did you have dinner with Li Jun today? Did he say anything? He said that the news about Zhu Min being pregnant is fake. Fake? Yes, Zhu Min took it upon herself to deliberately deceive Li Lan. Guojing immediately understood the reason and thought to herself, Zhu Min, Li Jun is visiting you every day. Are you really so anxious to get him to divorce? Can't you wait? What else did he say? He-Huan hesitated for a moment, then continued. He said that every time he comes home, he feels an immense pressure, as if even breathing is wrong. He-Huan stopped here, but Guojing and Li Lan both understood what it meant. Li Lan, not convinced, said, betrayal is betrayal. These are just excuses. Guojing sighed softly and said, all right, there's nothing much to do now. You can rest on the bed next to you. He-Huan did not leave, but said, teacher Gua, someone once told me something that I found very insightful, and I wanted to share it with you. What did they say? They said if a monk doesn't eat meat, he is a virtuous monk, but if this monk demands that the ordinary people around him also refrain from eating meat, then he is a demon monk. Li Lan was both surprised and impressed. She had always thought her mother was too domineering, but for years she had not dared to say anything. Today, He-Huan was so brave and clever that with just a simple sentence, he pointed out her mother's flaw. Guojing also did not expect that He-Huan, who usually lagged behind, would give her a lesson, yet his words made so much sense that she found herself unable to refute him. At that moment, Li Jun on the hospital bed suddenly began to gag. He-Huan immediately reacted, lifting Li Jun's upper body and helping him to lie on his side, while supporting his head over the edge of the bed. Li Lan was also prepared, positioning a trash can under Li Jun's mouth. With a loud retching sound, a mass of filth was expelled from Li Jun's mouth. A pungent odor assaulted He-Huan's senses, but he forced himself to endure the discomfort in his stomach while continuing to support Li Jun's head. After half a minute, Li Jun finally quieted down, though he remained in a state of deep sleep. Li Lan took out some tissue and carefully wiped the grime from the corners of Li Jun's mouth. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that He-Huan was gently laying her father back down on the bed. Suddenly, she felt a ridiculous sense of kinship, as if she and He Huan were family working together to care for their drunken father. Thinking of this made her inexplicably anxious. This guy has such poor grades and is so cold to me. How could he possibly be my family? She secretly glanced at He Huan, who was covering her father's exposed belly with a blanket. The hospital had air conditioning, and if he didn't cover up, he might catch a cold. Li Lan's heart felt like a calm lake disturbed by a small stone gradually creating ripples. How did I not notice before? This guy seems quite handsome and attentive. Lan, is your dad still not awake? Guojing's sudden question interrupted the girl's thoughts. She hurriedly lowered her head and nervously replied, "No, not yet." After speaking, she felt her heart racing as if a secret deep within her had suddenly been discovered. She stole a glance at Guojing, relieved that her mother was focused entirely on her father and had noticed nothing. Having covered the blanket properly, He Huan sat down on the bed next to Li Jun. Uncle Li should take a little while longer, but vomiting is a good thing. It means his stomach won't feel as bad. Li Lan said softly, "He Huan, you drank alcohol too, are you all right?" He Huan was taken aback. Even the usually proud class beauty could express concern. "I only had beer, and not much at that. I'm fine. Mom, I'm going out to buy a bottle of water for Dad. He might be thirsty when he wakes up." Guojing secretly praised her daughter for being considerate and said, "All right, make sure you have some money on you." And while later Li Lan walked back and carrying a plastic bag. "Mom, here's some water for you." Guojing took the mineral water and asked, "Did you buy anything for He Huan?" "I did." Li Lan walked over to He Huan's side, pulling out a can of Wang Lao Ji, its aluminum surface covered with tiny beads of condensation still chilled. "I know you prefer tea over soft drinks, so I bought this for you." Is Wang Lao Ji considered tea? It's clearly a beverage. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was how strange the class beauty was today. Not only was she talking more, but she was also speaking softly and politely. He Huan had no time to think too much. He was indeed very thirsty. After simply replying with a "thank you," he took the Wang Lao Ji, opened the tab, and tilted his head back, gulping it down. Seeing that He Huan did not refuse, Li Lan felt an inexplicable joy. Just as she was about to turn around, her gaze was drawn to the movement of He Huan's Adam's apple. She felt an inexplicable shyness rise within her and hurriedly turned away, looking down at her toes. In the quiet emergency room, a girl blushed. Guojing, sensing the atmosphere growing somewhat stiff, broke the silence. "He Huan, has your family suddenly struck it rich? You're now casually paying several hundred yuan for ambulance and medical fees." He Huan had long anticipated this question. Casually he replied, "My mother earned it from stock trading." "Your mother trades stocks?" "She doesn't. She entrusted the funds to a relative for management." Stock trading had indeed surged in popularity lately. Even among Guojing's colleagues, many had entered the market. Truth be told, each time Guojing overheard colleagues discussing their stock returns, envy flickered within her. Yet were she to trade herself, she lacked both knowledge and courage, fearing loss above all. Curiously she asked, "Which stocks did your mother buy?" "Something related to shipbuilding, I believe, but I'm not entirely." "How much profit has she made?" "Around 100,000 yuan." Guojing gasped in astonishment. "So much? How much capital did she initially invest?" "About 100,000 yuan, borrowed from others." "No wonder he's been living so effortlessly lately. His family must have struck a windfall." Guojing held nearly 200,000 yuan herself, yet the thought of raising Li Lan alone still weighed heavily upon her. If she could earn even a modest sum through the stock market, that burden might ease considerably. Having resolved her course, she turned to He Huan. "He Huan, could you ask your relative which stocks he's invested in?" He Huan instantly grasped her intention to enter the market herself. In this life, as in the last, he wished no deeper entanglement with Li Lan. Yet guiding teacher Gua into trading would inevitably bind him to far more karmic entanglements. Seeing He Huan hesitate, Guojing murmured, disappointed, "Just a casual inquiry. If it's inconvenient, forget I asked." A profound sense of guilt welled within He Huan. Whether in his past life or this one, head teacher Guojing had devoted immense care and effort to him. And yet here he stood, petty and narrow-minded. He spoke solemnly, "Teacher Gua, it isn't reluctance that holds me back. It's that stock trading is fluid and unpredictable. Buying and selling must adapt constantly to shifting conditions. Merely naming a few stocks to you could easily lead to losses or yield far less than expected. If you trust me, entrust the funds to me. I'll have my relative manage them on your behalf, returning both principal and profits by year's end. Of course, should you need the money earlier, I'll return both principal and accrued interest at any time. But how will I know, over such a long stretch, whether I'm gaining or losing? My relative reports the account balance to me weekly. I'll relay those updates to you immediately." Guojing hesitated for barely a second before agreeing. "Very well. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you tomorrow. Do you have a bank account?" He Huan promptly sent his account details via smartphone. Nearby, Li Lan watched in astonishment. How could her mother place such unreserved trust in He Huan? Was she not afraid he'd vanish with the money? An hour and a half later, Li Jun's 3 intravenous infusions were finally complete. The nurse approached, removed the needle, and said, "You may take him home now." "But my father hasn't woken up yet." "How many times did he vomit?" "3 times. He's likely just exhausted and fallen asleep. You can rouse him. Alternatively, you may pay for hospitalization and let him rest in the ward." Guo Jing refused to waste another cent, immediately urging Li Lan, wake your father up." Li Lan gently shook Li Jun's shoulder and called out loudly, "Dad, don't sleep. Time to go home." Li Jun slowly opened his drowsy eyes, gazed blankly around, and asked, "Why am I in the hospital?" Guo Jing snapped sharply, "If you can't hold your liquor, why drink so recklessly? Had He Huan not been with you, you'd have died unnoticed." Li Jun knew he'd burdened these 3 and dared not retort. Especially seeing his wife and daughter standing beside him, a quiet warmth stirred deep within him. He checked his phone. It was already 1130 p.m. Not a single missed call or unread message. A wave of crushing defeat washed over him once more. Zhu Min, just as He Huan had warned, harbored no genuine affection for him, only greed playing her part with practiced artifice. Guo Jing watched Li Jun reach for his phone the moment he awoke, her anger flaring anew. She called out to Li Lan, "Let's go home." Li Lan whispered softly, "Mom, shouldn't Dad come home with us too? Would he even want to?" The instant he woke, he reached for that fox spirit's messages. "I won't even speak of it. You're her own flesh and blood, yet you stayed by his side in this hospital until midnight. Did he utter a single word to you when he opened his eyes?" Li Jun flushed with shame. "I wasn't checking Zhu Min's messages. I feared urgent business matters." Then turning to Li Lan, he added gently, "Lan, thank you, and thank your mother for staying with me tonight. And He Huan, he brought you here and called my mother." Li Jun nodded toward He Huan and murmured, humbled, "Young man, thank you truly." He Huan waved it off. "It's nothing. Only what anyone would do." After a pause, Li Jun turned to Li Lan. "Lan, step outside for a moment with your classmate. I'd like to speak privately with your mother." Li Lan understood. This was the final reckoning. Her nose stung, tears trembled at the edge of her lashes. Li Jun's heart ached at the sight. He softened his voice. "I'll only speak plainly with your mother, not as you imagine. Take heart." Li Lan nodded silently and walked out of the emergency room with He Huan. Inside, besides Li Jun and Guo Jing, several other patients occupied distant cots. None paid attention to the couple. Guo Jing spoke without inflection. "You've read that letter. What is your decision now?" "I have no objections. Until Lan completes her college entrance exams, I'll return home punctually every day and fulfill my duty as a father. After the exams, if you remain resolute in seeking divorce, custody of Lan shall be yours, and our shared assets divided fairly by mutual agreement. Naturally, you may take the larger share. I ask for little." Guo Jing stared astonished. Just days earlier at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Jun had adamantly refused to cede any portion of his assets to her. Thus, in her letter, she'd written plainly if he agreed to divorce after Lanlin's exams, she would claim not a single yuan of his property. Yet now, what had changed? Had the alcohol clouded his mind? "Will your new lover consent to splitting your ass?" Li Jun's expression hardened. "These are my earnings. I decide their distribution. She holds no authority to dictate." "Very well. I accept, provided you honor your word. Any further conditions?" "Tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish to bring Lan and you back to our hometown." Guo Jing frowned, her tone laced with irony. "Haven't your family already met your new lover? Why not bring her instead?" Li Jun sighed deeply. His countenance fell hollow and weary. Guo Jing, recognizing the magnitude of his concession, relented. "Fine, but I refuse to see that fox spirit tomorrow." Li Jun brightened. "Of course, not a chance. Anything else?" Li Jun looked at Guo Jing, mouth opening and closing, yet unable to voice the words stirring in his heart. At last he exhaled heavily and said, "Nothing more." On the other side, He Huan and Li Lan aimlessly walked down the hospital corridor. He Huan wanted to bid farewell to Li Lan and go home, but he felt that having waited for so long, it wouldn't matter to stay just a few more minutes. He Huan looked at Li Lan in confusion and asked, "What's up? Have I ever offended you?" Li Lan lowered her head slightly, gazing at the road ahead, a few strands of hair fluttering in the wind. An inexplicable flutter stirred in He Huan's heart. He took a deep breath and replied nonchalantly, "No." "Then why are you always so cold towards me?" "I already said I get nervous around pretty girls." Li Lan knew he was joking, but she still felt a bit happy after all he called her a pretty girl. Li Lan sat down on a nearby bench and moved over slightly to make room for one more person. He Huan paused for a moment and then sat down beside her. The hospital was nearly empty at night, and aside from the occasional whispers from the emergency room, the entire place was eerily quiet. As He-Huan pondered what topic to discuss, Li-Lan suddenly spoke up. He-Huan, why do two people who do not love each other when they marry, they must have loved each other. It's just that this love can't withstand the trivialities and troubles of life, and gradually, they start to resent each other. Then since they are married, why can't they try to understand each other? Everyone considers the gains and losses from their own perspective. Without experiencing someone else's life, it's hard to empathize. If the ultimate result of marriage is suffering and unhappiness, then why should we get married? He-Huan was not an expert on emotions and felt troubled by the question. Finally, he could only share his understanding. The Buddha teaches that there are 7 sufferings in life: birth, aging, illness, death, the pain of love, and separation, the pain of resentment and hatred, and the pain of unfulfilled desires. Happiness is a rare event in life. Even if you don't marry, suffering and unhappiness will still accompany you. However, there's a saying that happiness does not belong to the rich or the poor, but to those who are content. Life is long, and being content brings joy. Li-Lan looked at He-Huan in surprise and remarked, "How come you're so eloquent now?" He-Huan chuckled, "Don't you watch TV? The emotional shows on TV are even more eloquent than what I say." Li Jun and Guojing stepped out of the emergency room and saw He-Huan and Li-Lan sitting side by side on a bench chatting casually. Guojing called out, "He-Huan, Lanlan, we can go now." The two quickly got up and walked over. Guojing's lips curled into a slight smile, indicating she was in a good mood. "Teacher Guo, I'll just take a taxi home myself. No need, we live near the first high school too. Just take our taxi to save you." He-Huan found it hard to refuse and could only nod in agreement. It was already midnight, and there were very few taxis on the road. As the four waited at the hospital entrance, Li Jun suddenly said, "Lanlan, I'm sorry for what I've done to you and your mom recently. From now on, I'll cut off contact with Zhu Min and stay by your side." Li-Lan was quite surprised and asked, "Is that true?" "Yes, Dad has realized his mistakes." Li-Lan looked at Guojing, who nodded slightly. This was her agreement with Li Jun to maintain a superficial marital relationship until Li-Lan finished her college entrance exams, after which they would return to their separate lives. What she didn't know was that Li Jun was speaking from the heart. Li-Lan felt a sweet sensation in her heart and couldn't help but smile. Guojing looked at Li-Lan's happy expression and felt quite moved, realizing that while Li-Lan had publicly supported her divorce, deep down, she still longed for the family to be together. Li Jun then turned to He-Huan and said, "Little brother, thank you so much today. Next time I'll treat you to drinks and we can chat more. Forget it, I'm afraid I'll have to accompany you to the hospital again next time." That said, it seems like I paid for today's meal. Before He-Huan could respond, Guojing said sternly, "He-Huan is still a student. Why do you keep trying to get him to drink? If you want to drink, do it alone and don't corrupt my student." Li Jun awkwardly chuckled and didn't dare to speak further. After a while, they finally waited for a taxi. He-Huan naturally sat in the front passenger seat, while Li-Lan's family sat in the back. After they got settled, Li Jun said to He-Huan, "By the way, little brother, since you're seated next to my daughter, your grades must be quite good too. What's your rank in class?" Typically, poor students feel shy when asked about their grades, but He-Huan unashamedly replied, "My rank is very stable, and there's plenty of room for improvement." Li-Lan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You really know how to flatter yourself." He-Huan felt something was off about Li-Lan today. Her usual aloofness had transformed into a more youthful demeanor. He shrugged and casually remarked, "I didn't say anything wrong, right, Teacher Guo?" Guojing couldn't help but admire He-Huan's boldness. "You're not wrong. Having stable grades at the top is quite impressive, and there's indeed a lot of room for growth." Li Jun laughed heartily, saying, "Little brother, you're really interesting. But honestly, with your insight and eloquence, even if your grades were terrible, you would still succeed and make a fortune." Guojing and her daughter didn't expect Li Jun to give He-Huan such high praise, but upon reflection, He-Huan's way of dealing with people indeed seemed quite mature. A few minutes later, the taxi arrived at He-Huan's community entrance. He-Huan got out of the car and said to Guojing, "Teacher Guo, I'll head back now." He-Huan returned home only to find that the lights in the house were still on. Soon Lu Mei and He-Chien also came out of their respective rooms. Lu Mei said, "I couldn't sleep until you got home." He-Huan felt a wave of guilt as he replied, "It just so happened that Teacher Guo's husband got drunk today, and I had to take him to the hospital." He-Chien curiously asked, "How did you end up with your teacher's husband?" He-Huan briefly explained how Guojing had asked him to deliver a message. Finally, he asked, "By the way, did that woman across from our house come to ask about anything today?" "No." "Oh, if she asks you about it later, just say you don't know." Lu Mei nodded and said, "The relationships in rich families are really complicated. He-Huan, you mustn't be indecisive like your teacher's husband in the future." "Got it, dear mother." "You and Chien, hurry off to bed. You should take a shower and go to bed early as well. We have to go back to Grandma's tomorrow." The next day, in a small town in Daji County, He-Huan's family of 3 stood at the door of a small supermarket carrying large bags. He-Chien pouted full of complaints, saying, "Mom, I don't know why you bought so many things. It's exhausting to carry them all. It's not too much. It's just a little mooncake, fruit, and meat. Besides, your second uncle is coming to pick us up soon." It's been almost half an hour, and there's still no sign of him. I don't know how long we'll have to wait. It would be so much better to go back to Grandpa and Grandma's house. It's closer, and we wouldn't have to carry anything. Every time we return, Grandpa and Grandma always give us a bunch of chicken and fish. Huan coughed and said, all right, stop complaining. In the future, when you get married, you will also have to give me gifts. It's all part of etiquette. Qian's face flushed as she said, I don't want to get married. Lu Mei laughed and said, you can't avoid marriage. I can't afford to support you. I don't need you to support me. If you don't need my support, does that mean your brother will? Isn't that the same thing? Qian pouted and said, I will have a job and earn my own living. While they were talking, a brand new white wooling van stopped in front of them. As the window rolled down, a middle-aged man in his 30s appeared. Sister, hurry up and get in the car. Lu Mei exclaimed in surprise, Lei Zi, is this your new car? Yes, I just picked it up yesterday. How does it look? Handsome, right? Lu Mei felt uncomfortable inside, thinking you owe me 20,000 yuan for years and haven't paid it back, yet you have money to buy a new car. She still put on a smiling face and said, it's very nice, very pretty. Lu Lei got out of the car and took a large bag from Lu Mei's hands. Lu Mei thought he was going to help her put the things in the car, but to her surprise, he just opened the bag, glanced inside, and exclaimed, Sister, why did you buy this kind of mooncake? It's the worst kind. He'll take you to another store to buy some. Even Lu Mei, with her good temper, could no longer hold back and exploded, are you a child? Do you have to wait for me to buy you mooncakes? Lu Lei's expression became awkward as he said, I didn't bring any money when I went out today. Qian rolled her eyes and said, you have money to buy a car, but not to buy mooncakes. Who would believe that? Lu Lei's face turned ugly and he impatiently said, if you can't bear to part with a few coins, then let's just go. After saying that, he didn't help Lu Mei and the others with their things and got into the car by himself. Huan was burning with anger. If it weren't for considering his mother's feelings, he would have turned around and taken Qian back home. After Huan's family got in the car, Qian casually closed the door. Perhaps she didn't control her strength well, and the sound of the door closing was slightly loud. Lu Lei immediately started cursing, could you be more careful? Do you know how expensive this car is? Huan's suppressed anger flared up instantly. He questioned, so what if this car is expensive? Even if it is, it only amounts to half of what my family owes. Why does it amount to half of what your family owes? Because my mom lent you 20,000 yuan over 10 years ago, and with interest that would be enough to buy half a car by now. Unable to argue back against Huan, Lu Lei turned to Lu Mei and said, Sister, look at your Huan. Is there anyone who speaks to their elders like this? Lu Mei also felt a bit of anger and said his attitude is wrong, but he makes a valid point. When are you going to pay me back the 20,000 yuan you owe me? I just bought a car. How could I have money to pay you back? It's just 20,000 yuan. Are you afraid I won't pay you back? If you can't pay back 20,000, then 3 or 5,000 would do. I'm not afraid to tell you our Huan doesn't even have money to pay a few hundred yuan for school fees. In a few days I will have money and definitely pay you back. The so-called in a few days seemed to be an indefinite period. Lu Mei sighed inwardly. He really guessed right. The second one isn't even willing to pay back a few hundred yuan. Since that's the case, let's forget about bringing the second one into stock trading. A few minutes later, the van twisted and turned and finally arrived at Lu Jiazhuang. Huan's family got out of the car with their bags and walked into a mud brick house. They were immediately greeted by an elderly woman with graying hair. Lu Mei quickly went over to support the old lady, saying, Mom, I heard Benzi say that your arthritis has acted up again recently. The old lady looked sad upon hearing this. What can be done? I'm getting old and my body isn't holding up. It's either this pain or that pain. No one cares for me, and I have no money for treatment. In a year or two, you'll be buried with your dad. Lu Mei felt quite embarrassed and said, Isn't Lei Zi and Benzi next to you? How could it be that no one is taking care of you? Aren't they busy earning a living? They don't have time to stay at home all the time. What about Xiufun and Su Mei? They also have to take care of their children. That's not right. They have to earn money and take care of their children, but the elderly need care too. He'll go talk to them. Huan couldn't help but chuckle and said, Mom, once a daughter-in-law is married, she's like spilled water. You shouldn't meddle in Lu family's affairs. What do you mean I can't meddle? Huan leaned closer to Lu Mei's ear and whispered, Grandma is hinting that she wants you to take care of her. Do you think it's useful to say something without understanding the context? Lu Mei was startled, and upon reflecting on her mother's words, realized that Grandma indeed wanted her to. What a joke. The old lady has 2 sons who are doing well. Why should it be up to her daughter to take care of her? Moreover, what benefits does the Lu family have? Her 2 sons take all the advantages. She still has a son and a daughter to support in their education, and how could she have the time and energy to care for her? After realizing this, Lu Mei immediately changed her attitude and said, Mom, regarding your care, in old age you should discuss it with Lei Zi and Benzi. As a married daughter, it is indeed inappropriate for me to meddle. The old lady became anxious upon hearing this and said, How can this be called meddling? Aren't you my— Yes, I am just a daughter, but the old house and fields of Lu family village have no share for daughters. Why should it be my turn to take care of you in your old age? Since both your younger brothers are incapable and cannot earn money. Who else can I rely on besides you? Lu Mei was so angry she almost laughed and said, if they can't earn money, how can I? I earn less than 2,000 a month, and I still have Huan and Qian to support. What can I give you for your old age? Ben Zi said you bought a new computer which costs at least 4,000 to 5,000. If you had no money, how could you buy a computer? I spent all my 4,000 to 5,000 on the computer, and now I have not a single cent left. Sister, what you are saying is too absurd. Lu Lei walked in from outside and said, you have money to buy a computer, how could you possibly be broke? Then do you have money? I bought this car, so of course I'm broke. If you have money to buy a car, how could you not have money? Lu Lei angrily said, isn't this just unreasonable? I bought the car to earn money as a taxi, but why did you buy a computer? Lu Mei was momentarily speechless, unable to say that she bought the computer for He Huan to play games. My mom bought the computer to motivate me to study. He Huan stood beside Lu Mei grinning and said, my grades are poor and I have a big internet addiction. My mom bought me a computer to keep me from going to internet cafes. I also promised my mom that I would never go to internet cafes again and would ensure that I would get into a good university. The Lu family all knew about He Huan's internet addiction, so this explanation seemed reasonable. He Huan continued, Grandma, I see your face is rosy and your health seems fine. Even if it's to carry a dung bucket, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Why are you thinking about needing care in your old age? Isn't that just adding a burden to my two uncles? Your mom. How can that be? He Huan directly interrupted the old lady, saying, let's ask around the surrounding villages. Where do you see a son living to provide for his daughter in her old age? Isn't that slapping my two uncles in the face? Those who don't know might think my two uncles are unfilial. After this argument, the old lady felt as if she had been struck by enlightenment. At this moment, Lu Ben happened to come out of the house and said to the others, Mom, what are you talking about? My second brother and I are still here, so it's not my sister's turn to take care of you. Sister, you came all this way, so hurry up and go inside to rest for a while. Lu Mei was quite surprised, not expecting the usually unreliable third brother to speak a few fair words for her. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the younger generation at home has all finished school. Although Lu Mei's family only has 3 siblings, adding He Huan's generation makes it over 10 people. Lu Mei took out the fruits and mooncakes she bought from the supermarket for the younger generation to eat, then went to the kitchen to help her 2 sisters-in-law cook. He Huan and He Qian have never been very close to the Lu family, so the two took out an MP3 and a mobile phone to play with. Lu Ben, seeing He Huan's Nokia phone, said in surprise, Huan, is this your own phone? Yes, this is an N73. Even as a second-hand item, it should still cost quite a bit, right? He Huan looked at Lu Ben suspiciously and asked, Uncle, what are you trying to say? Uncle, let me ask you directly. Has your family recently come into some unexpected wealth? No, our family only has my mom working. What wealth could we possibly have with that meager salary? That doesn't add up. Your family even bought a new computer. You are using a Nokia N73 and Qian's BBK MP3. None of these are. Just as He Huan was about to make something up, a boy around 10 years old ran up to Lu Ben crying and said, Dad, He Qian stole it. Lu Ben was interrupted by the boy and became very angry, saying, What do you mean, He Qian? That is your cousin. You have no respect. The little cousin was scolded and felt more wronged, saying, Cousin, He Qian stole my MP3. Lu Ben's face turned even more awkward upon hearing this. The MP3 was originally stolen from He Huan's drawer, and now it was caught in public. He said to He Huan, he'll go check what's going on. He Huan was worried about He Qian getting into trouble and followed him. The 3 of them entered a room where they saw He Qian holding a pink MP3, her expression very angry. She saw He Huan enter and immediately said, Brother, look, Lu Ji broke my MP3 earphones. Lu Ji shouted, This is my MP3, you stole it from my house. Nonsense, I brought this from home. He Huan said with a forced smile, Uncle, what a coincidence, my cousin also has a BBK MP3. And it's pink. Lu Ji felt very awkward but still tried to remain calm, saying, I just happened to have a broken MP3 at my store, so I bought one cheap to give to Xiaoji. I didn't expect Qian to have one exactly the same. In such matters, if the other party refuses to admit it, He Huan had no way to deal with it. He said to his cousin, This MP3 was brought over by Qian from home. She never went to your room, so how could she steal your MP3? Lu Ben gave Lu Ji a kick on the backside and scolded, You idiot, your MP3 is definitely in your own room. You didn't even go home to look for it, and just spout nonsense here. If you slander others like this again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Lu Ji felt very wronged and ran away quickly, wanting to go home to see if his MP3 was there. Lu Ben then asked He Qian, Qian, is this the MP3 you lost? He Qian didn't think much and replied directly, This is one my brother bought for me again. Lu Ben had a look of I knew it as he put his arm around He Huan's shoulder and said with a beaming smile, Huan, you really are tight-lipped. Where did you get this wealth? Why didn't you tell your uncle? He Huan was somewhat impressed by this uncle who guessed so quickly that his family had turned their fortunes around. Uncle, I'm just a high school senior. What wealth can I possibly have? You still want to deceive your uncle. That BBK MP3 costs over 400. Two of those come close to 1,000 plus your N73 and your family's computer. This whole set adds up to at least 10,000. They are all secondhand items. They are not really worth much. Just tell your uncle. I'm not an outsider. Uncle, I really don't know what you are talking about. Lu Bin realized he could not pry any information from He Huan, and though unwilling, he had no other choice. By noon, the dishes were all served. Although there were 15 dishes on the table, most were simple home-cooked meals like stir-fried pork with chili and celery with dried tofu. The only relatively substantial dish was a pot of corn and pork rib chicken soup. The Lu family members took their seats one after another, but due to the large number of people, the younger generation couldn't all sit down. He Qian, disliking the Lu family, had no intention of sitting at the table. She took a bowl and walked over to He Huan, just about to grab a chicken leg to eat on the side, when the old lady snatched it away first. Here, my dear grandson, have this chicken leg. Lu Ji said with a pout. I don't like chicken legs. The old lady forcefully stuffed the chicken leg into Lu Ji's bowl, scolding. You eat it, or else it will go to waste. Lu Mei watched this scene unfold and felt quite uncomfortable. She scooped a spoonful of chicken and said, Qian, if you don't want the chicken leg, eat something else. He Qian disdainfully replied, it's just a chicken, not something very special. I won't eat it. She picked up some vegetables and went to eat on the side. He Huan was also indifferent to this family and planned to grab some dishes like He Qian to eat on the side. However, Lu Bin blocked He Huan's way and said, Huan, you are the oldest of the younger generation. Let the younger ones eat on the side, you sit and eat here. With no other choice, He Huan sat next to Lu Mei. Lu Bin took out a bottle of loose white liquor and asked, Huan, would you like some? Lu Mei quickly interjected, Huan is still a student. Why would you give him alcohol? Just drink it yourself. Lu Bin had no choice but to pour a glass for himself and Lu Lei. Lu Lei was in high spirits today because he had just bought a new car yesterday, feeling like he was on top of the world. He kept bragging at the table, saying he knew some bosses and would get them to work for him, earning back the cost of the van. Aunt Sen listened enviously and said to Lu Bin, Binzi, should we also get a van? Lu Bin replied, where would we get the money to buy a car? Aunt San's eyes lit up as she said, second brother has no money either, yet he managed to get a car. We can just borrow some money, after all we can pay it back in a year. Lu Bin's eyes brightened and he immediately looked at Lu Mei. Lu Mei knew very well what the third sister-in-law meant. Before he could speak, she hurriedly said, don't look at me. I don't have a single cent on me, and besides you owe me 10,000 which you haven't paid back for over 10 years. Aunt San was displeased upon hearing this and said, eldest sister, I'm not saying anything against you. Binzi hasn't even spoken yet, and you're blocking the way already. Are you so afraid of our family turning the tide? You keep bringing up the 10,000 you're owed, as if we wouldn't. Lu Mei felt extremely angry. When she borrowed the money, she was very respectful, but now, when they ask for repayment, they act like she's the villain. Who are you supposed to reason with? He Qian said indignantly from the side. It's only natural to repay debts. This is the compensation my dad earned with his life. Oh, why shouldn't you pay it back? The old lady slammed the table and said to Lu Mei, did your family come here today to collect a debt? They are my sons, and all their debts fall on me. I raised and nurtured you for decades. Isn't that enough to cover this 30,000? The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze, and the younger generation dared not even breathe. Lu Mei felt wronged. Why is there such favoritism among children? Is it just because she is a daughter? Lu Lei took a sip of liquor and shamelessly said, sister, I'm not saying you, but when I borrow some money from you, and Binzi, I never said I wouldn't pay it back. Why must family treat each other like outsiders? If mom gets sick from anger, what are we going to do then? The old lady seemed to be awakened and immediately clutched her chest, saying, oh, my heart hurts. I'm afraid I might have coronary heart disease. Lu Mei knew very well that the old lady was putting on an act, feeling both angry and wronged. She came back today mainly to let He Huan take her two uncles to invest in stocks to make some money, but they all turned out to be ungrateful, devouring the flesh off her back. As the daughter, does she really have to be drained by her maternal family? Lu Mei suddenly put down her chopsticks and said, He Huan, He Qian, let's go home. He Huan felt a surge of joy, hoping that after today her mother would completely cut ties with her maternal relative. Just as the three of them stood up, the old lady slammed the table again, scolding, Lu Mei, who are you showing a long? I wouldn't dare to put on a long face. If I'm full, why stay here? Lu Bin hurriedly stood up to block Lu Mei and said, sister, don't get angry on this mid-autumn festival. Let's talk things over properly. Why is the family angry? Lu Mei replied, when has this family treated me as one? My daughter just wanted to eat a chicken leg, but it was immediately snatched away for someone else. Is my daughter not worthy of eating that chicken leg? Moreover, the 30,000 I lent you and second brother was promised to be paid back immediately when you had money. I had to borrow money from everywhere to raise two children, and I know you are in difficulty and rarely asked you for repayment. Now 12 years have passed, and I can't even bring it up. Whenever I do, it becomes my fault. Do you know where this money came from? It was earned with my husband's life. How can you bear to keep this money? As Lu Mei spoke, her eyes turned red. Lu Bin said, Sister, I never said I wouldn't pay you back. I'm just a bit tight on money right now, but I promise to pay you back as soon as I have some. Lu Mei had heard this kind of thing countless times. Her tone was cold as she replied, You don't have 10,000 or 20,000. Do you really not have 3,000 or 5,000? Lu Bin had a complicated expression as he looked at his wife. Aunt Sin glared and said, What are you looking at me for? Don't you know whether we have money at home? Besides, second brother borrowed 20,000. Why are you in such a hurry when he isn't? Aunt Er, upon hearing this, became displeased and said, We just bought a van. Where would we get the money? Lazy is right here, or why not just sell his kidney? The old lady finally exploded with anger, pointing at Lu Mei and shouting, Get out. You are not welcome here. Tears streamed down Lu Mei's face as she turned to He Huan and He Qian, saying, Let's go. From now on, I have no daughter like you. Don't ever come back to my house again. He Huan stopped in her tracks and said to the old lady, Remember what you said today and don't ever come to my house begging again. After He Huan's family left, the atmosphere in the house became exceptionally heavy. The old lady continued to curse, throwing out various harsh words like ungrateful wolf and disobedient daughter. Lu Bin felt uncomfortable and said loudly, Mom, that's enough. To be fair, the eldest sister has done reasonably well. What has she done? Have you forgotten how she just asked you for money? But do I really owe her money? Then you should go pay her back. Lu Bin is somewhat clever, but he uses his wits for the wrong things. For many years, he has been living by trickery and deceit. If you ask him to pay back money, he truly cannot produce a single cent. However, he does have some sense of kinship and conscience. He cannot accept that his old mother has forced his elder sister away. Sometimes even teeth can bite their own tongues. It is normal for a family to have some conflicts. How can you say there is no daughter like the eldest sister? That is too hurtful. I have to say it. The old lady was especially agitated now, continuing to curse. What a fine mid-autumn festival. She insists on forcing you to pay her back. Is she not an ungrateful wolf? Lu Bin felt that he could no longer communicate with the old lady. He turned to Lu Lei and said, Second brother, I will accompany the eldest sister. The mountain road is difficult. It will take them quite a while to reach the town. Lu Lei would rather never have to deal with Lu Mei again, as this way the 20,000 could be conveniently forgotten. She chose to leave. If she wants to go, let her. I'm not going. Lu Bin stood up and walked towards the door. The old lady shouted, You don't have a vehicle. What are you going for? I'm going to see off the eldest sister. You are also an unfilial son. Lu Mei encountered many acquaintances in the village. They curiously asked why she was leaving right at mealtime. Lu Mei forced herself to remain calm and said she had something to do at home. Until they reached the village entrance and no one else could be seen, she finally let her facade drop and began to cry. He Huan stood beside Lu Mei and gently said, Mom, the world is so vast. Not everyone has a heart full of gratitude. Our family has money now and does not need to rely on anyone else's goodwill. Whoever treats us well, we will return the favor. We will never come back to this place again. Yes, Mom, we should recognize these people's true colors sooner and cut ties with them. From now on, we will live our own good little lives. Lu Mei wiped her tears with her sleeve and said, Mom is fine. Let's go. We will go to the town for a feast. He Huan smiled and said, Exactly, not even willing to spare a chicken leg. It's truly absurd. Once we get to the town, we will feast on chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Having the three of us together is a reunion. He Qian scoffed, It's just a chicken leg. At school, my brother often buys them for me. Why would I crave a chicken leg from him? It's really funny. Lu Mei finally smiled and said, Huan, thankfully, you can earn money. Otherwise I would have felt so constrained in this life. He Huan felt quite emotional. Perhaps this was the meaning of his rebirth. As the three of them walked a few steps forward, they suddenly heard a beep, beep sound from behind. They turned around in unison to see Lu Bin rushing over on a motorcycle. Benzi, what are you doing out? Eldest sister, I'm taking you to the town. Otherwise it will take you ages to get there. Lu Mei felt a warmth in her heart. Although the third brother was lazy and unrealistic, he was the only one in the Lu family who still cared about kinship. No need, you go back to have your meal. Well, walk slowly, just the three of us. Why bother? I've come all this way. But that motorcycle can only fit so many. I can make 2 trips. I'll first take Huan and Qian to the town, and then come back for you. The three of He Huan exchanged glances. They had originally planned to cut ties with the Lu family, but now this situation arose. He Huan said, Mom, since uncle is being so polite, let's take his motorcycle to the town. With He Huan's support, Lu Mei finally felt relieved. She smiled and said, Benzi, then thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all. It's the least I can do. Huan, Qian, you two get on first. I will come back to pick up your mom later. He Qian usually disliked this uncle, but now felt a bit of fondness for him. She climbed onto the motorcycle and said, Thank you, uncle. Lu Bin smiled happily and replied, We're family, no need for thanks. After He Huan got onto the motorcycle too, Lu Bin sped off, reaching the town in less than 10 minutes. Juan, how about I drop you off at the bus station up ahead? Uncle, are there any decent restaurants in town? Lu Ben then remembered they hadn't eaten and said, yes, I will take you there now. The motorcycle stopped at a restaurant called Ancient Town Flavor. Lu Ben got off first and walked towards the restaurant. Juan was a bit puzzled and asked while getting off the motorcycle, Uncle, what are you doing? I know the owner. I'm going to order a few dishes for you. Juan was speechless. Oh, what kind of friend does a half-hearted person like you have? No need you go pick up my mom. I can just order a few dishes. All right then, order a few hearty dishes. This was just talk. He didn't have any money. 20 minutes later, Lu Ben's motorcycle returned to the Ancient Town Flavor restaurant. As Lu Ben locked the motorcycle, he said, eldest sister, don't worry about the 10,000. One day I will strike it rich, and then I will not only pay you back the principal, but also the interest. Lu Mei was in a much better mood now. She laughed and said, you strike it rich. I'd rather rely on winning the lottery for 10,000. Lu Qian was waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. Upon seeing Lu Mei and Lu Ben, she happily said, Mom, come in quickly, the dishes are already being served. Lu Ben puffed out his stomach and pretended to be serious, saying, Qian, did your brother order any hearty dishes? They're all just home-cooked dishes. While Lu Qian spoke, she opened the door to the private room. Lu Ben followed her in and saw that the table was already set with 5 dishes and a soup, while Juan was sitting by the door playing on her phone. He shouted, Juan, didn't I say that I would treat you to this meal? Why did you only order some home-cooked dishes? He suddenly felt something was off and looked closely at the dining table. Pig stomach and lotus seed soup, farmhouse roasted chicken, twice-cooked beef, chopped chili fish, head braised turtle, and a plate of water spinach. Wow, are these your so-called home-cooked dishes? Which family's home-cooked meal costs $300 to $400 in one sitting? Don't you check the prices on the menu when ordering? Uncle, are these dishes not enough? Should we order 2 more? Lu Ben was startled and quickly said, that's enough. There are just 4 of us. We won't finish if we order more. Lu Mei could tell from the dishes that they were not cheap, but compared to yesterday's Nike shoes, today was quite frugal. She urged Lu Ben to take a seat and said, Benzi, I will treat you to this meal. Just enjoy yourself. Lu Ben was someone who valued his pride. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied, how can that be? I said I would treat you, so I will. Even though I'm poor, I still have money for a meal. Lu Ben was loudly proclaiming his resolve while inwardly lamenting he only had a little more than 100 yuan on him. What should he do? Juan said again, Uncle, since you have to ride the motorcycle back later, let's not have any alcohol. With such a feast laid out, wouldn't it be a pity not to have some wine? Don't worry, there aren't many traffic police in the countryside. You can ride the motorcycle as you please. I'm not afraid of being stopped by the police. I just want to follow the rules. Drink and drive, don't mix, and drive and drink, don't mix either. What if something unexpected happens? It would be too late to regret it then. Lu Mei chimed in, Juan is right. Oh, life is your own, don't take chances. Faced with the admonitions from his elder sister's family, Lu Ben had no choice but to agree. Juan had long grown tired of these heavy meat dishes in his past life, but in this life, having suffered from long-term malnutrition combined with the hardships of high school, he devoured the food with great enthusiasm. Qian was about the same. She picked up a turtle shell and slurped it without caring about her ladle-like image. Lu Mei and Lu Ben chatted while eating. To be precise, Lu Ben boasted while Lu Mei listened. Sister, do you know who Han Chi is? How would I know who he is? You don't even know someone as rich as Han Chi. He is currently one of the wealthiest people in our Taohua town. Juan said in surprise, Han Chi is from Taohua town. Yes, he is from the village next door. Lu Ben said in surprise, have you heard of Han Chi? Lu Ben liked to boast while Juan preferred to be low-key. He casually said, his son is also at our high school, so I've heard of him. Lu Ben didn't suspect anything. In his perception, how could a high school student like Juan possibly know a big boss like Han Chi? Recently, Han Chi is developing a piece of land for real estate in the eastern part of the city, and a friend of mine happens to know him and works under him. I decided that after the holiday, I would go to my friend. Earning 6,000 or 7,000 a month is no problem. Lu Mei frowned and said, didn't you just find a job? Why do you want to change again? With your indecisiveness constantly changing jobs, how can you save any money? Sister, you don't understand. The previous job was just for survival. Now that opportunities are right in front of me, of course I have to seize them. Isn't that right, Juan? Juan showed no mercy, saying, first focus on doing one thing, well, let things settle down a bit, otherwise when the real opportunity comes you won't be able to grasp it. You little brat don't understand anything, Lu Ben scoffed. Juan retorted, then tell me, what can you do when you go to your friend? Sell labor, tie rebar, or do budgets? Lu Ben was left speechless. After a long pause, he said, with connections I can always find something to do. But it's not a particularly good connection. Would the boss support a freeloader like you? Lu Ben fell silent, focused. Lu Mei suddenly asked, Benzi, where is that project of Boss Han? In the eastern part of the city. Lu Mei looked at Juan and said, didn't you say yesterday that the real estate project you invested in seems to be there? Juan quickly coughed a few times. Lu Mei instantly realized and quickly shut her mouth, quietly eating her food. Lu Bin, puzzled, asked, "Sister, what did you just say?" "What real estate investment?" Nothing. I was just talking nonsense." Lu Bin looked suspicious. He clearly heard his sister talking about some real estate investment. But Huan was just a high school student. Oh, what could he possibly do in real estate investment? As dinner slowly approached its end, there were still many dishes left uneaten on the table. Lu Bin suddenly stood up and said, "You all eat first. I'm going out to the restroom." He walked out of the room, heading straight for the cash register. "Xiaochen, where's your boss?" The cashier named Xiaochen rolled her eyes and said, "Why are you calling our manager Yang? Do you want to run a tab again?" Manager Yang said, "No one can run a tab." "How can you be so thoughtless, girl? With my years of relationship with old Yang, could I possibly owe him money?" "I don't care anyway." Manager Yang said, "No one can run a tab." Just as Lu Bin was getting anxious, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Uncle, let me handle the bill." Lu Bin turned around to look at Huan and awkwardly said, "What a coincidence, I didn't bring enough money today. You're such an unreliable person. You got me into trouble last time. This time I still can't shake you off." Huan asked the cashier, "How much is it in total?" 358. "I'll knock it down to 300. My nephew is a top student at the high school. It's his first time eating here, so give him a better discount." Xiaoyang looked curiously at Huan, wondering why a high school student was paying the bill for a group of people. "The lowest I can go is 340. Oh, I can't make it cheaper than that." Huan took out 400 from his wallet and said, "Please also get 2 takeout boxes." Xiaoyang accepted the money with a smile and said, "Your nephew is much more straightforward than you, unlike you who always runs a tab every time you come." Huan initially didn't want to cover for his uncle, but thinking back to earlier, his uncle was the only one who spoke up for his mother and later brought his family to the town. He softened his heart and asked Xiaochun, "How much has my uncle accumulated on his tab?" "Let me check." Xiaochun opened a ledger and said, "A total of 670. Huan took out 700 from his wallet and said, "Clear my uncle's tab." Xiaochun was almost in disbelief, looking at Huan in surprise. Of course, Lu Bin was even more shocked. He knew very well what kind of family environment his elder sister's family had. They were the type to worry about their next meal. When could they ever afford to be so generous? He blocked Huan's path and whispered, Huan, tell me honestly, did your family come into some windfall?" "What windfall?" "It's just a little bit of money." I knew it. I knew your family is living well now." Lu Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huan, can you take uncle along to make a bit of money?" "We'll talk about that later, and let me settle your bill first." Xiao Chun took the cash from Huan and said, "There's also someone named Lu Lei. He should be your uncle too. Do you want to settle his bill as well?" Hearing Lu Lei's name made Huan angry. Lu Bin was at most unreliable in his work and a bit shady, but his nature was still good. As for Lu Lei, he showed no family ties. His heart was completely black. He coldly replied, "Does he have money to buy a car, but not to pay his tab? Go find him yourself." Xiao Chun was a bit confused. Both Lu Bin and Lu Chong were your uncles, yet your attitude towards them was completely different. Lu Bin and Huan returned to the private room with a packaged box. Lu Mei took the box from Huan's hands, and while packing up the leftovers, she said, "This roast chicken and beef have hardly been touched. Benzi, take them home for your 2 children to try." Lu Bin had no time to think about the leftovers now. He closed the door to the private room and said to Lu Mei, "Sister, what kind of fortune has your family come across?" Lu Mei paused her actions and looked at Huan with a troubled expression. Huan chuckled and said, "Uncle, to be honest, my family does indeed have a bit of money now. My mom came back today intending to earn some money together with everyone. But you've seen the attitude of the Lu family. My grandmother wants to sever ties with my mom, and the others are cold as ice. If kindness doesn't guarantee a good return, then why should my mom be the good person here?" Lu Bin felt complex emotions and said, "Your grandmother has always had this temperament. She hasn't changed at all over the years." Huan interrupted Lu Bin, saying, "I don't care what kind of temperament my grandmother and the other Lu family members have. I only care about one thing. Whoever treats my mom well, I will treat them well. Whoever treats my mom poorly, I won't be polite to them. I can indeed help you make some money, but I have 2 conditions." Lu Bin's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly asked, "What conditions?" "First, you need to work diligently and repay the 10,000 yuan my mom lent you." Huan noticed Lu Bin hesitating and was at a loss for words. "You should be earning around 2,000 now. If you save for half a year, won't you have the 10,000 yuan?" Lu Bin responded, "But there are other household expenses. Isn't there my aunt? She farms and does odd jobs. If your family saves a bit, it should be enough." Lu Mei chimed in, "Binzi, you're just an ordinary person. Don't always think about finding connections or striking it rich. It's unrealistic. You should be practical, save some money, and later on, no matter what you do, you'll have confidence." Lu Bin said with a pained expression, "Sister, I can't wait for half a year. How about this? I'll repay you 5,000 now, and then you let Huan help me make money." "No way," Huan quickly replied. You must save the 10,000 in half a year, otherwise I won't help you make money. Lu Ben asked, but why? He Huan sighed lightly, saying, Uncle, you are not a bad person, but you are too superficial. You overlook small matters, can't handle big ones, and always see the distant mountains as higher, ending up with nothing. You need to calm down and do your current tasks well. Later it'll definitely help you make some money. Lu Ben had no choice but to agree in the end. What's the second condition? The second condition is that you must not tell anyone about what we discussed today, including the situation of my family, not even my aunt. Lu Ben hesitated, saying, after all they are. He Huan's expression turned cold as he sternly said, you heard how they scolded my mom today. They were heartless first, so I can't be blamed for being ungrateful. I don't want to have any ties with the Lu family, and Lu Ben felt deflated like a punctured ball. If he hadn't insisted on sending the three of them today, perhaps they would have severed ties with him too. All right, I agree to your terms. But what kind of business are you actually doing? Just then the phone rang suddenly. He Huan saw the caller ID and immediately answered, Teacher Gua. He Huan, the 100 yuan has already been transferred to your account. You can check it at the bank when you have time. Oh, okay. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so the stock market is closed. I can only help you buy stocks tomorrow. Well, that's fine. I've given you the money, how you operate it is up to you. After hanging up, Lu Ben incredulously said, Huan, what does your teacher mean? Why does she still want you to help with stock trading? Lu Mei proudly said, our family can turn things around entirely thanks to Huan making money in the stock market. Even his homeroom teacher wants him to help with stock trading. Lu Ben undoubtedly believed his sister's words. For a moment, he felt that the world was too surreal. A 19-year-old high school student could actually make money through stock trading. Sister, how much has Huan made? Lu Mei didn't know whether to tell the truth or lie, only looking to He Huan. He Huan casually said, just a few $100,000. A few $100,000. Oh my god, it's no wonder he uses an N73 phone, and He Qian has a Bubu Gao MP3. Their family really has turned their fortunes around. Lu Ben couldn't help but feel excited, saying, Huan uncle has no grand dreams. As long as I can earn a few $100,000, build a 3-story new house back home, and buy a small car for transportation, my life would be considered complete. You must help uncle achieve this dream. What about the 2 conditions I mentioned earlier? No problem, from now on whatever you say goes, uncle will listen. He Huan chuckled inwardly, you are indeed obedient, but as long as I forget to mention something it could get messed up. The transformation project for uncle is a long and arduous journey. Lu Ben sent He Huan's family to the station. As they were parting, Lu Mei said to He Huan, Benzi, to be honest, I'm truly touched that you rode this motorcycle to send the 3 of us today. But what Huan said is also true. You are too ambitious and unreliable in your actions. You should work hard and save up 10,000 yuan. Huan will help you make money later. Lu Ben, filled with joy, said, I understand, sister. I will definitely save up 10,000 yuan quickly. He Huan felt it was unrealistic to hear this, and emphasized again, the 10,000 yuan I'm talking about is what you earn from working. Don't go stealing, borrowing, or thinking of some crooked ways, otherwise I won't help you make money. Lu Ben patted his chest, saying, Don't worry, big nephew, I will definitely keep my word. The more Lu Ben insisted, the more uneasy He Huan felt. He had indeed been scared by his past experiences. Lu Mei handed the packed leftovers to Lu Ben, saying, Take this home for your 2 kids to eat. I won't be returning to the Lu family anymore. If I have time, I can take your 2 kids to my place for a visit. Lu Ben felt a wave of sadness upon hearing this. He sighed deeply, saying nothing. Suddenly, a luxury car stopped in front of them. He Huan was puzzled, but then saw Han Chi getting out of the driver's seat. Han Ben and a young woman followed closely behind, exiting from the back seat. Yo, brother, what a coincidence. I came back home for the Mid-Autumn Festival and unexpectedly ran into you. He Huan smiled and said, What a coincidence. I'm also accompanying my mom back to her family to celebrate. Brother Han, this must be your sister-in-law. The young woman laughed somewhat shyly and said, I'm already 40, you just made me feel young again. Not at all. If you hadn't appeared with Brother Han, I would have thought you were under 30. This young brother knows how to flatter. In these past few days, I've heard our Han talk about you several times. Truly, heroes emerge in the young. Lu Ben felt a bit dazed and asked He Huan, Huan, who is this person? You boasted about having connections while eating, and now that the real person is here, you don't even recognize him. Are you uncle? Brother, he's uncle. I'm his friend Han Chi. Nice to meet you. Lu Ben felt completely disoriented in the wind. Oh my god, a big boss like Han Chi actually extended his hand to shake mine. Lu Ben clasped Han Chi's hands excitedly and said, Mr. Han, hello. My name is Lu Ben, and I am your idol, and no, I mean your fan. Han Chi awkwardly smiled and replied, I'm not a celebrity. There's no such thing as fans for me. He then glanced at Lu Mei and asked, Brother, is this lady your mother? Upon meeting the big boss, Lu Mei felt a surge of inferiority. She nervously extended her hand and said, Hello, I am He Huan's mother. Han Chi found it puzzling that He Huan at such a young age was so composed and poised while her mother seemed so inexperienced. Although he thought this, a warm smile graced his face. Sister Lu is truly amazing. She has raised He Huan so well. My sister-in-law, and I really need to learn from you. Susan also shook hands with Lu Mei and said, indeed, we must learn well. My son is like a little demon, and compared to He Huan, he seems like a different world. After saying this, Susan pulled Hanbin forward and said, why don't you come greet them? Hanbin dared not underestimate Lu Mei. After all, she was He Huan's mother. Moreover, anyone whose parents were so polite could not be an ordinary person. He slightly bowed to Lu Mei and said, hello, auntie. Lu Mei was pleasantly surprised and said, this child is really polite. Which school do you attend? I am at the same school as Huan Go, both in the first high school, but he is in the science stream, while I am in the art stream. He Qian, despite her timid nature, took the initiative to greet Han Qi's family. Han Qi's eyes lit up as he said, brother He, your sister is truly beautiful. Why haven't you brought her out to see the world? She's just an ordinary student and doesn't understand much, but it's best for her to focus on her studies. Which, He Huan proudly said, she is also in the first high school, but unlike me, who is a poor student, she is a top student, and our family relies on her to bring honor to the family. He Huan's words made He Qian blush. She shyly said, my brother is amazing. He knows how to make money while I only know how to study hard. Han Qi sighed and said, your family is truly wonderful, a balance of culture and martial prowess, a blessing for your household. By the way, brother, here, are you planning to return to the county? Yes, we still have night classes to attend. Do you have a car? If not, you can ride with us back. Lu Mei quickly waved her hands and said, no need, we'll take the bus back. Why not? We just happen to be going back together. He Huan knew that Lu Mei would feel uncomfortable riding with Han Qi's family, so he said, brother Han, really no need. There are 3 of us, and it would be too cramped. What's the problem with a little cramped space? If it's too much, I can have my son take the bus back. Hanbin was baffled. Oh, why should they ride in a big car while he had to take the bus? Is this how parents behave? He Huan chuckled and said, brother Han, I'm not trying to be polite. My sister gets car sick and my mom isn't used to private cars either, so she would feel uncomfortable. You all go ahead and don't worry about us. Next time, if there's an opportunity, let's have a meal together in Daji County. With He Huan saying this, Han Qi had no choice but to agree. After exchanging pleasantries with He Huan's family for a while, he drove away with his wife and child. Lu Bin still felt like everything was a dream, and he asked He Huan, Huan, how do you know Mr. Han? Lu Bin had not seen much of the world, so he could not comprehend the deeper meanings behind many actions. For someone of Han Qi's stature, if He Huan were merely an acquaintance, he might not have stopped at all, pretending not to see and just driving away. If they were better friends, he might stop to roll down the window and say hello. If they were closer buddies, he might even get out of the car to catch up. But for him to get out of the car with his wife and child to chat like today, it only meant that He Huan held a status far beyond others in his eyes. In Lu Bin's perception, he always thought He Huan was the one reaching high, but the reality was quite the opposite. He Huan didn't want to explain too much, so he casually said, I usually drink tea at the tea house, so we got to know each other there. If you knew Mr. Han, you should have mentioned it earlier instead of boasting during lunch. Little uncle, truly capable people never boast about knowing others. The louder someone shouts about having connections, the more likely they lack real ability. I hope you can drop this flamboyant habit. Those who achieve great things must have patience. You understand what I mean, right? Generally, it is elders teaching the younger generation, yet today, it was reversed with the younger teaching the elder. Lu Bin felt a bit embarrassed, but after a while he became very happy as his nephew said that he was capable of great. Don't worry, Huan, little uncle will listen to you now. He Huan was unsure whether Lu Bin truly listened or pretended to listen. Seeing the bus to the county arrive, he said to Lu Bin, little uncle, you should head back first. Remember the 2 conditions I mentioned today. Don't worry, great nephew. Lu Bin jumped onto his motorcycle, and before leaving he thought of something and said to He Huan, great nephew, when I save up 10,000 yuan, can you introduce me to Mr. Han's construction site? Look at your aspirations, working hard and still thinking about moving bricks at the construction site. Do you need connections for that? That depends on your performance. Lu Bin grinned widely and rode off on his motorcycle. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and many people were returning home. He Huan's family squeezed into the bus, and of course there was no hope for seats. Even standing space was scarce. What was even more ridiculous was that the bus was cramped as it was, but many people also brought large bags, and even within a certain compound, fertilizer's woven bag, the sounds of chickens and ducks could be heard, making the entire bus smell terrible. He Qian covered her small nose and whispered, brother, if I had known, I would have taken your friend's big car back. He Huan grimaced and said, if I had known it would be like this, I would never have taken the bus. Lu Mei became displeased upon hearing this. Why would we take someone else's expensive car? I think this bus is quite good. Oh, we wouldn't owe anyone a favor. He Huan knew that his mother was still too insecure, and it would take time for her to gain confidence. Mom, should we buy a small car too? As soon as He Huan said this, everyone in the bus turned to look. They wanted to see who was so bold. Seeing everyone's gaze, Lu Mei felt quite awkward and said, "What car? So expensive. Besides, who could drive it if we bought it?" This was indeed a problem. He could drive, but currently he did not have a driver's license. Over half an hour later, the aging township bus finally pulled into Dodgy County. He Qian rushed off the vehicle, hand clamped over her mouth, and vomited violently beside a utility pole. Lu Mei gently patted He Qian's back and asked, feeling better. He Qian heaved several sharp, guttural retches. "Hey, Tue," before replying, "A little better, Mom. Where's brother he?" Lu Mei scanned the surroundings. Wasn't he just here a moment ago? As the words left her lips, she spotted He Huan emerging from a small convenience store, holding 3 bottles of water. "Qian here. Rinse your mouth quickly." He Qian took a bottle and swirled the water vigorously. "Gulu, gulu," before spitting it out with a final peh. Once finished, she sighed. "Brother, when are you finally going to buy a car?" He Huan's desire to own one had reached its peak. He replied eagerly, "Soon. Very soon. Where would we even get the money for a car now?" Lu Mei countered, as ever, her voice firm. "The funds in the stock market are untouchable, and that 5 zillion yuan cash reserve is already tied up in investment. There's simply nothing left to draw from." So it was. Lu Mei knew exactly how much cash He Huan actually held. He Qian's face fell. "Sigh. Even if we had the money, no one knows how to drive it." He Huan smiled faintly. Money, of course, was not the issue, and hiring a driver posed no difficulty. Yet for now, concealment remained his only recourse. After rinsing her mouth once more, He Qian said, "Brother, let's go shopping. I'll join you both today," she added. Lu Mei beamed with enthusiasm. "Good. I'll come along so you two don't go wild again like yesterday." He Qian bristled. He Huan bristled even more. He Qian wanted clothes that reflected her taste, not her mother's preferences. He Huan, meanwhile, dreaded shopping outright. It felt more exhausting than studying. But resistance was futile. The siblings' slender arms could not contend with their mother's formidable will. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, He Huan wore a pained expression as he pleaded, "Mom, I've got evening self-study tonight. If we don't head home soon to cook Qian, and I will starve." Lu Mei surveyed the heavy bags her children carried, her heart swelling with quiet satisfaction. All right, we'll go home. Huan, how much did today's clothing spree cost?" "About 2,300 yuan. "What? So much?" He Qian finally burst out. "How is that so much? Look at how many things you bought. Anyone unfamiliar would think you're stocking a wholesale warehouse." Lu Mei flushed slightly. "It's just, back then money was tight. I'd scrutinize every garment, yet still find something unsatisfying. Now that your brother has means, there's such an abundance of beautiful clothes. Still, surely you didn't need this many. Between the 3 of us, we've got over a dozen outfits, even 2 winter down jackets. It's 30 degrees Celsius every day right now. Why on earth buy down jackets? They were on sale. And besides, winter arrives in just 2 months. That's hardly far off." At the mention of winter, He Huan recalled the blizzard that had blanketed the land for over a month. With a deep sigh, he murmured, "This winter will be exceptionally harsh. Keep the jackets, you'll need them. Once the cold sets in, we'll each get several high-quality down coats." "How do you know this winter will be so severe?" He Qian asked, puzzled. "Because your brother is a master diviner. Just a quick calculation of the celestial signs reveals all." He Qian rolled her eyes, speechless. Back home, Lu Mei disappeared into the kitchen to prepare dinner. He Huan retreated to his room, opened his laptop, and set up an independent brokerage account for Teacher Gua. Since it was Mid-Autumn Festival, the stock market was closed for trading. He transferred 1,000 yuan into the account, then exited the page. He Qian ambled in, biting into an apple, and plopped herself onto the edge of his bed. "Brother, just who was that man in the Mercedes-Benz today?" "That was Han Shi, the very Uncle Xiao mentioned by our youngest uncle. He's a real estate developer. My 5,000 yuan investment is allocated to one of his projects." "Brother, you seem incredible now. You're still just a high school student, yet you're already negotiating deals with tycoons. Even Mom holds her breath around wealthy people, but you chat with them effortlessly, never flinching." He Huan chuckled. "So, impressive, isn't your brother?" "Absolutely," He Qian nodded emphatically. "You've changed so much." "Of course. I'd still be haunting internet cafes daily if I hadn't. Then you'd still be shouting my name nonstop." For once, He Qian looked genuinely embarrassed. Noticing Lu Mei still busy cooking, He Huan lowered his voice. "Qian, come here. I need to tell you something." He Qian instantly suspected another scheme meant to bypass their mother. She crept close and whispered, "What is it?" "I want to buy a car." "Huh?" He Qian gasped, her voice rising involuntarily. "Chill. Keep it down, or Mom will hear." She glanced toward the doorway. Thankfully, Lu Mei remained absorbed in stir-frying, oblivious. "But your money's all locked in stocks and investments. Where would you even get the cash?" He Huan inwardly cursed. He should have exaggerated his liquid assets earlier. Now each lie demanded the 5,000 yuan investment should yield roughly 1,000 yuan in profits within a month. Add that to my current cash reserves. Enough for a reliable sedan under 2,000 yuan. He Qian frowned skeptically. That East City real estate project has barely broken ground. How could profits possibly be distributed that fast? He groaned silently. Too clever. She's impossible to fool. As he scrambled for a plausible excuse, He Qian suddenly asked, Brother, do you secretly keep personal savings? If I said yes, would you believe me? No, it's not from stocks this time. It's profit from investing alongside Han Qi and his associates. He Qian accepted this without doubt. If he hadn't long been acquainted with such powerful figures, how else could their rapport be so effortless? How much do you actually have on hand? Over 1 million yuan. Another million. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Is money just falling from the sky these days? Plop. 1 million. Plop. Another million. Are you playing some fantasy game where coins drop from monsters? He Huan grinned. Didn't I tell you? My greatest talent is making money. So, you're really buying a car? Yes. Think of how you suffered from motion sickness today. Owning a car means opening windows whenever you wish, stopping to rest whenever needed. You'll never suffer nausea again. And family trips back to our hometown. Infinitely easier. Then who'll drive it? Simple, we'll hire a driver. After next year's Gaokao, I'll obtain my license. Then everything becomes seamless. He Qian blinked thoughtfully. You're whispering all this to me in secret. You're not planning to register it under my name again, are you? My brilliant sister, your mind is razor sharp. He Qian pouted and said, but it won't work. I'll get into trouble with Mom again. He Huan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then don't tell her, simple as that. Mom's no fool. She'll notice sooner or later. So, do you want it or not? Yes. He Qian declared indignantly. Fine, I'll endure another scolding. I can take it. He Huan chuckled softly and said, don't pretend. You're secretly over the moon. Caught off guard, He Qian actually blushed slightly. You insisted on giving it to me. I didn't even ask for it. All right, little money hoarder. Let's go car shopping during National Day holiday. He Qian beamed like a blooming flower and nodded vigorously. Brother, you've worked so hard to earn money. I'll peel you an apple. Hard work. He Huan glanced at his computer screen, where a classic Minesweeper game was running. Well, yes, clearing mines is taxing on the brain. I truly am exhausted. Before long, He Qian returned carrying a plate of neatly diced apples, each piece pierced with two. It must be said, ever since He Huan demonstrated his financial prowess, his status within the family had soared dramatically. He skewered a cube of apple with a toothpick, popped it into his mouth, and munched thoughtfully. Midterm exams are coming up soon. You'll handle them fine, right? What could possibly go wrong for me? You're the one who shouldn't stress too much. If your grades slip, it's all right. Your health matters most. He Huan felt oddly disoriented. Was she comforting him? I've been working hard these days too, you know. Don't underestimate me. He Qian grinned playfully. I know how hard you've worked, brother. Earning 2 million in just a few months. Focus on making money. Don't let studies distract you. He Huan was utterly speechless. Just as he prepared to tease his sister, a sharp thud echoed from outside the door. Both siblings jumped in alarm and rushed out of their room. Fortunately, their mother was still cooking. The kitchen remained calm, undisturbed. Lu Mei, startled by the noise, exclaimed, what on earth was that sound? Sounds like it came from across the hall. He Huan opened the door and saw the neighbor's door wide open. Zhu Min sat sobbing uncontrollably on the entryway floor, her cheek bearing 5 distinct red finger marks. Li Jun, standing opposite her, looked no better, his face crisscrossed with fresh bloody scratches. Behind them, the apartment lay in utter disarray. Even the television lay shattered on the floor. Clearly, that deafening thud had been the television hitting the ground. He Huan inwardly whistled. This domestic storm had erupted with astonishing ferocity. Li Jun naturally noticed He Huan, and feeling deeply embarrassed at being witnessed in such a humiliating state by his daughter's classmate, he stiffened awkwardly. Lu Mei instinctively stepped forward to mediate. Disagreements happen between couples, but violence, throwing things. Look at this mess. Before she could finish, He Huan gently but firmly pulled her back into their room and shut the door. Wait, Huan, what are you doing? Didn't you see them fighting? Let me go calm them down. He Huan spoke earnestly. Mom, even upright magistrates struggle to adjudicate family affairs. Don't involve yourself in others' private matters. You can't discern truth from falsehood, and frankly, your voice carries little weight here. Truth or falsehood aside, how can they destroy property like this? Are they even trying to live together anymore? Then perhaps they truly don't intend to. That's impossible, husbands and wives. Only then did Lu Mei realize. These two weren't married at all. He Huan suddenly sniffed the air. Why does something smell burnt? Mom, did you forget to turn off the gas? Lu Mei gasped and dashed into the kitchen, followed shortly by a wail of despair. Oh no, my perfect marbled pork completely ruined. He Huan suppressed a grin. Told you not to gawk. He Huan had barely spoken when he spotted He Qian stretching her neck, one eye glued to the peephole. Wait, you're also this nosy. He Qian didn't turn, just replied, shoo. Here they go again. He Huan heard raised voices outside, yet the words remained indistinct. He pressed his ear tightly against the door seam. He Qian watched him amused and laughed. You scold mom for gossiping. But aren't you just as curious? Quiet. I can't hear properly. He Qian immediately fell silent, her single eye fixed intently on the peephole. One sibling listened, the other watched. The scene was absurdly comical. Outside, Li Jun remained blissfully unaware that two eavesdroppers lurked just beyond his door. He pointed accusingly at Zhu Min. How long have you even been with me? 5,000 yuan isn't enough for you. I'm only 25, yet you expect to buy me off with 5,000 after I've served as your mistress. Not a chance. Refuse, and I'll stay here forever. Nonsense. Do you think you're some A-list celebrity, worth 20,000 for a few months? You abandoned me, so you owe me compensation for my stolen youth. Abandoned you? Li Jun sneered coldly. Did you ever feel one shred of genuine affection for me? Last night, I was hospitalized, yet you didn't even visit nor call once to check on me. I had no idea you'd gone to the hospital. I wasn't home all night. Didn't it occur to you to call and ask? I'd fallen asleep early. Zhu Min, we're both adults. Stop pretending. You never cared for me, not even remotely. You love only money. 5,000 is already more than generous. No deal. Either 20,000, or this apartment is mine. Li Jun's patience finally snapped. He seized Zhu Min's left wrist and began dragging her toward the doorway. Zhu Min clung desperately to the door handle with her right hand, but her strength was no match. She was hauled resisting into the hallway. She lunged back toward the door, only to be met with a sharp final slam. Zhu Min pounded the door, screaming, Li Jun, you ungrateful, treacherous bastard. You'll regret betraying me. I swear it. Then she dissolved into pitiful sobs. Moments later, the door cracked open, and a black plastic bag tumbled onto the floor at her feet, spilling a thick stack of cash. 5,000, now get out. Zhu Min snatched up the bag and shouted after Li Jun, this isn't over, Li Jun. You'll pay for this. Her words were answered only by the door's merciless echoing click. Zhu Min smoothed her clothes, clutched the cash, and walked away. What are you two doing? Come eat. It's none of your business, but I'm just a bit curious. Well, it seems like the whole family is full of gossipers. Nowadays people don't know what's what, casually living together and even becoming mistresses without any sense of, isn't it the man's fault for being unfaithful? If he were loyal to his marriage, none of this mess would happen. I'm not a judge, how can I decide who's right or wrong? Eat your food, we still have evening study. Not getting the answer she wanted, He Qian looked a bit displeased. Sitting at the table, she remarked, you men are all just greedy, always looking at both the bowl and the pot. What does it have to do with me? Why am I being scolded too? What a mess, there are all kinds of people in this society, why bother? Besides, I'm currently focused on making money. But you can't just think about money, you should also find a partner soon. Is it really appropriate for my brother to get married so early? Why not? Your brother will be 20 in a year. Our family has money now. If he meets the right girl, he should act quickly, or someone else will take her. I think your homeroom teacher's daughter is quite nice. She's pretty and has a good temperament. You should work hard to win her over before she goes to college, otherwise you'll miss your chance. Mom, I'm still in high school. Why are you pressuring me to find a girlfriend? Besides, I'm really not suited for Lilan. I promise to find you a better daughter-in-law in the future. Just wait until my next few exam results come out, then you'll see if I'm cut out for studying or not. Got it. Once I graduate high school, I'll find one. Nonsense. You have excellent grades, focus on your studies, and absolutely avoid dating. Finally, He Qian felt relieved. Men are all greedy, I want date. Not dating is not an option either. Eventually you will need to get married and have children. After dinner, the He siblings returned to school. As He Huan stepped into the classroom, he saw Chao Xian approaching, holding a red $100 note. Here, Huanzi, hey, race your 100 back. Didn't I say you don't need to pay me back? That's one thing, I can't really take your money. Huanzi, you're truly a good friend. Feng Gan chimed in jokingly. Huanzi, I'm also short on living expenses, be my sugar daddy. This remark drew laughter from those around. Someone quipped, Feng Gan, can you have some self-respect? You're not exactly a beauty like Li Lan, yet you want to find a sugar daddy. Coincidentally, Li Lan walked in from outside the classroom. She had a strong aversion to mistresses because of her Upon hearing this, her face instantly flushed. Shang-san, if you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. Shang-san realized he had misspoken, lowering his head and remaining silent. Li Lan was the daughter of Teacher Gua. If she reported him to her father, he would definitely be in trouble. Seeing the awkwardness, Feng Gan decided to lighten the mood. Li Banhua, Zhang-san was just joking, there's no need to get so angry. Let's blame it on me. Li Lan huffed and replied, Feng Gan, do you think you're some kind of good person? Always smooth-talking, acting like a fool. Oh, do you really think you're funny? Feng Gan was taken aback. He had never seen Li Lan so indiscriminately attack anyone before. He simply lowered his head and remained silent, mimicking Shang-san. He Huan and Feng Gan had been in the same dorm before, and their relationship had always been good. He had never looked down on Feng Gan because of his poor grades. Seeing Feng Gan getting reprimanded, He Huan couldn't help but say, they didn't mean anything by it, They just genuinely thought you were beautiful. Li Lan's small face flushed slightly, and she merely said, "Oh," before returning to her seat. He Huan felt a bit confused of why was she suddenly shy. He Huan went to brew a cup of tea as usual. After fetching hot water and returning to his seat, he noticed a bag of unopened Westlake Dragon well tea on his desk. Tonight is the physics evening self-study session, and the physics teacher is a middle-aged man in his 40s who has no particular hobbies other than his love for tea and chess. He arrived early in the classroom, and seeing the green tea on He Huan's desk couldn't help but say, "He Huan, what kind of tea is that? It looks quite beautiful." "It's Angie white tea, Teacher Lu. Would you like to give it a try?" Lu Jianjun had actually wanted to taste He Huan's tea for a long time, but he always felt a bit embarrassed to ask a student for something, so he had been holding back. However, now that He Huan often asked him questions before and after class, they had become familiar with each other, and those concerns faded away. He smiled and said, "Sure, let me see how your tea tastes." He Huan reached into her drawer, taking out the Westlake Longjing that Li Lan had just gifted her. "Oh, you have Westlake Longjing too?" "Yes, a friend gave it to me." "Teacher Lu, do you want to drink some?" Lu Jianjun enjoyed drinking tea, but usually only had the kind that cost dozens of yuan per pound. He said with great interest, "Then let's try Westlake Longjing. This tea has such a great reputation, I want to see what it's all about." He Huan responded with an, "Oh," as she tore open the outer packaging. Lu Jianjun placed his teacup in front of He Huan and said, "You really know how to enjoy life. At over 40, I still wouldn't dare to drink such expensive tea. How many brews do you have in a day?" He Huan poured the tea leaves while smiling, saying, "Life is about being a bit more open-minded. One should work hard when it's time to strive and enjoy when it's time to indulge. Wow, you're even giving me life lessons now. But you've really been putting in the effort lately. With the monthly exam coming up in a couple of days, I have high hopes for you." After Lu Jianjun finished speaking, he noticed that He Huan had stopped what she was doing, looking puzzled at the tea leaves in the cup. "He Huan, is there something wrong with this tea?" Li Lan, who was nearby, also looked over anxiously. He Huan poured a bit of the tea leaves into her hand and sniffed, then said, "This is last year's aged tea." "Aged tea?" Li Lan exclaimed in surprise. "Of course. Li Lan, doesn't your dad drink tea too? How can you not tell the difference between new and old tea?" Li Lan felt quite embarrassed. The tea wasn't bought by Li Jun, she had specifically used her pocket money to buy it from a tea shop. Who would have thought it was aged tea? Seeing Li Lan's unnatural demeanor, He Huan said to reassure her, "It's fine, Teacher Lu, you should still try my Angie white tea. I will get some good Westlake Longjing for you to taste later." "I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable about tea, He Huan. But don't go out of your way to get Westlake Longjing for me. I was just saying it casually. Whether I drink it or not doesn't matter." "Understood, I get it." He Huan disposed of the tea leaves in Lu Jianjun's cup and took out her Angie white tea, adding a little into the cup. Lu Jianjun, satisfied, went to fetch hot water. He Huan placed the packet of Westlake Longjing in front of Li Lan and said, "Aged tea isn't worth much, your dad. Let that old punk fool him. You should have your dad return this tea." Li Lan felt both shy and angry. She was embarrassed because it was her first time giving a gift to a boy and it ended up being returned. What frustrated her was that this packet of tea cost 200 yuan. In the end, she got a fake product. That shopkeeper was really heartless. She angrily put away the tea leaves, secretly thinking that scoundrel shopkeeper dared to sell me aged tea. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you tomorrow. The next noon, He Huan went to Tianfu Tea House as usual. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a familiar figure. "Li Lan, what are you doing here?" Li Lan turned around upon hearing the voice, shocked to see He Huan. "I came to return the tea leaves." "Why are you here?" "Was yesterday's Westlake Longjing bought here?" Next to them, Peng Jiangwo looked very awkward and said, "Mister, this is a misunderstanding. I returned to my hometown yesterday. The person in my shop has only been there for a few days and didn't understand the situation. She mistakenly gave her the aged tea from last time. He'll replace it with new tea right away." Li Lan was very puzzled as to why the tea shop owner called He Huan Mister. Seeing He Huan looking at her, he added, "Yesterday, only that girl was in the shop." He Huan had seen the new employee a few times and knew that what Peng Jiangwo said was true. He said speechlessly, "Boss Peng, the most important thing in business is reputation. You should quickly deal with that aged tea. It's not worth ruining the store's reputation over a little bit of aged tea." "I know, Mister. Is this girl your friend?" "She's my classmate." "Mister, how about this? I want take back that 2 taels of aged tea. He'll refund your classmate 100 yuan. Li Lan said, "You still owe me for the new tea." "That's for sure." Li Lan was quite surprised. This meant she got 2 taels of new tea and old tea for 100 yuan. Why was this shopkeeper so accommodating? Peng Jiangwo quickly packaged the tea leaves and handed them to Li Lan, also returning 100 yuan. "I'm really sorry, this was my employee's oversight, and it caused you trouble." Li Lan had initially thought she would have to argue today, but the boss was so polite that she didn't know what to say. She accepted the tea leaves and pulled He Huan outside the store. "He Huan, what are you doing here?" This is a tea house, so of course I'm here to drink tea. Then why did that tea shop owner call you Mr.? He calls everyone Mr. If he knew your last name was Lee, he would call you Miss. Lee. It's how business people are. Lilan was at a loss for words. She offered the tea leaves in her hand to He Huan and said, this tea is. He Huan didn't take it, but asked, Lilan, you bought this tea with your own money, right? Lilan felt quite embarrassed, but still quietly murmured, I know you like tea, so I specifically bought some for you. Thank you for taking care of my dad that night. He Huan looked at Li Lan's shy demeanor and felt a strange sensation rise within him. This girl can't possibly have developed feelings for me, right? No way. How could the proud class flower possibly like someone like me who is always at the bottom? He Huan initially wanted to refuse, but since he had promised to accept the tea last night, it wouldn't be good to decline now. Of course, he felt a surge of delight inside. In his past life, you treated me indifferently, yet in this life, you actually gave me tea. This is what they call 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Thank you for the tea, but I still need to stay here for a while. Can you put the tea directly in my drawer? Lilan felt delighted that He Huan didn't refuse and quickly agreed. She wanted to say something more when suddenly 2 cars stopped at the store entrance. Having seen a bit of the world, she immediately recognized the car logos. He Huan greeted with a smile, saying, Mr. Tang, did you rush back to Daji right after the Mid-Autumn Festival? Of course, there are still many matters at the construction site. If I leave everything to Laohan, wouldn't he be overwhelmed? After speaking, Tang Xingji looked at Lilan curious and asked, who is this young lady? She is my classmate, Lilan replied. Tang Xingji smiled and said, oh, you even brought your girlfriend today. Lilan felt embarrassed, but for some reason was also a bit secretly pleased. Mr. Tang, you misunderstood. She came here to buy tea and we just happened to run into each other. He Huan then said to Lilan, if you have nothing else you can go back. I have some matters to attend to here. Lilan responded with an O and took the tea leaves back to school. The 3 returned to the small private room, and just as Peng Jiangwo was about to come in to brew tea, Han Qi said, Boss Ping, you go ahead with your work, we need to discuss something. Peng Jiangwo agreed and closed the door of the private room. He Huan brewed tea while asking Mr. Han, is there something going on at the construction site? Han Qi sighed and said, it's still about Niu Bin and Ma Xianhua. They both came to me this morning. Why not just refuse them? Can't they just pester us endlessly? They are indeed being persistent and quite troublesome. Han Qi took a sip of tea and continued, Ma Xianhua found a leader. This leader has a bit of power, neither too big nor too small. And when we start pre-selling the houses, we will need this leader's signature. This morning the leader called me insisting that I must give a project to Ma Xianhua. He Huan looked at Tang Xingji, only to find that his father-in-law was also looking at him. I can't believe this, are they intentionally testing me? Such a simple question, do they look down on me? He Huan took a sip of tea and replied calmly, just because Ma Xianhua has connections, does that mean we have none? Furthermore, the reason that leader is willing to speak for Ma Xianhua is simply that he has promised significant benefits. If Ma Xianhua can afford it, can't we? Tang Xingji chuckled and said, brother, you're young, but you truly have guts. Ma Xianhua isn't much of a threat, we don't need to worry. The key issue is with Niu Bin. What's the matter? Did Kujibong call? Han Qi exclaimed excitedly, indeed, it was Kujibong who called me. He was rambling on about a lot of things, but the gist was that he wanted me to hand over 2 buildings to Niu Bin. I haven't given a clear response yet, I wanted to discuss it with you first. Kujibong has too much influence in Daji County, and if we offend him it could be very troublesome. He Huan asked Mr. Tang, what are your thoughts? Tang Xingji pondered for a moment, and said, I've met Kujibong a few times, and he does seem a bit unruly and hard to get along with. My opinion is to refuse him first and test his attitude. If he becomes too aggressive later, we may still have to give up 1 building. He Huan was not surprised by this answer. His father-in-law had always been cautious and favored the saying that harmony brings wealth. However, the real estate industry is different from others. It requires no commercial skills, just one word, seize. As long as you can acquire land and develop properties, you can make money with your eyes closed. The next 10 years will be a golden period for real estate development. If you keep seeking stability during such a crucial moment, you will miss many opportunities. His father-in-law's experiences in his past life also confirmed this point. By 2015, his career was still lukewarm with no significant progress. Ultimately, it was only when he encountered himself that he was able to change careers and take off. Han Qi, seeing He Huan silent for a while, anxiously asked, brother, what are your thoughts? He Huan smiled and said, when I invested earlier, I made it clear that I would not get involved in the management of the construction site. But since both of you have asked today, I'll share my thoughts, treating it as a reference for you both. Tang Xingji smiled and said, brother, you're being modest, many of your ideas are very advanced. Since we are a team, we will certainly listen to your opinion. Since you say so, I will boldly ask you both a few. First question, you mentioned that Kujibong has considerable influence in Daji County. What about outside Daji County? Does he still have influence? Han Qi replied, naturally he does not. Second question, since we have chosen to do real estate, does that mean we will only work in Dodgy County for the next few? Han Chi said if conditions allow, we definitely want to expand everywhere, even to the provincial capital Jiangxing. He Huan shook his head and said I find that difficult. If there is a Ku Zhibong in Dodgy County, are there not Li Zhibong and Lu Zhibong in other places? Will those local tycoons in other places allow us to conduct real estate business right on their doorstep? Han Chi was instantly speechless. He Huan continued, Ku Zhibong only has a little power in Dodgy County. In the whole province, he is nothing, let alone on a national scale. If we are afraid of such a person, how can we expand our business? We would only be able to make a little money in this small mountain nook of Dodgy County all our lives. In a few years, we might even be pushed out and not earn even small change. Although I have never done business, I know that being in business requires boldness. If you fear wolves in front and tigers behind, losing your bottom line today and your principles tomorrow, you will never achieve anything in your life. After He Huan finished speaking, the entire private room fell silent. Tang Xingji suddenly laughed and said to Han Chi, old Han, heroes emerge from youth. We are both falling behind the times. Han Chi also appeared embarrassed and said, indeed, I don't know if it's because of age, but my courage has shrunk and my worries have grown. He Huan chuckled and said, both of you are experienced individuals. I'm just straightforward and sharing my thoughts. Consider them as reference opinions for you both. Tang Xingji said, what reference? Just follow your advice. Old Han directly refused Ku Zhibong this afternoon and see how he reacts. If he has a tough attitude, you should be tough too. I don't believe Ku Zhibong can truly dominate everything. Han Chi smiled and said, all right, let's go meet this Ku Zhibong. In the afternoon, He Huan returned to school. While climbing the stairs, he coincidentally encountered his homeroom teacher. He Huan greeted her and was about to leave when he heard Guo Jing say, He Huan, wait a moment. He Huan guessed the reason Guo Jing stopped him and smiled, saying, Teacher Guo, are you asking about the stock situation? Guo Jing secretly admired that He Huan was indeed quite astute. She nodded and said, has your friend bought the stocks for me? Just bought them at noon today, including XX Shipping and XX Pharmaceutical, each around 5000. If Teacher Guo wants to know about the stock information, you can ask me anytime and I can reply to you by tonight at the latest. Of course, you can also check the prices of these two stocks online to estimate the potential profits. Guo Jing chuckled lightly and said, all right, I just happened to run into you, so I asked. I'm quite at ease when you handle things. This doesn't really affect me much. The main thing is that the overall environment is good. As long as you buy some quality stocks, making money is relatively easy. However, the economy also has its cycles. This wave of bull market cannot last forever. I estimate that in a few months I will have to sell all the stocks I currently hold. By then your 1000 should earn around 3000 to 4000. Guo Jing said in surprise. You speak so eloquently. Do you understand economics? I don't really understand. It's all my friend who tells me about it. Guo Jing smiled and said, if you can help the teacher earn 3000 to 4000, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Then Teacher Guo, that meal is definitely in the bag. The two parted ways at the classroom door, one heading to the office and the other to the classroom. As soon as He Huan took his seat, he heard Li Lan say, what were you chatting about with my mom that made her laugh so happily? He Huan felt that Li Lan was talking more than before, as she used to never initiate conversation with him. I helped your mom buy stocks today, so we chatted about some stock matters. Everyone in our class avoids my mom or pretends not to see her when they encounter her. Only you can actually joke with my mom. If you had good grades, it would be understandable, but you're barely passing. Maybe I'm just a bolder person. Li Lan blinked and said, you seem to have changed a lot. Clearly a high school student, yet you talk and act like an adult. It's quite strange. You're also quite strange. Oh, where has your pride gone? Why are you talking so much like He Huan? He Huan opened his teacup and said, children of the poor grow up fast. What's so strange about that? Are you still poor? How can a poor person drink such good tea? He Huan reached into the drawer, but couldn't find the tea leaves. Just as he was wondering, Li Lan said, are you drinking Angie white tea or Westlake Longjing? Both are fine, but where are my tea leaves? While He Huan was puzzled, Li Lan took out a pack of Westlake Longjing from a paper bag beside her desk. I saw your drawer was all messy, so I put your tea leaves in this bag. From now on, just take them from here to keep it clean and hygienic. He Huan stared blankly at Li Lan, a bit dazed. What's going on with the class flower? Why is she being so attentive and thoughtful towards me? Li Lan noticed He Huan was silent and quietly said, do you not like your tea leaves being kept here? He Huan came to his senses and quickly said, no, it's fine to keep them here. Li Lan smiled faintly, tearing open the packaging of the Westlake Longjing and said, try this tea I bought and see if you like it. Li Lan grabbed some tea leaves and was about to put them in He Huan's cup. He Huan hurriedly said, I can do it myself. Li Lan smiled gently but still placed the tea leaves into the teacup. Is that enough tea leaves? Do you want me to add a bit more? I can do it myself. As soon as He Huan finished speaking, Li Lan added a little more tea leaves to the cup. He Huan quickly said, that's enough. If you add more, it will be a bit bitter. Then hurry and get hot water. Let's see how this tastes. He-Huan hurriedly took the teacup to get hot water from the water dispenser. To be honest, Li-Lan's enthusiasm felt quite unfamiliar to him. He-Huan set the teacup back on the desk after filling it with hot water. Li-Lan tilted her head, resting it on the desk, quietly watching the tea leaves bloom in the hot water and slowly sink to the bottom of the cup. He-Huan could naturally feel Li-Lan's gaze, his mind swirling with thoughts. He wasn't sure if Li-Lan liked him, but at least there was some fondness there. Otherwise, why would she be so warm and attentive towards him, even thinking of bringing him tea leaves? As for the reason, it could only be because he helped take care of her dad that night in the hospital. What should he do? He had never planned to have any intersection with her in this lifetime. He-Huan was lost in thought when he suddenly heard Li-Lan say, "He-Huan, why do the tea leaves look so beautiful after they are brewed? You still have the leisure to ponder this." He-Huan decided to be straightforward and said to Li-Lan seriously, "Li-Lan, I think we high school students should focus our minds on studying rather than researching the preferences of our opposite-sex classmates. That's a sign of early romance." Li-Lan sat up straight in an instant, her face as red as a sunset. "Who is researching, you narcissist?" After saying that, she took out a book and started reading. He-Huan chuckled inwardly. It was this proud attitude that finally resonated with him. During the afternoon class, He-Huan continued to listen attentively and take notes as usual. Li-Lan tried a few times to chat normally with He-Huan, but every time she saw He-Huan's indifferent demeanor, she felt embarrassed. What if he said she was in a romantic relationship again? "Stupid He-Huan, do you think you're a giant panda? Who cares about you? And saying I'm in a romantic relationship, what a joke." He-Huan seemed to sense something and glanced at Li-Lan. Li-Lan immediately glared at him and said, "What are you looking at? Focus on your studies." He-Huan wasn't annoyed by her sharp retorts. He even felt it was as it should be. "I just want to take my tea leaves back." "No way. Your tea leaves will stay here with me. I'll take care of them. Is this right? This doesn't seem right." As school let out in the afternoon, He-Huan and his younger sister He-Chien were walking home when a phone rang suddenly. The moment He-Huan answered, Han Chi's gruff voice boomed through the line. "Brother, are you free right now?" "Yes, go ahead. This afternoon I called Kujibong and flatly refused to allow Nyo Ben onto our construction site." Strangely, Kujibong showed little reaction. He-Huan was slightly taken aback. Could it be that he was merely testing our stance? Or does he simply consider our site beneath his notice? Or, perhaps, is he plotting something underhanded behind our backs? To be honest, Tang Zong and I are equally baffled. Kujibong is no easy man to deal with. Perhaps he even fears our influence. After all, this isn't a major conflict. He may well deem it unnecessary to escalate things unnecessarily. Whatever his motive, it bodes well for us. Han Chi chuckled. "It's truly thanks to your foresight, brother He. Had I caved under pressure and agreed to him, we'd have invited a wolf into our fold." "Enough flattery. I'm hardly skilled at anything but talking. By the way, are you at the site now?" He-Huan asked, hearing the distant roar of machinery over the line. "Indeed. I must oversee the construction closely. Brother He is one of our shareholders. Would you like to visit the site and offer some guidance?" "No need. I know nothing about it. At best I could lend a hand with manual labor, but that's all." He-Huan laughed. Han Chi burst into hearty laughter. "Surely we wouldn't ask our boss to lift a finger." "All right then. I'll see if I can make time around National Day. Right now I'm swamped preparing for midterm exams." After hanging up, He-Chien grinned and teased, "Brother, with talent like yours, why bother studying for exams at all? Schooling only slows down your earnings." "Nonsense. Money can be made anytime, but schooling has its season. Brother, don't take this the wrong way. I just doubt you'll achieve much academically. We'll see how dazzled your eyes get once the exam results come out." "Pa, you're the one with dog eyes." Laughing and bantering, the siblings strolled homeward together. Lu Mei was cooking in the kitchen when she heard the front door open and called out, "Huan Huan Qianqian. Wait just a moment, a dinner will be ready shortly." He-Chien sounded surprised. "Mom, why aren't the dishes ready yet?" A radiant smile lit Lu Mei's face as she replied, "Today's a special day. I stayed a little longer at the shop." He-Huan, curious, asked, "What's the good news? You're positively glowing." As she stirred the wok, Lu Mei said playfully, "You two guess." He-Chien ventured, "Did Uncle finally repay you?" Lu Mei's smile froze and she scolded, "You're doing it on purpose. Why bring up the one thing that's most awkward?" He-Chien stuck out her tongue and retorted, "Well, how should I know what else could possibly be good news?" He-Huan too looked utterly perplexed. He couldn't fathom any recent cause for celebration. Seeing their wide-eyed curiosity, Lu Mei beamed proudly. "Our boss has agreed to raise my monthly salary by 100 yuan. The siblings exchanged stunned, speechless glances. After all that build-up, it was just 100 yuan raise. He-Chien couldn't help blurting out, "Mom, are you still living in the past, worrying whether the next meal is secured? Our family is wealthy now. 100 yuan. It's nothing. A single day in the stock market earns brother hundreds, even thousands. He's invested in real estate too." Lu Mei shot He-Chien a sharp look. "So 100 yuan isn't money. You've barely enjoyed prosperity for a few days, and already dismiss 100 yuan as insignificant. He Qian pouted and darted off. Though silent, her expression spoke volumes. She truly did regard the sum as trivial. Suddenly, He Huan asked, Mom, have you ever considered opening your own shop? Me, run a shop? Exactly. I'll buy a storefront, and you'll be the proprietor, sell clothing, shoes, snacks, or even open a restaurant. The choice is entirely yours. No, I couldn't do it. I've no idea how to manage inventory, keep accounts. I'd never cope. Then hire staff. Your current employer hires 3 or 4 people for his men's apparel store, doesn't he? Still no. I've never run a business before. What if I lose money? Losses happen. They're part of commerce. Nothing unusual there. Absolutely not. Earning money is hard won. Huan, your mother has no special talents. Earning a steady monthly wage suits me perfectly. He Huan sighed inwardly. His mother refused to rest, yet recoiled from entrepreneurship, truly a born employee. Meanwhile, He Qian giggled. Brother, why not open a shop for me? I want to earn money selling bubble tea. Lu Mei interjected. You're still a student. Where would you find time to run a shop? You'd only squander your brother's hard-earned funds. I'll hire someone. Who exactly would you hire? You, Mom? I'll pay you 2,500 yuan per month to be my store manager. Nonsense. I'd rather run my own shop. Either way, it's your brother footing the bill. But you just said you wouldn't. Lu Mei was left speechless, flustered beyond reply. Unabashed, He Qian poured fuel on the fire. Mom, fine. I'll raise it to 3,000 yuan a month. Go ask around your street. Where else will you find an employer so generous? Lu Mei snatched up a spatula as if to swat He Qian, but He Qian, anticipating exactly that, had already dashed away. You've gone utterly mad. Expecting your mother to work for you. He Huan smiled warmly. Mom, I'm serious. Running a service-based business isn't difficult. Excellence in service alone ensures steady patronage. Moreover, being your own boss offers freedom. You answer to no one, set your own hours, and even losses carry little risk. I'm amply funded now. He Qian sidled closer, grinning. Mom, if you refuse, I'll accept instead. Lu Mei fixed her with a fierce glare, and He Qian instantly fled again. Huan, my employer is quite decent. I'd feel uneasy leaving him abruptly. Let me think it over. Her willingness to consider it marked half the battle won. He Huan nodded cheerfully. Of course, there's no rush. After dinner, the siblings headed back to school for evening self-study. On the way, He Qian suddenly declared, Brother, I want to open my own shop too. He Huan paused, startled. You're serious? Absolutely. Bubble tea is surging in popularity. I'm certain a dedicated shop would turn substantial. No, you're far too young. Yet you're only 2 years older, and you've already earned millions, even investing in real estate projects. Can't I open one small shop? He Huan rubbed his temples. Focus on your studies first. After the Gaokao, I'll support you, but only if you gain admission to a top-tier university. At the very least, a Project 211 institution. 3 more years. If you're unwilling, fine. I'm not eager to fund it either. I am willing. Don't say I'm not. He Qian beamed. Brother, could you buy me a storefront first? On September 30th, the day before National Day. Even in a small 4th-tier county like Daji, the streets were bustling with traffic and lively chatter. A scene of great excitement. However, at Daji No. 1 high school, the entire campus was exceptionally quiet, with all the students focused on answering their exam questions. In one examination room, a proctor was displeased as he watched a student yawning. This student is so pretentious. This English exam is quite challenging. While everyone else is working on their papers, he is either daydreaming, yawning, or sipping tea. Could it be that he finished the exam so quickly? He Huan below was also troubled. He didn't understand why the female teacher on the podium kept staring at him, as he didn't even know her and wasn't cheating. Could it be because he is too handsome? Finally, when the bell rang, He Huan promptly submitted his answer sheet. Just as he was about to leave the examination room, he heard someone behind him calling out, Huanzi, wait for me. He Huan turned to look at Feng Gan and smiled. Why the long face? Did you not do well? Damn it, you say it so lightly. This is the hardest English exam I have ever taken. There were so many words I didn't recognize, and I don't even know who set the paper. The teacher collecting the papers turned her head and frowned, saying to Feng Gan with so many excuses, if you can't study, well, don't blame the teacher for setting difficult questions. Feng Gan felt a bit baffled. Even casually complaining led to him being scolded. Seeing Feng Gan in distress, He Huan felt quite pleased, and while pulling him out of the exam room said this is a common problem for most men. Once things go wrong, they love to find all sorts of excuses. Like not having rested while being too tired or having the wrong posture. Feng Gan was taken aback for a moment, then realized He Huan was making a crude joke. Damn it, Huanzi, how dare you mock my performance? I can still piss 3 meters even against the wind. Aren't you afraid of wetting your shoes even with the wind at your back? The two laughed as they walked towards their classroom, where many students had already begun moving their desks. Since the seating was all mixed up during the exam, they had to restore the desks to their original positions before leaving school. However, during this time, the classmates in the class couldn't help but criticize this monthly exam. Huan had a bitter expression as she said to Li Lan beside her, what should we do? We completely bombed this exam. I didn't even touch 2 big questions in the science exam, and the English was so difficult. I'm afraid I'll fall out of the top 20 this time. Why are you so anxious? You're not the only one who finds it difficult, everyone does. I didn't even finish the last big question in science. Don't worry, we're all in the same boat. Huan pointed at Huan and Fenggan, who had just entered the classroom, and said, is everyone really in the same boat? Why are those 2 smiling so happily? Li Lan rolled her eyes and replied, they're carefree, but don't mind them. How can that be called carefree? Fenggan walked up to the 2 girls and said, if everyone finds it difficult, then it's not difficult at all. You have to maintain a good mindset to perform well. TCH, the exam is already over. What's the use of maintaining a good mindset now? Huan looked at Huan and smiled, asking, Huan, how did you do on this monthly exam? Tell me so I can feel balanced. Fenggan interjected, what's up? Did you forget your last experience and want to try standing on your head again? Huan's face turned red as she scolded, what's it to you? Huanzi is my good buddy, he will invite me to watch. Huan picked up a book from the desk and threw it at Fenggan's head. Fenggan had anticipated this and dodged it. Huan looked at the 2 lively characters and smiled, Huan, I'm not bragging, this time I'll score at least 450 points. Although 450 points isn't high, it represents an increase of 4 to 5 points for Huan. You keep bragging. Huan said this, but she actually agreed deep down, as everyone had seen Huan's efforts during this time. While they were talking, Chao Xian walked by looking dejected. Fenggan joked, old Chao, what are you doing? Isn't it normal not to do well on the exam? Why the long face? I'm not sulking, Chao Xian replied awkwardly with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, Huan suddenly asked, why does your face have a bruise? Did you fall? Chao Xian quickly covered his eye and said in a fluster, it's nothing, I just tripped. I'm going back to my seat now. Huan was a bit puzzled and was about to ask more when the classroom suddenly fell silent. It turned out that the head teacher, Teacher Guo, had entered. She probably knew the students were eager for a holiday, so she merely wrote the homework for each subject on the board, and after a few words of caution announced the end of school. As she just walked out of the classroom, she noticed a strange student waiting at the door. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Chao Xian about something. Teacher Guo frowned, thinking it was one of Chao Xin's dubious friends, and silently turned back to the office. Once the teacher left, the student grew bolder. He walked straight into the classroom and approached Chao Xian. Huan felt suspicious, but Chao Xian was just like the old him, a quiet person with little social interaction. How could he know such a strange friend? He quietly moved to the back row but overheard the unfamiliar student saying to Chao Xian, you better come with me quietly or you'll regret it. Old Chao, who is this guy, and what does he want from you? The student became furious, shouting, what the hell is it to you who I am? It's none of your business. Huan picked up a nearby stool and shouted, who the hell do you think you are coming to our class to act tough? His loud voice attracted the attention of the entire class. Fenggan and several other boys quickly surrounded them from all directions. Li Lan did not expect such a situation to occur suddenly and hurriedly ran to her mother's office. The student did not expect Huan to be so bold. Seeing all the students in the class focusing on him, he couldn't help but feel intimidated. You two better wait for it. After saying this, he quickly slipped away. Huan put down the stool and asked Chao Xian, old Chao, what's going on? Who is that guy? Chao Xian sighed, about to explain when he saw the head teacher hurriedly come over, led by Li Lan. She looked around and, not seeing any unfamiliar faces, finally felt relieved. Teacher Guo looked at Chao Xian and asked what just happened. Chao Xian did not dare to look at Teacher Guo, lowering his head and stammering, unable to say a word. Huan, you explain what just happened. Huan blinked his innocent big eyes and said, Teacher Guo, there's nothing happening. That person mistook someone and just left. Teacher Guo knew Huan wasn't telling the truth, but since he wouldn't speak, there was nothing she could do. All right, you